strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Sadece ilk PMPL şampiyonluğunu kazanmak değil, FUT Espor'u yeniden en zirveye çıkartmak sizi nasıl hissettirdi?
Nasıl hissettirdi? Güzel hissettirdi. Böyle bir şey gerekiyordu hem kendim adına hem FUT'un adına. Ben de bir düşüşteydim performans ve mental olarak. Yaşadığım olaylar vardı. Benim için güzel oldu. Kulüp için de güzel oldu. Böyle devam edeceğimizi düşünüyorum.
Yaklaşan Avrupa Şampiyonası'ndaki rekabet hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? En büyük rakibiniz olarak gördüğünüz bir takım var mı? Varsa neler?
Rekabet hakkında Türkiye Ligi'ne göre bir tık daha kolay bir lig olacak ama ya zor olacak taktiksel olarak. Rakip olarak da kimi görüyorum? G.GLADIATOR'u görüyorum çünkü uzun süredir domine ediyorlar ligi. O yüzden onlarla bir alışverişimiz olacak.
Yüksek skorlarla galibiyet alıyorsunuz. Bunu Avrupa Şampiyonası'ndaki rakiplerinize yapmak için yeniden nasıl hazırlandınız?
Biz rakiplere göre değil de kendimiz içimizde bir oyun var. Ölmezsek biz bunu kolay kolay sağlayacağımızı düşünüyorum eksik kalmazsak. Yani rakip olarak bakmıyorum. Ben oynarken o takım bu takım diye hiçbir zaman bakmadım. Ya ben yaşarsam her türlü o puan o kili o sıralamayı alacağımı düşünüyorum.
Siz de dahil olmak üzere birçok oyuncunun pompalı tüfek kullanmayı tercih ettiğini fark ettik. Rekabet ortamında pompalı tüfeğin gücü hakkındaki görüşlerin neler?
Bence çok adaletsiz. Yani herkesin kill alma oranı, adam vurma şansı daha da yükseldi. Bence bunun bir nerf yemesi lazım bence. Yani adaletli değil.
coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
PMPL EU Spring 2023 Championship. Welcome everyone. We have 16 teams from 2 regions battling it out for a lot of cash up for grabs, $150,000. I'm Jeannie, your host for the next couple of days, but I'm not gonna build the excitement by myself. We have a little video to do just that.
Will be able to do so. Vector in close range, needs to stand up. Purple going so low, there's a chance. The reload's good for one. Purple now hits the deck, wants to heal, but the spray's good. A nade as well, being cooked. The blue zone pushes. Kapahala, he's betting it all on this nade. The cook is there. Will he get it in time? He does!
Seven Storm'u düşürmeyi başardı. Sis bombaların çok fazla kalmadığını diyecektim ama 7 tane sis bombası var bu arada. Sevian odan aksi yakaladı.
I really hope that video got you guys in the mood and excited for what's coming up in the next couple of days. I'm also not going to be the only one sitting here breaking down what's going on because we have our experts, our analyst Max, as well as Kalaris joining. You look happy. That's good.
That video got me really in the mood. Okay, it really did. It was a good video.
It was a good video indeed. Kalaris, you're sharing the excitement.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a region that now officially produces world champions, and the world champions aren't here.
Why do you open with that?
We're
Gotta rub salt in the wound.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Possible, you know.
Gotta set the expectations, be a little realistic, but also make sure that you guys follow us on social media so you can stay up to date with the expectations, the predictions, and what is going on. Even some memes that Max, sprinkles in every now and then.
Yes.
Not bad. Yeah.
I can take pictures of you when you're not looking and do memes out of it. Be careful.
Oh, well,
Okay.
You heard that here. But guys, as fans of PUBG Mobile, make sure that you fill out the survey so we can work on improving the show as we move forward. We'd really appreciate it. There you go. Have an impact. Fill out the survey. Thank you. Let's have a look at what we can be expecting over the next couple of days, because as we already teased it a little bit and as we saw in the video, it's 2 regions, which makes up a total of 16 teams, 8 regions from each one. They're going to be competing in 6 matches over the next 4 days, and that is 24 matches.
Yeah, a lot of matches at play here is going to be happening. Of course, no rotating lobbies, Kalaris, so this is going to be, good from the get-go, hopefully no hot drops and things like that. And 6 matches compared to the typical 5 in PMPL, so and it's going to be also 4 days compared to the typical 3 here. So offers maybe some comeback opportunities here for some of the teams that may struggle on the first day.
24 matches is a great number to be able to set definitively who is the champion. Sometimes it gets a bit wishy-washy if a team has a particularly amazing day, but if a team does have an amazing day, at least then there are 3 more for those other teams to catch up around them here across 8th through to the 11th.
Also brings in the question of keeping that stamina. But if you want to get on the leaderboards, you need points. And as we can see, the distribution goes in terms of placement, but also elimination adds an extra point to the tally. And guess what? The more points, the better.
Yeah, no question mark about that.
Wow.
I mean, that's definitely going to be the case. And we know that these Turkish teams, Kalaris, they like their elimination points. It's fair to say, especially for Esports, that we'll have the chance to talk about a lot of these teams, but the Turkish teams, more micro-focused. They like to get those big elimination games, and of course, a decent amount of money on the board here, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely. 150,000 in total, Gennaro.
Yeah. Absolutely, $150,000, and those are all cash up for grabs from both of these regions for every single one of the teams. I mean, even if you play 16, you get a little bit. An MVP, again, $2,000 this time around, which is double what we've seen from PMPL EU. So that's also a little nice chunk of change, maybe go on a little holiday.
Yeah, I got one player in mind specifically that I'm looking at potentially becoming the MVP of this event. Maybe, unfortunately, it's not ZeRich. Okay, I'm looking at another player, unfortunately, but...
Unfortunately?
Fortunately, depends on which region you're supporting. Of course, we did Europe, so I'm hoping maybe a European team can win it. But the Turkish teams, they got a lot of players that, for the very first time, are making it into a championship, so there's a lot of question marks as to how those teams might perform.
Do you smell that, Kalaris? It smells like EU bias.
Maybe a little bit.
Although, hide it.
Max at the same time has some respect for the Turkish region. I've heard him throughout the years. He knows that this region is powerful. And as he says, though, there are names across the Turkish region from the teams that are coming in here that are a little less experienced on the big international stage than we previously expected. But it does just show, again, the depth of the Turkish region and how they're able to play up against one another.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, a very important question looking at the participating teams at the moment. There is one team that's not up here, Kalaris, that I need to ask you, is De Muerte team?
Look, it was weeks ago, all right? You asked me this. Unfortunately, they're not here. It's a little bit rough, but who else is not here? Unfortunately, S2G. The one thing about that, though, actually, in a serious moment here, the fact that S2G is not here once again shows the depth of the Turkish region, because all of these guys, they're able to be a world champion. Yes, S2G had their slip-ups and things like that, so that is the big name that is currently not here, but I'm sure we'll see them bounce back in the future.
We saw during the countdown, actually, there was an interview with Seven from FUT Esports that said, no, he thought that the Turkish PMPL was going to be tougher than this championship for them.
Yeah.
Which really, I mean, it is proven now that the Turkish region in terms of PMPL is hyper competitive. So it's hard to stand out. And S2G currently still the reigning champions. We're not able to make it through because it is so competitive.
Ultimately, though, I've got to disagree with him, right? If you pit up against, let's say, the top 8 from Europe, going up against not the bottom 8 from Turkey, but the 8 teams that did not qualify from the actual final stage, there is more quality in Europe in that top 8 than there is in that bottom 8 that did not make it here. So ultimately, for me, it's an incorrect statement. However, they are the champions of that region, so, you know, you can't question them too much. They did well.
You did say the DBS was not fair. That was a true statement. It's a good statement,
It also brings a question in regards to the different play styles that we're going to be seeing from both of these regions, Max, and how they're going to be playing out on the server.
Yeah, of course, you know, I think that the European teams, as you said already, Kalaris, in terms of quality, I think that when we're looking at the macro, how they rotate, and that approach from the European teams is by far, I think, a lot stronger, especially how we see it from Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS in the entirety of PMPL Europe. So I feel like when it comes to rotations, etc., and especially with the sped-up circle shifts we've seen throughout this spring season in 2023, I think they can stand out more. But if a Turkish team has an obstacle in front of them, they're going to shoot it down with a DBS. All right, it's not a given that if you have good rotates, you'll make it out. Like, the Turkish teams can shut you down relatively quickly if you're not careful.
Especially leading into late game, you're seeing some of the moments here as well, especially from the Turkish region. Holding on to DBSs into some of the late game moments was extremely prevalent in their region, and to a T. Fantastic on maps like Sanhok, fantastic in those close combat engagements. We'll see that here once again, and even in some of those early game moments. But overall, as you say, in terms of play style differences, Europe, a bit more paced, a bit more steady, but in Turkey, an absolute brush fire. They are going hard and they're going fast.
Yeah, it's great as well that you bring up Sanhok, because when we're looking at the iterations in terms of the maps that we're going to be looking at, there's only one to be played. So that also, again, brings a question of what are we going to be seeing on Sanhok? We haven't really been seeing the heal strats, which I think Kalaris is very happy. Nods in approval. But you're seeing 3 Erangels, which means if that is a great map for you and your team, you're rolling in it.
Yeah, I mean, MADBULLS, I'm looking at them. I'm looking at OZAROX Esports for the Turkish side. Like, you have some teams that clearly this is their bread and butter when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, so they're going to be looking good. I'm hoping you're not a team that's like banking on that Sanhok, because if that's the case, well, you got 4 games. So you want to be good on the other maps too.
Yeah, I expect a lot of people will be banking on the Sanhok, which is totally fine. I mean, when it comes to Erangel and stuff like that, I mean, as say from the EU side of things, I'm expecting to really focus on Major Pride. For my money, watching the finals, because I was not involved in it with you guys, I do feel that ultimately, I feel like they were the better team. Gladiators took the championship, don't get me wrong. They took #1, but up until that final game where Gladiators gets the Everest finish, Major Pride looked excellent, so I'm looking at them for this one.
After that first phase, more specifically, I think Major Pride just built that synergy that we had a lot of question marks at the start of the season, and then they just started rolling with it throughout the next 2 phases, and then the finals, of course. So Major Pride are looking like a very scary team, and they could maybe win their spot into PMWI. We didn't even talk about it, right? But this is still, you have to be first place. It's not like top 3, you might make it to the event. You have to be first place right now. So one mistake and one game, as you saw with Gladiators versus Major Pride, might make the difference.
Yeah, and that's a scary place to be in. But when we're looking at Major Pride as well, time was really something that allows you to build that synergy, and they've had time. They've also had time off, which means they were also able to do their homework alongside every single one of the other teams that are competing here over the next 4 days. But they finished second, as we've already highlighted. Unfortunately for them, that last final game didn't really allow them to get the leaderboard, but still, it was a close affair between these 2 teams in the EU region.
Yeah, if it wasn't an Everest circle, I think that it would have been potentially Major Pride to take it.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they, again, when you're stacking up against a team like Gladiators, who are absolute veterans, been together for a long time, and then Major Pride comes in with, I'm not going to say it was a honeymoon period for them, because again, the
was phase 1.
Start of it was not great, but then they were able to gain some traction. I want to see Major Pride do well, but Gladiators, they are the true veterans. They are effectively the defending champions of this tournament. As HVVP, they were able to take the win back then, and you'd be a fool to not put some money on Gladiators when it comes to a championship like this.
I mean, they won this championship 4 times. They're looking for a 5th trophy. I mean, Kitsune said it during the interview, right? It was the 5th trophy for the side of Gladiators this time around. And surprisingly enough, talking about Kitsune, Matic, Tixi, Meku, we expect them to be, the fraggers of the team. But Kitsune's been like defending himself properly on the fragging side during the league stage. The finals a bit tough, but league stage, he was up there.
I mean, rosters like Gladiators being involved in this tournament, why, when Seven says something like, oh, the Turkish region is going to be hard on this, it becomes kind of almost a laughable statement, because you're having to go up against a team like this, who are very well versed on the battlegrounds. They are going to be able to out-rotate you in a lot of instances, and even team fight-wise as well, are extremely proficient. So they're deadly, deadly.
I don't want to ask though, for Matic, no Matic Classic, please. We've seen a lot during PMPL.
Oh, keep doing it. I love it.
It's a fun time, okay?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It did break a few times, actually. I could count the exact number of times that happened.
Could find
on one hand?
moments.
It's been a bit more than that.
Okay. The thing is, though, when we're looking at the EU teams, it was very close between your Gladiators and your Major Pride. All the teams really at the top of the leaderboard, but that feels like it's a different story for Turkey when we're looking at how they've been performing. The top two teams, I mean, FUT, they're scary to say the least.
What was the point lead they had at the end in the finals? I think it was like 56, 59, I think I remember something like that, which is an insane amount to have on a 3-day finals, by the way. So we got 4 days now. They could create a lead really quickly, but as you said also when talking about it, they had that big first day, and they kind of fizzled out.
Well, second day was really kind of where they got, I think they got one win on the first one, and then they kind of carried that through into the second day. But yes, they are a little bit scary when they get the ball rolling, and also in terms of the way in which they're holding down compounds as well. You see a lot of teams kind of sitting in the buildings, kind of trying to cover one another, but they're taking really good angles against some of the teams that are approaching them. I'm thinking of teams like when OZAROX, for example, takes one of the Wizard Towers, and then they're able to use the compound across the road, push across against it, use some nades to their ability to be able to displace a team like OZAROX, who technically sent to some great locations and were very impressive, I must say, but FUT just had their number in a lot of instances.
And this
almost 7 average limbs is insane, by the way.
It just I was going to say, it just further puts into perspective how big the gap is as well between #1 and #2 team, and that is such a scary situation to be in, because when we're looking at Gladiators, we're like, they got away with the skin of their teeth, but FUT are so comfortable.
Yeah, they look like a super well-rounded team overall, because they can play center, they can play edge if they have to play edge, and they're forced to do so. And the entire team, as we saw with the stats earlier, are just such a strong fragging potential team. They are looking very scary, and if they got that momentum built up, I can tell you they're going to be a scary team. If they're making top 5 positions and they still have 3-4 players alive, Kalaris, I might have to vote for them quite a few times here.
We can't overemphasize how ridiculous 6.83 average limbs is in a final like that. I mean, the fact that they had that 50-some point lead at the end of the finals, I didn't expect them to come into the finals and looking as absolutely deadly as they did. Yes, they let their foot off the pedal a little bit towards the end, but by the time you have a second day like they did, and you've created such a cushion for yourself, in a 3-day event, you're not going to be catching up to that. It's insane.
And you're even looking at the stats right now for all the players. Everyone minimum 1.5 average limbs with RIP7 going up to 2 with Kairos, and all reaching a survival time of minimum 20 minutes, 30 seconds. They're all making it as a squad into the late game, which is why they had, as you said, that big momentum go from day 1 into day 2, because they survive as a full squad into the late game. So yeah, I might have to predict them a few times here. They're looking like a spooky team going into this. Spooky.
Thanks for giving away the strategy. Kairos, though, that's a play that we wanted to highlight in terms of his performance individually in the final specifically. A really big part of the point lead that FUT was able to secure in those very important games.
Yeah, the first 2 days in particular. So I feel they know, right, that they had some issues in the last 2 days, so they looked to fix that. There was a long break period. What was that, like a month between the end of the PMPLs and now this championship, so there's a lot of time to potentially fix things up. There's been a lot of scrims happening in the background, so I don't expect any hot drops to happen. It might happen on like a game or two, but it's going to be fixed relatively quickly, because once again, you can't afford that to hurt you for the long term, because it's only first place going to PMPL.
4 days of a tournament sits in the middle ground of a sprint and a marathon. Now, of course, I mean, it's not quite the marathon of a league play or whatever, but 24 games is a substantial amount to be able to get yourself situated on the leaderboards in a good state. And you could even use, in theory, half of the time, as long as you're not a bottoming out team, you could use 2 days to really feel out this lobby and then strike back quite strong. So yeah, it's a good amount of time, is 4 days.
Yeah, we're going to see adaptation. We need to see consistency as well. So those are probably the 2 things that we're really going to be looking forward to. But the fact that we have 24 matches also means that we get a chance to play prediction games again.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose again.
You don't? Okay, well,
I don't want that.
At the moment, we've all picked our top 3 teams, and Max, you wanna explain yours? I think I'm gonna not throw you under the
one?
bus
I can
here,
explain
but let's start with Super Burgos.
Super Burgos, yes. Love the monkey logo, by the way.
Absolutely.
I wonder why you picked them.
I wonder
Yeah.
why. French team, maybe? Question mark? No, of course, I feel like this has been by far, and I think we can all agree on this, the best performance we saw from the ex-Gamelord roster, now SBG.
Yeah.
I feel like they said it themselves during an interview that playing with the CIS teams in the full season of last year, they struggled, but they learned so much from it, and now they have now become the better iteration of themselves in this tournament. So I have high expectations. No first place, might be rough, but top 5, I would put it out there. They could reach a good top 5.
For me, Janiro, I felt it was very difficult to pick 3 because there is what I would say in my mind 5 or 6 teams that could take this championship. So honestly, there are other names like Major Pride, like MADBULLS if they're feeling good here, that could easily take these top spots. I just kind of, I was forced to pick 3. Forced to pick 3.
Like, as you can tell, Max was like holding.
Why the leopard shirt? Well, they took it. I thought I deleted it from the internet, but it's still there.
It still
It
exists.
follows me.
It's there.
You're a liar. You love this picture.
I actually do.
And he's like holding the finger gun to Kalaris, like, you need to pick 3 teams. You have to, like 3, you know, like that. But we did pick our 3 teams, and I think we already touched upon it a little bit, and that's the fact that you need to be the top team. You need to be #1 to be able to qualify for PMWI. And then on top of that as well, there is such a different play style from what we've seen from both Turkey and from both EU. So it's a matter of, do you beat them? Do you join them? What are we expecting the teams to do?
Well, it's a good question because in terms of, yes, we've already outlined that EU is a little bit more kind of slow and methodical, and Turkey's a bit more wildfire and haphazard and stuff like that. I do think that the CIS teams are the teams that are able to adapt to both of those play styles. Some of the best. I mean, we saw it previously as well with HVVP and XNAV and whatever you want to call their roster in the past. I think that those are the kind of people that are able to adapt to both play styles, so they are able to kind of bring their own game here to the EU Championship and thrive. So I'm expecting those kinds of names to do well here.
I feel like this is going to be an almost perfected version of what we saw from these teams in PMPL, because we saw like Gladiators trying to fix those 2-2 splits. We saw Miramar trying to perfect it to some extent, and even teams that didn't have strong synergy at the start, like Major Pride, had a little bit of a rough time, then of course just improve significantly throughout the season. So we can expect teams to like bring that experience into the start of this first day. So we're going to have a hot start, I think, from quite a few teams here.
And that's always kind of the case when you come to the culmination tournament, which then leads to one person going to PMWI or one team going to PMWI, is that in these tournaments, when you have those kind of splits, those 2-2 splits, you've got to be a little extra careful about how long you're holding those splits, because people are going to rock up on you as for steal your spot quickly when a circle moves and kind of shunt you out of any contention for taking that game itself.
Especially if FUT Esports see a split. I've seen it multiple times in the finals. If they see a split, they'll breach your compound. So be careful.
Another thing that you touched upon from FUT specifically was their momentum, and how when they get the ball rolling, they just keep going. Although it's a 4-day event, and as you said, at Kalaris, it's maybe a mixture between a sprint or a marathon, how important is it for them to get going on the first day, first map, just immediately pop off?
I don't think I'm looking at them to have to pop off in the first game.
All right.
I think first day, if they get a podium finish here or there and stuff like that, I think that's enough to kind of keep them in contention, to be able to say, okay, next day we're going to come in, bam, 3 wins all of a sudden across 6 games and stuff like that. That is the kind of potential, that's the kind of firecracker that you're working with when you've got a team like FUT Esports on the battleground. But likewise, there are other teams that are capable of doing that. Well, teams in Europe, for example, that we've seen be able to kind of have that kind of pressure point.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the teams that can get these big wins. We're talking, of course, about FUT Esport, your Gladiators. I'm looking at REGNUM, CARYA, Esport. Reason why they were my second team in my prediction is because they're a very silent team, but they just get consistent eliminations. Like, they get close to that top 5 pretty consistently, and they can be a team that could just surprise everyone and, like, at the end, oh, wait, they're first place? How did that happen? So REGNUM, CARYA, Esport, especially Wild, being the MVP of the entire event, was such a massive like just
a game changer.
Powerhouse, game changer for the team. So I really feel like this team as a whole could be a good old surprise for the Turkish region.
Silent but deadly.
Yes.
Gonna have to wait and see. But before we head over to our casters, thank you, Monster, for giving us the energy to go through all 6 maps. We're going to be heading into the first map of PMPL EU Spring 2023 Championship. It's going to be Erangel, and we once again have John and Blank.
Thank you very much to the panel over in the studio. I'm John, with me is Blank. We're going to be getting our teeth into the PMPL EU Championships. It's a new season coming through for these teams. And the first time on this new point system, we're going to see EU face off against Turkey.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I think that aggressive nature coming through from Turkey versus Europe, which is a bit more methodical, I would say. I think it's going to be an interesting clash, that's for sure. I mean, it speaks volumes when you see like those finishing numbers from first and second place over in Europe being about 1,000, average damage to 983 or something like that, compared to the 1,483 coming through from FUT over towards 800. It's a bit strange to me, but I think everyone pulls their weight over in Europe. Whereas it was just an absolute clash of the titans coming through from FUTballist. Oh, FUT. I can't believe they're making me call them FUT here. I don't like it. It's okay, though. I will acquiesce to their request. In the meantime, though, we are heading over towards Erangel as our first map. This is probably one of the more macro-based maps overall. And I am curious to see how this one comes down because depending on that first game and that early game as well, John, it could be very difficult for some of these European teams who might not be used to that same kind of aggression coming through that early on.
I wonder how they're going to be able to handle it, or if that methodical style will just sort of trap these firebrands coming through from the Turkish melee to try and corral them into a position that gives them that advantage. Is it going to be the tactical position, the slower pace of Europe that wins out in the end? Only time will tell, as the first drop comes from Lipovka up to North George.
Yeah, pretty easy playing path to work with here at the start of the day. Not too many positions that aren't out of the way of this one. Obviously, we are looking at a slight divide down here towards Sanhok military base. There is ability to go grab some vehicles on the roadside over here and here. That is very much viable for a lot of these teams to head down there early on. But this is most likely going to be a case of waiting for where the next circle hits, because west or an eastern shift on the circle could really change how these teams decide they want to operate going forward. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Sly Europe heading down towards that southeast side, picking up Milta Power. So that's going to work out for them, and a pretty easy route out their way. It is slightly scarier for Sly Esports going forward though, John, particularly because FUT is playing right above them.
Yeah, they have got that massive threat just up to their north. The first circle pops. It's a little bit west-leaning, does cut into Sosnovka military base, but should be mainland-centric for the first set of rotations coming through. First games of the tournament, of course, Blank, is where we see, well, where you're most likely to see things like hot drops occurring, but it looks like everybody has found their position and staying a little bit separate. I mean, you've got OZAROX pretty close to Sly, and BEŞİKTAŞ also sharing with SBG up in Yasnaya.
Yeah, I mean, SBG, formerly Game Lord, they're happy over in Yasnaya at the moment. It's an easy place for them to go to. And I think that it was sort of weird in a way that when we were watching the European PMPL, that we didn't see anyone else over in Yasnaya with them. I think it's a perfectly acceptable drop spot to be taken by two teams. And it was surprising to me that we practically saw SBG have the entirety of that tournament having it to themselves, because it opens so many rotations pass for you. I would say that right now BEŞİKTAŞ do have a slight advantage over SBG, just because they have opened up a lot more rotational possibilities to themselves by taking control of that western bridge. They already have two players out there. This is a really interesting play coming through from them, and now they're sending players back over. So they've cleared that area. They know there's not too many teams up there. They should know that there's a team going up to towards Severny, but they've secured themselves two vehicles early on, John. This is a great start for BEŞİKTAŞ.
The map's quite full over towards Rozhok as well. You've got players in the center of Rozhok, but you've also got REGNUM CARYA out to the west towards Ruins, Major Pride out to the southeast towards school and apartments. There is quite a lot of positions surrounding the MADBULLS to make their route out of Rozhok a little bit troublesome. At the moment, only the one team in Pochinki should be just fine, and ARR alone in the Gatka fields.
Yeah, that seems like to be quite reasonable for AR. This has been pretty much a consistent throughout the majority of their tournament, even just qualifying into this one, having the entirety of GATKA to themselves, allows them for some of these aggressive rotations that they tend to take over in that early game, John. Works out quite well for them most of the time, but we'll see what happens here because there is a whole new caliber of teams coming into this. 8 teams of the best from both region coming to our heads right now. It's going to be difficult to make those similar kind of aggressive rotations without getting caught off guard by some of these teams when there were perhaps some weaker teams that would just let you pass by in the hopes of maybe picking up a couple of points to get in towards that top 8 in the finish. Looking at the rest of the map now, we've got MS moving down from Severny at the moment, heading down towards that south side, perhaps looking to cross over towards Yaz side. That will be a bit of a squeaky crossing though, John, in my opinion. As you pointed out before, there is a lot of teams already in Rozhok, and now you're going to get yourself crunched between both BEŞİKTAŞ, SBG, Major Pride, MADBULLS. Not a comfortable place to be, in my opinion.
Betwixt the two, not really a safe place to make your camp, but FLUX are also going to be behind this queue. They are still out towards Stalber and Kameshki, so they're going to have to figure out their path past Yasnaya. Do they break south and try and swing in past Mansion, or do they want to roll along the top side of the river and break down south over towards Rozhok? We'll have to wait and see their path moving forwards. Major Pride taking up residence on the western bridge out of Sosnovka military base over towards Ferry Pier as well. Sorry, that's next RÜYA, not Major Pride. Next RÜYA over towards Ferry Pier on that southwest side. So they have got that ridge line covered in those trees down to the south of those GATKA fields.
You saw those colours, didn't you? They are very similar. I'm not looking forward to both these teams having a go at one another. It will be slightly confusing, but we will use our heads, we will use our brains, and it will be fine. Using my brain in the meantime, though, looking over towards Major Pride, as you said, over towards that south side of Rozhok. And this is an interesting change for them because they did head over towards Sunken a lot of times. Right now, REGNUM's playing that position, but Major Pride were caught out quite a few times, making their rotation out of there. From teams like Gladiators heading down towards Box Compound, catching them out on their rotate at the beginning of the game. It wasn't working out, and it looks like they've made a couple of changes now, John. I really like that from Major Pride. It felt like they were a little bit stubborn sometimes, and it's nice to see them, you know, realizing maybe that's where we went wrong. Maybe there's a couple of mistakes. Maybe we can work on some of these rotations and not get ourselves so caught up early on, because it was so many times losing that one player early in the game that ultimately led to their second place.
Two Turkish teams clashing first here as REGNUM CARYA first to take a casualty here at the Champs. MELİSE, they did move down south, and now they found themselves all the way actually south of PUBG, moving in quite carefully and timely as well, finding a good spot there on the south side of the circle. REGNUM CARYA camp up towards the compounds just out towards the north of Pochinki, and that should be all right for them, but they are only on 3 moving forwards.
Yeah, it's a good play. It's actually a really good play coming through from MELİSE Esports. I mean, you look at them, and we said before they were going to get themselves crunched in between both MADBULLS, Major Pride, BEŞİKTAŞ, but they identify that they need to move early. And if they want to head towards a position that they think is maybe clear down towards this south side, that they need to make a quick and decisive rotation. It's exactly what they do. They cut right through the middle of those fields and find themselves in a decent spot now to play out the rest of the game, and fairly close towards the center there. Now, for a team coming down towards from Severny, this is not where I would picture MELİSE being right now. So it's nice to see, again, that aggression from Turkey. It even flows through into their rotations, right? It's aggressive rotations, getting yourself into a position early and being confident about it. Whereas you do see right now a lot of the European teams actually being just slightly more cautious on their rotate in. And we kind of see that as a symptom of what happened in PMPL EU, which was, you know, if you went too early, you were likely going to get shot out, lose vehicle, lose a player, and it did not go well for you. So it's always interesting seeing two of these regions clashing together and just seeing how they've been developed and how things have changed in their ideas of how to play the game, just purely from how their particular region plays.
ARR probing in towards the BRA position. Did back off Corsair off the hilltop to fold back in with the West Pochinki standpoint that BRA are taking up. ARR are going to be isolated out to that west hill, but excuse me, potentially looking to push in behind them on that west side. as teams from the north start to move in. FLUX have started to cross over towards Rozhok. Gladiators, something we've criticised them for is a little bit slow rotation from that North George position, but this time around it seems like it's going to be fairly safe and secure.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, we criticise them on it, and I would even go back and maybe rescind that comment in a way, because I think that they are very cautious and careful, and it has caught them out a fair few times, but you can see where they're coming from. When it works, it really works, and I think that this is one of the few situations where I have to say the horrible phrase of trust the process, because that is what it comes down to for Gladiators, is waiting for everything to come together. When it starts looking good, it really does start to pop off in a big way. So I think for Gladiators, if they can figure this out and nail it down this tournament, you know, we could be seeing easily that top 3 position. It's exactly why you saw the analysts as well as Juniru predict them in their top 3s, because we feel like that's a very big possibility that Gladiators are going to continue that momentum going forward. Major Pride, though, find themselves in contact with MELİSE already.
They did manage to take down one of the MELİSE players there, but they are getting crashed on by the MADBULLS, so they've got bigger fish to fry. Tuluka goes down first. Zerich soon to follow as well. Looks good on the Major Pride hold here. Frozen on the inside. FLUX as well, looking for action with the DBS, but goes down in the thick of it. Only one player to find the knock in response. 2 players fall, but Major Pride can get these reses, and MADBULLS fall at the first.
Yeah, but they've already started their engagement over towards MELİSE, and the shots coming their way. Monkey right now is in a little bit of a tough spot, right? Getting himself extricated from in between those vehicles will be slightly rough, but should be able to do it, clamber over that chassis of the buggy, get himself out of danger, and get back up again. That is not the first time that MADBULLS have crashed onto Major Pride and have failed miserably. That seems to be a reoccurring trend, but it's nice to see there is still a little bit of rivalry between these teams, but Major Pride quick to put that idea to bed.
And this is quite interesting as well, because this is an indicator that Major Pride are on form. I mean, it's very early, and of course it is just the one engagement, but they held their nerve, got all 4 eliminations, and stayed up as 4 here. They've got that resupply as well, so they should be fairly healthy. If Major Pride are on form, they are a force to be reckoned with, Blank.
Yeah, they snowball. They snowball in a massive way, and I think that the majority of the time that we've seen Major Pride start to do incredibly well over a period of days is when you see them get that first chicken dinner at the start of the day on an Erangel. And now MADBULLS, I think, have just lit the fuse here on the keg for Major Pride. And I think that they're going to explode into this game looking absolutely marvellous if they keep this one up. They already have a fairly central position, but with that shift up towards the northwest, they will have to move out. Gladiators giggling to themselves over here after making that rotation from the northwest. Now in a beautiful 2-2 split. They might want to regroup here or particularly pick a new position. But right now, like I said, they are absolutely laughing.
As they should be. They are in that solid spot, a regroup coming through. Foot are going to move up the east side of Pochinki, try and move past MELİSE as well. Not too many people directly in front of them, but they will have to move further, and in their way is BRA. FLUX, they've been on their northward wide rotation, but they finally sent into the thick of it and find themselves a building in the middle.
That's a really respectful regroup coming through from Gladiators, actually, because you can see that right now REGNUM is already moving into that position they had 2 players in before. So that was one regroup less worth of a disaster coming through from Gladiators. And it's great news that stage 3, stage 2, right on the cusp of, that is not an easy decision to make a lot of times, to just make the call on that regroup, because some might say that that's too early to go for. But I think for Gladiators, understanding that this position of the map is quite sparse in terms of compounds, that giving one up now and not sacrificing that idea of maybe getting caught out with 2 players suddenly getting crashed upon is great news for them. Becker almost slamming the shot there, but doesn't quite get it.
I mean, he was saved there by hopping into the buggy, and Foot are going to take on Sly Europe, but they are going to be suppressed back off the ridgeline by BRA as Sly try and regroup onto this shack, getting on the inside and a little bit of cover, leaving their teammate out in the dust. They're not really going to be able to strike out to get this res. It's fraught with danger to go there, and playing on with 3 in that shack is going to be way more valuable.
A lot of teams on this eastern side already, particularly because of that playing path as well, and so many good spots were available to them on that eastern side of the map anyway. They're getting up towards this northwest side is not easy, really. OZAROX has already found themselves in a pretty difficult situation as they try to make a sneaky rotation over towards that south side, make their way through and trying to get to one of these compounds over towards Gatka. RÜYA, unfortunately, were able to spot that out, quickly picking themselves up an elimination in the process. NEXUS also down towards that south side, moving the players upwards. You've got Octavian, Doran, Exo Machina, and Kapahala. Now that is the dream team that we were looking for, and it's the one that we'll have to stick with, considering that is the roster they have now. But I do have high hopes for these guys.
Yet to prove it here, though, as Kapahala goes down. Next, RÜYA roll over the hill. This fighting continues in the middle as well. Kapahala will be breached on, and next RÜYA looking to isolate the player, confirm the elimination. It looks like they're good for it. Doran playing close. Oh, just about in nade range here, but not going to be able to launch anything in just yet. Wolf is close, and Doran now pulling the pin. Spots the player, breaks out wide, and a really nice reposition coming through from next RÜYA's forward mark. As Doran has to think of something else to get done now. Ex Machina wants to put pressure on from the sidelines, but this is an out in the blue fight. The vehicle gets bonked away there by the nade and leaves Zedwolf out in the open a little bit, but Spray is almost on the money, but Doran has done the work. And now can Yekta get something else on the off angle? Looks like they're not going to find Doran, and they may even be able to rescue Kapahala.
Yeah, that is really necessary there. And this is why we do really like Doran on the team. Makes some mistakes sometimes, some pretty big mistakes, in fact, when he was very much far away from the team. But he just needs to be pulled in a little bit more, because as a frontman, that guy is really good and very much gets Nexus out of these difficult situations more often than not. Docker Machine over on this side has a nade in hand, but Nexus, most of the team is back up to full HP. Kapahala just about got himself a first aid kit that saved his life there. Yetka, I think the rest of the team in next RÜYA are looking just to get out of here. They know they need to get towards the circle, and this fight is delaying the inevitable.
Major Pride, it's like one hell of a fight with MELİSE and actually came out on top, but not for free, losing 2 players, and they are up to 8 eliminations now, a healthy total for their first entrance, but they're out on the southeast side. It's going to be difficult to move forwards. Gladiators have maintained their stronghold in the center as SPG roll up onto BEŞİKTAŞ and take one for themselves.
That's 2 apiece. Turkey and Europe losing 1 team in the first game of the championships. So we're equals, we're evens right now.
Both to Major Pride.
Both to Major Pride as well. So technically Europe on top, right? That's what you said. Yeah, but sure. Major Pride, 2 players down. Still a scary scenario for some of these teams. We've seen what 2 players from Major Pride can do. They live, man. They really do just live. And I think that is one of the things that really got them a lot of points over in their individual phases. Just the fact they were able to make it through towards that endgame with just 2 players alive. And if there's any 2 players you want up and ready to go, it's Effect and Monkey. What an absolute pair these 2 are. SPG at the moment were able to get something done over towards their side, get at least 1 elimination, but a botch rollout there from SPG does leave Akashi on the ground and will be knocked.
Blue Zone is pushing BEŞİKTAŞ to take this engagement, evening the numbers now, 3v3 between these 2 rosters on the northeast side. Narvalo, closest to the danger of Sun HP as he's launching up the smokes, covering his teammates' rotation on in. Here's the replay of the Major Pride engagement where they were able to take down MELİSE. Last player falling to the nade behind the tree. Well found.
Dear me, not good at all. Now moving up, it's Foot actually taking a fight with Nexus. Quick rundown, will take down Kairos. That big player from Foot already out of the game. Rookie sent packing, last player alive, and Next Machina's just going in with the buggy. I said about aggression for Turkey, but I did not expect this.
Just getting rolled down, doesn't connect with any of the spray, and Nexus take out Foot, one of the major hopes for Turkey in this tournament. In style there, Nexus holding on to some sort of power and a solid position with this next circle shift.
A really solid position coming through here, John. Again, I said I had high hopes for them. I liked what I saw from Nexus. I think there was a couple of mistakes here and there, but easily fixed. At the end of the day, the players are very good. BRA as well as Nexus, hand in hand, will take down Major Pride. Still not too unhappy with this game. 8 eliminations is great when it comes to that elimination count and will bump those points up. Sly Europe coming through, takes down one of the players from REGNUM, but it is going back their way. Wild, the MVP from Turkey, really giving it back towards Tenshik.
Shots coming through from Narvalo on SBG, and BEŞİKTAŞ bite the dust. As once again, Europe on top there. Gladiators are starting to leverage their position on the northwest side as the southeast becomes one hell of a melee.
Yeah, Gladiators have just been chilling throughout the majority of this game. And again, we have to remember that this is not an easy circle for a lot of these teams. Most of them trying to make it into it now are doing exactly what Sly Europe are currently doing, expending resources. This is the name of the game right now. For Sly Europe, so many smokes went out, so many medical supplies being used up, and Gladiators are still just in the house with the TV on, eating popcorn, watching all this happen as it all unfolds around them. Excuse me, though, have been a bit cheeky, though. They're getting in from that western side, John. I don't think they've seen too much contact coming from that western side of the map, so might just be able to go toe-to-toe with some of these teams still left in the lobby.
Stage 5 closing. 2 players from SBG rotate around to the north, trying to push in behind FLUX's position, who have been keeping themselves... You were talking about how, excuse me, might have been out of dodge. I feel like FLUX have been similarly self-isolating in these engagements so far, but they're not really going to have a choice as there are a few teams eyeing up their spot. Excuse me, now we'll have to deal with OZAROX as the push comes through. Swain goes down first, excuse me, out in the open. It's not going to matter. Furia does get knocked and Havlik taken very low, but they handle business and OZAROX fall.
Yeah, some great plays there coming through from Excuse Me, quickly set themselves up in a position to take that crossfire. Not easy to do that under the pressure that was happening, especially when you really only have a Shack to work with. BRA Elvis on the floor right now will not be heading back towards his teammate anytime soon. Might get the crawl in, but right now Nexus is on a tear, looking for the rest of them. Doran, Octavian both down, Kapahala and Exo Machina still up and kicking. 4 nades in hand, and downhill, this is actually pretty good news for them. He nails the first one.
He's got 1 foot out the door, but Elvis hasn't quite left the building just yet. Still going very, very low, and you imagine they are circling the drain on this position. Nexus pushing through with 2, doing a lot of work. Only 1 player to handle. Coursera, though, to play behind the smoke. Shots from the DBS, ringing through the hills, spots the player on the ridgeline, goes for the flush first, and Coursera just runs away, cannot get anything done. And good news for the Nexus position.
Dear me, Europe is sending Turkey running right now. This is a bloodbath. I am very surprised with how this has turned out. But really looks like Europe's really brought their A game here. There is still 23 matches to go for the rest of the teams to prove themselves. But with that shift, again, Gladiators looking very strong on this one. We've got a 4-man prediction coming through for Gladiators. Janiru supporting Nexus. I'm happy for it. I'm glad at least one of us went for that pick. They did look extremely strong, but they're starting to fizzle out just a little bit now. Only EXO as well as Kapahala still remaining, but put in the work, put in the shift. 8 eliminations, that'll look good on the point score.
Absolutely. It's good news for the roster. The question, though, especially on the predictions, is are they going to be able to place top 3 here? There's a lot of obstacles in their way, and you've got to imagine that FLUX are going to be the arbiters of their future positioning, as they already take their toll over towards SPG out on the east side. Narvalo down, flushed. Victor now left alone. Nexus are peppering their heels as well, as Victor's going to try and swing round and swing wide towards the Gladiators. It's not going to go well.
Yeah, I mean, for that northern side of the map, right, it's so horrible. You can see right now, it's a beautiful little spectate for us as well, just to show how nasty it is. From the northeast upward, it's just in like a cone. It is just barren hillside. There's like a tractor here and there, but for any team trying to get out from that northern side, it is so difficult. Now, FLUX have been given a hand here to play around with because a similar situation applies to Gladiators. If the circle shifts back down towards that eastern side of the map, Gladiators will have to move out into fairly open zone. What you hope is that they have 4 vehicles still available and can create some kind of impromptu cover, some kind of impromptu compound to work with. Excuse me, Beck just sends in, there's a nade out, but already a knock found.
Sends around the back there. Yekta able to find 1 flush, 2 flush. Black now left alone for Excuse Me, but only has Frozen to worry about as Yekta gets shot down by Matic from the Gladiators.
Nice
using their position, their cover very, very well. There's really nothing anyone could do about getting them out of there except for the circle. And that's what you were talking about before. Getting them out into the open is the only way this team goes down here. Frozen on the inside.
Yeah, and again, I think Kalaris talked something about this on the desk about, you know, Turkey in general and OZAROX in particular, you know, holding down these compounds but not just sitting in them, making sure that they're taking pot shots at other players, causing casualties. It's a really big thing in these games, especially when you get to these late circles where it is so open. You absolutely have to be looking for any chance you can get. Now, Gladiators have been taken down before by some unfortunate happenstance where a player is able to shoot back, find a player in the window, and it opens up to a full crash. But I think that they've kind of locked down now. As long as they can get as many shots out, they've already taken down the players from SBG. Victor is basically a sitting duck, finding shots down towards next RÜYA. This has opened up a lot of ground for them. Now, FLUX is really the biggest obstacle in front of them out here in the field compound.
You see they've got that two-story position. The next circle really will define a lot of who has the advantage of these 2 4-player teams remaining. ARR, they do have 3 and are one of the stronger teams in this position right now, but they're likely going to have to leave, and they are kind of trapped here. Do they have much utility? It looks like Elementrix, he's got 9 smokes and healthy on the armor there. If he spots next RÜYA, that's 1 less thorn in their side, and that's the shift you were talking about, Blank.
Yeah, this is a difficult shift now coming through for Gladiators. There is a chance because you can swing on that northern side. I think the biggest scary scenario for Gladiators is getting shot in the back by Victor as they come through. But if you head towards the hillside on the top and then look down towards the compound from FLUX, that's going to kind of limit some of the sightlines coming through from FLUX's side, as opposed to just crashing directly at them. I think that's really their only option for Gladiators right now, or at least finding a pot shot through one of these windows. That is a nasty Molotov coming through from REGNUM. But Gladiators, they will find Tapok in the meantime, so just clearing out players slowly and surely. They still have time to work with.
A real barn burner, that one. Not good news. 5 teams remain, and those 2 full force squads really the major factor here. Victor, survival on the north side of the road, but Gladiators know exactly where he is. They saw him earlier. You could see Matic is on that angle constantly. Vigilance remains for the Gladiators. A team that has stuck together for a long time now. One of the few rosters that we've seen carry over from last year's games.
Nice shots underneath the truck here, but not quite enough to take him down. But the blue should push him in soon enough. They really need to get rid of him. Like I said, the biggest chance is to get behind FLUX here. But again, even that run is going to be horrific for Gladiators to pull off. Now they've got rid of him. Now they can think about making the charge. This is real time sensitive now, John.
They are making their first move, but Tixi cut out down in the open. Kitsune hits the deck. Safe for now, but for how much longer as Solus has the angle. Looking for the spray. The vehicle's going to go here, but they have made it into this next circle. Gladiators will play on with 3. FLUX, with all 4 of their sightlines active now, need to be worried about the south, as ARR will start to put pressure on the sound of this volley of fire. REGNUM CARYA with their Lone Ranger in the bush. ARR playing on with 2.
I do like this from Gladiators, able to get more than just a shimmy into the circle there with the vehicles, doing the best they can. Lutz there, long-range specialist coming through from FLUX, has always been as well. This team is very good. It's got some very strong players on the team, and I think that is it. That's basically game right now. With the circle heading over towards FLUX's side, it is going to be 9 impossible. Realistically, for Gladiators, they did the right thing. They made the right move, which is to push as far into the circle as humanly possible, set up both these vehicles, and you have to hope that the circle moves away from FLUX. Now, they're moving out of the building, and this might be a big mistake. Luckily, they do get the first nade, which is fantastic, but Solus goes down. It looks like Gladiators might be stepping up to move.
They are taking these shots out. It looks like both teams want ARR out of this engagement. Solus is in full cover here, and this should be an easy res. 6 eliminations, by the way, for Solus. He's been through the thick of it and come out the other side. Wounded, but not out just yet.
Going for it.
They have to. What choice do they have? Matic breaks forwards. Kitsune and Meku trying to peek around the edges, isolate FLUX onto the inside, smoke up close. You might have a chance. It's your only shot.
I mean, they're working with no cover other than just a little bit of these sightlines they can peek out of, but damage is done. Just a tiny amount. Again, this is going to be very difficult. Lutz takes a nasty shot. This is such good play coming through from Matic.
They are out of smoke.
Oh my God!
Found around the side. Lutz is still low and will be looking to heal. Matic wants to break forwards now. Nade being cooked around the corner. Can he find Solus and the re-knock on Solk? But catches
There's
one.
no way.
Lovely trade. Is the nade good? Not going to find the knocks, but the push forward is there. Meku and Kitsune now. The nade bobbles down. Won't have the effect it's looking for. They know he's up on this tractor as Lutz can feed that information over. Solus and Solk looking to spread out. Now it's all onto Kitsune. FLUX might have just been able to hold on to this one. It looked a bit hairy, but Kitsune has the DBS. Let him play close, and he's going to be giving you one hell of a run for your money, but fortunately, out comes the drop, and that is Gladiators done for. Second place for them, and FLUX lead Turkey to the first chicken dinner.
I was way more squeaky than it needed to be, but that just shows how good Gladiators are. You know, trusting in Matic to be able to move forward like that, John. Goodness me, they had a lot of confidence coming into that final endgame there, and I loved it. Man, just sending down the smokes, peeking out the side, getting those pinpoint precision shots. Like, they know this game like the back of their hand. You know, Matic's vision might just be obscured by smoke, but he knows exactly where those windows are, where those points of interest are, where those players will most likely be looking at him. And that could have gone a very, very different way. You know, if AR maybe lived for a little bit longer and they get slightly closer, I'm worried. I'm real worried.
Let's also think about those rotations that happened during that game. We were talking about how it was a little bit slow from the north side, but both of these two teams were on those rotation paths, Blank. They sent in late and accurately.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Gladiators, it was a real smart move to go for that regroup early on. If they didn't go for that, then particularly there's a chance that REGNUM CARYA, who actually did swing on that top side, could take down two of their players. So it's a cautious move, but one that I completely agree with. And I think Gladiators is really bringing through that momentum. Again, Major Prize starting the game off strong with 8 points already. You know, they're the complete antithesis of Gladiators coming from Europe. You've got that careful, really sniper-like play, and then you've got the guy running around with an SMG, which is Major Pride. You know, I respect both sides of it, and if Major Pride wants to just plow their way through this tournament to a victory, go for it. I think it could work.
I'm very excited to see what more Europe and Turkey can bring to this clash of champions. We are going to see a little bit more of that, obviously, over the course of the rest of today and into the week. But for now, back to you in the studio.
Well, it has started off pretty strong, if I do say so myself. The clash of the two regions played out until the last second of Erangel here, Max.
Yeah, really, it ties so well into the previous season, right? FLUX second place, Gladiators first place. Now, a little bit of a switcheroo in this first game, so the old guard still heavily present in this match. And I mean, FLUX, they got the compound, the circle ended up going that way, but it was not an easy fight versus Gladiators, surprisingly enough. It was pretty tough.
Yeah, the smokes were kind of, well, if they'd have got the win, the MVP really for Gladiators. I mean, being able to get up as close as they did towards FLUX, I think was a bit of a surprise to me. Might have been a bit of a surprise to FLUX as well. I think ultimately, FLUX, they expended some of their utility and been able to dislodge ARR. That was good. Some of the nades that FLUX was throwing towards Gladiators, though, not as good. They could have made that much easier on themselves if they were able to, you know, some use. Yeah, exactly.
Gravity is a thing.
Yeah, it hurts.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes, but they're already getting themselves in the lead, 21 points in total, 11 elimination points, and this comes down, Kalaris, to the aggression that we've said we were expecting from the Turkish team specifically.
Sure, they didn't have to do much of that, though, in this game. All they had to do was aggressively hold off the teams encroaching on their territory, I want to say. And when a circle like that happens as FLUX, you should be winning those games. Likewise, if the circle had shifted to the west, where Gladiators were, they should have been winning that game. But it was not to be here for this kind of field ending.
Our MADBULLS, though, taken out by none other than Major Pride. Also, is there itch effect? I don't know what's happening. A little bit of drama. But no, it unfortunately went out early there for the side of MADBULLS, and they did survive as a four-man team. Sure, Major Pride don't get any placement points, but 8 eliminations, still a decent count, so no, not the worst start, and they still get themselves some points in.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the performance of FLUX up against Gladiators, it's pretty close, if we do say so ourselves. I mean, eliminations from the side of FLUX did get into those double digits, but Gladiators, it's a great start from them as well.
Yeah, didn't have to move away from their position. They got there in what, like phase 2, I believe, and then just banked down on that position. It was really strong, and they just didn't have to move for the entire time. There was a good attempt to move, as you said, with the smokes there, Kalara, so they did make the most out of it. But 7 eliminations for that position, and you're not moving pretty much the entire game. Stonks, you know, worth it.
Yeah, they're very aware of and cognizant of the threats that they need to deal with when having to move into a precarious situation, aka in the middle of that field. You deal with Victor in the north. He's probably the one off angle that could cause you some nuisance if you move a little early. The teams like REGNUM, CARYA, and ARR down towards south weren't really going to pose much of a threat to you other than trying to spray through smokes. So I was impressed that Gladiators staying alive for as long as they did, considering they had to come out of the compound.
Yeah, and here we go, a few highlights talking about it. Actually, we were talking about Nexus earlier, right? Talking about Exo Machine in particular, Kalaris, how he really had a massive stand-up performance in PMPL Europe, and we were like, oh, is he going to be on the starting roster here? That is the case. I would say it's expected, right? Because he was just such a standout player for Nexus Gaming in PMPL Spring, so it's good to see he's back on the main roster.
Imagine that. You're on the bench, then you come on for one day and you get MVP for the day, and then they keep you.
Bring him back.
Strange that, yeah. Strange.
But does this match specifically, Max, live up to the expectations of the taster that you expected it to be?
There's a lot of the teams that are, like your FUT Esports in particular, they got completely surprised by actually Nexus Gaming, and they have my personal favorite position in the circle available at the time. There was Pachinki Hill. I love Pachinki Hill, gives you a lot of scouting. They split just a little bit and instantly got pushed up by Nexus Gaming. So I think Nexus Gaming are very aware of their surroundings, and they knew how strong that position was. So no, 3 eliminations for them, love to see it. But REGNUM, CARYA in particular lost a lot of players pretty early on this game. They were down to a solo that did do a decent amount of heavy lifting there, but I wish I could see more. But those sprays from Matic, that was pretty clean.
The issue for any team that isn't Gladiators and FLUX in these final moments of this game, though, is this is one of the scariest field endings to happen for teams that don't have either of these compounds, because there's really not that many dips and divots and dives that you can get into. You're honestly proning in bushes and hoping people don't see you. But these guys, FLUX and Gladiators, are good enough to see you and kind of predict where you're going to be. So everyone was cannon fodder.
Yeah, and that's the first chicken dinner on the board for FLUX Esports. Turkey currently in the lead. I mean, Gladiators, yes, they were right up on their heels, and at some point it did feel like potentially it was going to be an EU finish.
It could have been, actually. Though Kitsune did get there with the DBS, and when you have a DBS, anything's really possible, right? It was a bit scary, but Solis, 7 eliminations on the very first game. Heavy lifting for the team, and he was a standout player last championship. He still is. Solis really is just standing out for this roster pretty consistently.
But again, to a name we were mentioning earlier, EXO, almost 800 damage in this. Nexus being able to get that done when they were kind of playing edge for quite a while, as we say, with the kind of Pachinki Hill dynamic that was going on, kind of rolling and having to take fight against fight. EXO stepping up in a lobby like this, which, you know, again, if you think about isolated EU, isolated Turkey, great lobbies, but together they make an excellent lobby. So he's able to put out damage here.
Yeah, even Octavian, I think, started stepping up towards the end of the spring season for PMPL Europe. So good to see that the team is looking pretty scary, pretty deadly at the end of the day. But yeah, 11 eliminations for FLUX. So I want to see if this is going to continue, right? Because they were very one-hit wonders in the last championship, in the sense they get like these really big games, maybe fall off, then another big game. Like their strong performances were what allowed them to be so close at the top last championship.
Yeah, and 8 eliminations as well for your major prize in your Nexus. It does also put into perspective that they are just hitting the ground running from this first game, and as much as we said maybe marathon, maybe a sprint, it looks like at the moment they just want to get that cushion built up as soon as they can.
For a major pride, getting 8 eliminations in a game like this straight away right off the bat, it's absolutely enough per game to be able to start off with something like that. And it's got to be a bit of a head game for a MADBULLS who get absolutely wiped off of the floor with a major pride to start things off. I mean, again, not exactly, we don't know the issue, but probably no love lost between them. And again, we're looking at major pride as a big contender here. So even when they're not getting high placement, still getting these limbs on the board is scary for the other teams.
And I think that everyone just looking at major pride and looking at especially previous PMPL seasons, especially fall 2022, they were looking at Effect, but really Nomi and Monkey in particular have improved so much, especially after phase 2. I'm looking at the side of Nomi. He really became almost the MVP of the team alongside Effect. Effect as a solo, we know he's an incredible player, but having another fragger in Nomi, like next to him, going for those breaches and pushes, is super good to have at this stage. So yeah, major pride, good start in terms of a limbs, but I want to see them make in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to be heading on to Miramar next. That is the second map out of the 6 maps that we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Thank you, Monster, for making this possible. So, John and Blank, how are you feeling about today so far?
It's a great way to kick things off. I mean, it has been a really, really exciting way to see these two regions go at one another for the first time on this point system. And yeah, as Kalaris was saying on the desk, FLUX, they should be winning those in those spots.
Yeah, I mean, kind of called it at the end of that game, right, John? It's like, it's done now, that's over. It's a real struggle when you get in that position for Gladiators. You're really hoping the circle comes your way, but it did feel like it was heading down towards FLUX. In that situation, there's not much more you can do because there is that massive field in between you and FLUX. Like, you just cannot breach that. When it gets to around about stage 4, stage 5, it is impossible. So they just had to, you know, make the bed and lie in it at that point, which is absolutely fine. I think Gladiators coming out in the second place is still a feat that is worthy of respect. And I think, you know, the boys were talking about how, you know, it was massively underrated just how close they got to that building. I don't know how they pulled it off, but Matic, being that front man, has always been a playmaker and will continue to create those scenarios that allow his team to excel. In the meantime, though, we do also have to give credit to FLUX. Yes, I think that they maybe played that last fight just a little bit close to the line. Regardless, they dealt with AR in an instance where they knew it had to be done in that moment, right, John? Because they allowed AR to get that close to them, then maybe Gladiators are able to find themselves an opening. So they made the right call and quickly dealt with it. It felt very calm coming through from their side, even when things started to look a little bit pear-shaped. Over towards Miramar now, John, though, and we do have our plane path heading up from that south side, which means that probably a little bit more cut off. You can head up in some vehicles, maybe take this route, or head on the western side of the map and head up there past the mountains. But for teams like Gladiators and some of these other squads in the lobby that might want to head up that way, it's going to be slightly more difficult for them. Again, though, we do have this central position of the map, which is always very fun to play around with. That is hugely open. Now, I'm wondering who's going to be picking up San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Picardo. All these positions very, very well desired inside of this lobby.
Looks like we've only got one team in Picardo, REGNUM CARYA, with Ketch from FLUX as a little bit of an outpost out that way.
Little
First
fist
to go, though,
me.
is Sly. Yeah, we're very happy about that. Less said about that, the better. And the machete to finish that one off. Going good from the top rope. But unfortunately, there's a little bit of an answer. Fortunately, though, on the flip side, you've got a little bit of cover to keep Coursera safe for the time being. And the UMP, pretty solid in this spot, but no helmet, no armor. Need to be careful about letting teams and players get close to you here.
Yeah, Tantric been very cautious. Only 20 more bullets left in the mag. Did you know, John, the machete is now easier and more fluid to pull out in combat and then put back away again? There you go. That's why it looks so nice on that elimination.
Oh,
and he tosses
one.
Get your gun.
I mean, the pan is always going to be a superior melee weapon. It gives you that cover, the chance to deflect a shot from range as you're running is unbeatable, really.
But the machete is longer, right? So if someone sprays you very accurately, then there's less variance.
It's like that scene in Deadpool where he's like trying to deflect the bullets.
Yeah,
and then he just
he's full of
just
holes.
getting shot. Like,
yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so I would agree. Getting rid of the machete in a very cool fashion, you know, lobbing it like a Spartan. It's all good. Wow.
He really went.
He uses his own against him. It's an actual sword fight. Lovely. I do like that he tried to get the drop on him as well.
Go medieval. Let's go. Sly Europe taking the first casualty and the only one so far. Going over towards Europe this time. ARR on the northeast side near Cruz de Valle. Torre Ahumada in the north side. Also on their itinerary as they head out all the way up to the north. Gladiators did break out towards La Cooperaria, with Tixi actually on a wide split down to the south of Crater Fields towards El Pozo, where next RÜYA are currently taking up residence. And a pretty decent split going on. But over towards Minas Generalis, you've got two teams very, very close to one another. Of course, these two rosters are the team that we've seen going at one another, BRA and Sly.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, this is more of a thing that happens purely because of where the circle's gone, right? Heads up towards that northwest side, so you decide to yourself, you know what? I think it's worth us taking the long troll up here. Yes, we're going to be slightly late looting, but we're going to be in the circle for a long time anyways. This is absolutely okay. Tenchik doing his best, but steps up just a little too tall there and will be put down by the VSS. Reflect trying to do what he can here with the 4x on the M16.
Pretty solid weapon, but the machete's not out of the fight just yet as Kez's catches a slice. And we'll be able to find a second elimination for BRA. Yeah, gets rid of that crossbow, probably just about time. Swaps it out for the Scar.
It's me, it's got pastrami over here happening in Ministra Morales. I do not like the sound of that personally. I'd like these things to be put away right now. Toss them out the window as we saw before, but no. Time being will be a little bit more as Foot takes damage over towards Mandarin. Sly Europe is really not having themselves the best of days at the moment in this Miramar. Mandarin more than likely will find himself an untimely fate here early in the game. Sly Europe not able to put up any points coming into this one. I think Tenchik did his best, all things considered, with that UMP. Really no range on that thing as well. And as soon as he let two of those players from BRA get up in towards the buildings, it was a matter of time before Sly Europe started to fall down on their face.
Excuse me, on the northern side in the meantime, have swung into the west end of La Cobraria. They've got to expect Gladiators are here. They've been playing in the same region together for long enough to be aware of this being a regular position, but they aren't going to step too far for excuse me. They have now got an isolated northwest spot. Footballist, sorry, Foot. Yeah, they got me as well. The artist formerly known as Footballist.
They get
Foot
you good,
Esports. Man. Yeah, I know. It'll happen. It'll happen. They are swinging past La Bandita right now, making their way in. Nobody too close to them as the MADBULLS making a wide rotate on the south coast right now, looking like they want to swing all the way over towards potentially even La Driera and move in past Montenuevo.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS, like Kalara is saying, it's a bit of a crack to the mental game at the start of the day, right? You rock up, you're feeling good, you're feeling proud, you're going for that crash, which indicates confidence in of itself, right? And getting absolutely slapped down, you know, that is a horrible feeling right at the start of the day, and then just having to watch that game play out before you come into your next one. So again, now you come into your next game, you're feeling cold, you do not feel warmed up whatsoever. So I think for MADBULLS, taking this long rotation on the side is more of a case of decision to try and get in towards that end game over everything. If you continually go out on a day, that can really set back the morale, which is not good. You want to keep that morale high. You want to still be able to make those calls that, you know, this is a dangerous play, but I feel like, you know, it's worth the risk. But when you're feeling down, you're not feeling like you're the hot shot, making those plays becomes a lot harder.
Oh, Solke just caught sight of the player on the up from OZAROX. Kenzie wants to hold the staircase, but with 3 of FLUX rolling on in, I don't think that's going to last too long. Tommy gun in hand does do the work up close, but will get traded out, and that's going to be it. The firing squad from OZAROX on the ridgeline needs to be suppressed if they want to keep their player alive, but not going to be so lucky on the back. Will lose the one, and I think they did, yeah, just sneak through the elimination, so a good trade from OZAROX.
Yeah, decent bait coming through from OZAROX, but unfortunately the support wasn't exactly there in the end. And for FLUX, you got to commend them for the fact that they were speedy. They were speedy into that building. Usually that nade catches quite a few players off guard, banked off the side of the wall there and down onto the floor, but FLUX did not care whatsoever. They were up the stairs on the top shelf straight away, picking themselves a nice little bit of an elimination point there for them. Unfortunately, they will lose one player. Not good, not ideal, but not the end of the world either. OZAROX and FLUX down 1 apiece now.
A lot of teams moving central, and San Martin is the shrink. Close to Foot, close to REGNUM CARYA as well. SBG will have a lot of teams looking to push past them on that northwest side of the settlement. Could be pretty tricky, and maybe on for an urban finish for our first Miramar.
Yeah, this is our biggest shrink over in Miramar. It's around stage 2, right? So you lose a lot of space around the circle altogether, almost instantaneously. So players like, excuse me, Furia, Havlik, Black, and Beck, they're a little bit unhappy about this one. They will have to get a move on. Gladiators were already starting to make that push down from that northwest side. OZAROX swinging past, Frozen from NEXUS gets taken down, put to bed there. That's not good at all. And a good rundown. Good spray will set OZAROX slightly happier in towards the circle.
SBG on the west side holding well. All 4 of them up. I have seen a little bit of contact, but staying healthy for the time being. Gladiators are going to put a spanner into the works of this fight as they move in from the northwest as well. You can see cresting that ridgeline is Meku. Might spot Yekta here. If Yekta's not careful, he can vault over that wall to his right, and it's a little bit of a dash to cover there, especially with REGNUM CARYA taking shots from the southeast.
Meku looks down towards Yetka from NEXUS, and these are the types of players that we're talking about coming to the championships, just a whole new level. Like, those shots are very difficult to hit, but Yetka instantly targets up, goes for the knock, pushes them back and gives himself a little bit more space to play around with. You can see just any player that's peeking out for too long will get sprayed down. So it's very difficult to take these kind of shots, take these engagements at long range. You really do need to more rely now on team play, that crossfire available to you, and just smart tactics, because you can't just send in, take these fights and really go hell for leather, because it's just not going to work anymore.
The position up the top of the hill for REGNUM CARYA looking very, very powerful right now. Foot close by to them. As REGNUM CARYA find NEXUS spots and will earn that point. 2 eliminations, still the maximum in the lobby for BRA, but not too long, I imagine, before we're going to see those start to rack up.
REGNUM CARYA. Again, like you said, up on that high ground, looking down towards OZAROX right now. Swain, is very far out the way over towards that western side. You can see, not quite with the rest of the team, didn't able to get himself a vehicle and send in towards the circle with the rest of the squad. Gladiators up on high. You mentioned, excuse me, before, they might be coming a little too close for comfort for Gladiators. And again, with this shift, does leave that Picardo hillside still in the mix right now. So you have that big dip in terms of elevation down towards the east now. And I really think that, you know, this gets hard to predict where this circle's going to go, where this circle's going to end up, and where's a good spot to play as well. Because for all we know, right now, MADBULLS and FUT could have 2 of the best positions in the game, purely on the whim of the circle heading hard over towards the eastern side.
If it goes to that ridge, if it goes to that road, yeah, it could be very, very strong for the spot. FUT Esports spotting the Major Pride rotation. But Major Pride will escape relatively unscathed for now, but can they keep that cover? Looks like they can, rolling on these hillsides effectively. REGNUM CARYA's high ground still unimpeached, but looks like it is in the process of getting pushed on towards. A nice holdout from BEŞİKTAŞ in the meantime on the northeast side, leave ARR turning tail.
AR moving out now, trying to get away from the masses of players over down towards their southwest side. Star Europe, they lose Mandarin, they lose Reflect, they're out of the game now, done for. NEXUS, Doran will be picking up those ones. In the meantime, Major Pride actually finding shots over towards Rookie. And they'll find themselves at least a knock on this side. No elimination found yet, but they're playing on that ridge side of Picardo. It's a tough place to play in, but I think that Major Pride of all teams are one to go for that particular play. I think it's going to be tough to get effect back over towards the rest of the team. They do get him back up again, so this is just resilience coming through from Major Pride at the moment.
Gladiators, you see that rotate out to the west. They spot Swain from OZAROX, that outpost that you were talking about out to the west side. And now the Gladiators have free reign from the power grid side towards this ridge. They've got some cover to work with there and not too much competition in their way. See what they can leverage there. Will they be denied yet again? Popping down into that second place in the last match, but another chance here potential on the cards, but still a lot of teams standing in their way.
Looking over towards that eastern side, Nexus. Struggling slightly now, John. It's a bit open ground ahead of them. BEŞİKTAŞ, in the meantime, take a knock. This is over towards where AAR were fighting them before, and they moved down towards that southeast side, but now beset on all sides from Nexus, as well as Foot, taking shots their way. In the meantime, you saw Major Pride. They move further down towards FLUX Esports, as well as MADBULLS, just trying to get into a position where they can gather a little bit more information. Most teams are grouped, ready for this next shift on the circle, seeing where this one goes, can figure out their next move from there, and it will be very indecisive indeed. Gladiators over on that western side, they do have a very easy and quick piercing line over towards that center of the ridge side, but that is unknown to them, so we'll see what they happen to go for with this.
And the question is, can they get up there? Because you've got teams on the north, SBG, RÜYA, and REGNUM CARYA as well, playing up on those spots. And FLUX and Major Pride will not let them go unscathed. I'm sure they'll take those shots down into the valley. So a difficult rotate forwards. Gladiators need to cover their flanks if they want to make that path a little bit safer for themselves. Major Pride's position for me right now is powerful, is strong into this next circle. On that south side, they're controlling FLUX in the spot they are, and MADBULLS as well.
I think it's pretty good from them. I mean, like we said before, gathering information this way is really strong. I think that there are major issues, the fact that, you know, FLUX could just send wide here and leave them open to assault from MADBULLS. I think that you've sort of done the job now. You can move further towards that northern side, start to take a bit better of a pitch position. But again, holding for the time being, making sure you're completely safe before going for that move is a smart choice, a smart decision. On this northeast side, though, things are getting real hairy for a lot of these teams. They try and cross this road. You've got MELİSE as well as BEŞİKTAŞ, ARR as well as Nexus, who might want to get into the thick of it, although they've got Foot to deal with in the meantime, who keep taking shots at them.
A nice spot there from Gladiators to take down Tron from REGNUM CARYA. I was wondering if Kairos' position was a little bit too greedy, and it feels like Foot are going to think that it might be too, as he moves back into the fold over towards Foot and keep themselves together. ARR losing players pretty quickly now, leaving themselves at just the one for Becker. As MELİSE doing a lot of work. North side on the south edge of San Martin. SBG conflict with RÜYA, who are now down on 2 players. This conflict allowing the Gladiators to start to march forwards.
Yeah, it could have come at a better time as well for Gladiators. SBG and RÜYA getting into the thick of it at this particular moment gives Gladiators now a lot of options available to them. Either they can send straight past, use this time whilst both these teams are distracted to find themselves a position further towards the center, or start playing a more of an edge playstyle, a clear sweep playstyle, which we know that they can do and they've done before. Just about getting away from that nade, he felt the brunt of it, heard it, but it didn't hit him.
Narvalo needs to have a position here. He needs to get into this fight, give them the numbers advantage, because at the moment they are trapped. Barrel-based fish at the moment for Akashi on the inside. Playing with the M249, so a lot of ammo to pour down range. Rob spotted around the windowsill, but it's traded off. Narvalo being given a lot of time now to get up and into this. As Rob crawls forwards, and this should be an easy flush. He'll know the position, swings around the corner, an easy pickup there coming through seemingly for RÜYA, leaving Narvalo alone and just launching ordnance over the top.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was a greedy play coming through from Wolf. Let his teammate get knocked in the process, but massive false sense of security coming through from SBG as they did get absolutely taken down there by Wolf in the end. Smelt the prey, came in, gave him a right vicious biting.
Don't want to be on the wrong end of that one. The next circle pushes through along this side of the ridge line. On the north edge, all of these teams are going to have to move. It's MELİSE and Nexus. Nexus playing with 4 right now. You've got to imagine that's going to be thinning relatively soon, unless they lose a couple here. But excuse me, roll up straight into the back of MELİSE, and there's No way they survived that, right? Hang on a minute. CEO and Lewis just turn around and handle Nexus almost immediately, but get shut down as Nexus take the momentum of this fight. And CEO, the last to stand for MELİSE. Behind the vehicles, they know he's there. Doesn't get able to get the swing out onto Kapahala. That joy will go over to REGNUM CARYA.
It is an absolute hellish battlefield over on this northern side. I'm actually surprised Nexus have been able to come out on top with 4 players still left. But again, getting past this next couple of set of obstacles is going to be very difficult. You can see already players running back for vehicles. Anything that still has 4 wheels, basically, at this point. Right now, REGNUM CARYA have really good oversight on this position. They're more than likely going to have to swing down towards that south side as opposed to moving through. And that could be fortuitous for them, actually, moving in towards this engagement between FUT as well as BEŞİKTAŞ, with Savian still being in the back. You know, this could be real bad timing for FUT on this fight as Nexus start to move their way in.
Rookie needs to stay alive on this forward position for them. As the nade over the top backs Zessi off. Nice and timely there for BEŞİKTAŞ to keep themselves alive as 2 in this position. Rookie continuing to suppress, allowing the rest of FUT to regroup a little bit closer. Rip 7 out, and Savian even further in the sticks needs to march forwards with the rest of the roster, but not really going to do so just yet. Instead, actually, Rip 7 sending back out. Imagine for the pick up there. As Enjoy goes down to a Molotov from Rookie, doing a lot of work on this forward.
Yeah, this is really good stuff coming through from Rookie at the moment. In comes the Molotov, in comes the second, quickly hits the deck and runs back down the hill. I think this is coming through from Nexus in the backside now. As another player moves in, Savian goes down.
Does get strafed across, but Rip 7 next to fall. Playing up close, 2 knocks go over towards FUT, but they will be able to get at least one of these reses. Up rock the MADBULLS as they start to push a little bit further north. Major Pride's superior high ground here being encircled from the south side.
Yeah, I think that, you know, for Nexus, like I said, it actually was very fortuitous that they were sent away from that position by REGNUM. It's allowed them a path in now, and with the amount of knocks that they got over towards FUT, right now, I do believe this is now not a time for caution. This is a time for speed to move in and try and make this crash, open themselves up a bit of possibility further into this game. Gladiators, though, still holding a massive amount of space on this western side. And more than likely, every single one of these teams, other teams, apart from Gladiators, will have to come into some kind of engagement fairly soon. FLUX taking the similar kind of approach to Gladiators, a little bit closer to the melee at the moment. But they are out of the way, out of the dodge, and in a compound.
Me and Calaris agreeing on the position that we find the strongest. Major Pride, with this circle coming in on this high ground, I think it's going to be very hard to knock them out here. The double Gladiators prediction as well, coming through from you and Gennaro.
Yeah, I worry for Major Pride just a little bit. Never mind. I just worry for them a slight amount, particularly because they are beset on all sides by a lot of teams. They have a very strong spot up on this high ground, but if they start losing 1 or 2 players, life becomes very difficult as all these hungry sharks around them will smell blood in the water. And this is probably one of the first teams, if you are a smart team, that you'd want to get rid of. You'd almost want to put aside any engagements you currently have and hope that the other team would also do the same, just to try and get rid of this team who is playing up on high.
REGNUM CARYA raining hell from above towards Nexus, and Nomi gets his block knocked off there. A reposition now necessary, and this is what you're talking about, a danger of losing a player like this. But the crunch on the north should keep everyone preoccupied and allow Major Pride to move in for these reses as everybody descends on the position of Nexus. REGNUM CARYA, Gladiators are going to be pushing in from the side. FUT are turning their attention up north as well, and it's only going to be 1 or 2 teams who come out of this looking in some sort of semblance of safety. And I don't think it's going to be Nexus, unfortunately. 1 player already knocked here and the last to stand. Major Pride got the res off in the meantime. They will hold on to the high ground for the time.
Yeah, I think what Nexus lacked was a need for speed in those moments. They had to go quicker over towards FUT's position. They had to really pick up on the eliminations and the knocks that they'd found over on that side and pick up a more safe spot, because they were always going to be running into these troubles with REGNUM CARYA into the later game. They knew that they were there, and they got too comfortable on that northern side as REGNUM CARYA didn't move down. Now just down to 2 players though. At least REGNUM CARYA can move forward with the 2. Gladiators kind of pushed them further and further into that engagement, so maybe they were there longer than they might have anticipated. This has worked out for the Gladiators in particular because now they thinned the herd over on that northern side.
Major Pride have forced MADBULLS to move upwards and north and create this engagement with Foot on this linear cliff face. Not the easiest terrain to manage, to mitigate those nades as well. Zerich should spot this player breaking out wide, and Rookie is just about in cover in time. The forward position, and quite effective in that position as well. Rookie has done work so far this Miramar for Foot.
Yeah, he's really pulled them out of some quite deadly scenarios, right? Some real dastardly positions. The fact that he's able to make that happen and then get back to the rest of the team and get them on their feet once again, they've restabilized from what was not an easy position to do so whatsoever. So I think for Foot, that is real testament to just how strong this team is. Circle, very central, moves further up towards Gladiators' side just a smidge, but that's more than enough for Gladiators to start making a decision on where they'd like to go. And it looks like FLUX have a very similar idea of where they'd want to head up to, head towards this ridge side. You can see now Major Pride have a lot of control from this high ground. As you mentioned before, I think both you and Colaris are very correct in that fact that there is a huge amount of control to be had from this spot, and FLUX doesn't leave easily from their spot without Major Pride knowing about it.
Yeah, it's really solid cover, and actually the routes up towards it are very, very linear, right? You've got footballists who can rotate up that ridgeline, but you're going to spot them. And even though Nomi is backed off that ridge by the nades, should be just fine to be able to hold this one out. REGNUM CARYA, they had the high ground before near San Martin, but they are now forced away from it. And with only 2 players, Foot and Major Pride going to be all too happy to take those points where they can get them.
Wild now looking for something out of this. Finds Rookie. The man has held it all together for Foot. Now finally taken down. The rest of the team will have to step up just a little bit, but MADBULLS, Tulika sending nades over the top. Big hit there. Didn't quite see how much damage it did, but will certainly leave Foot feeling very unhappy. Savian dropped down to 30%. Another well-placed grenade could be the end of it.
Oh, there's not much you can do about that. I think there was a re-knock over onto Rookie. Does leave Savian still in it, as Rip7 has to find 2 here, minimum. Gets 1, turns around, can't find the second, and that should be Foot out of the running. 2 players very, very low over this ridgeline. The only saving grace that Foot have right now is that REGNUM CARYA are going to take shots out this way towards the MADBULLS descent on their position. And we'll slow them down a little bit. Maybe staying up as 2, but Zerich is cooking the nade. You've got to wonder how much longer can they survive here. The cook is good for 1. Savian down, and now Rookie needs to try and continue to be the glue. But unfortunately, will perish. 5 teams remain.
It's nice to see Zerich, again, just putting up these absolute great displays of performance on our screen in terms of that micro play in those initial combat. So it's great to see for Zerich again. Like, he's very good at getting the team out of a tight spot when you need someone to pop off like that, and he absolutely does. Circle now heads over towards that central side, which means that MADBULLS, Major Pride and FLUX will have to move away from these pretty difficult spots into open terrain. Now Gladiators, this is where they have to shine. They have to really take control of the lobby and use this just about, I think it's around 45 seconds to their advantage. If they don't find some casualties, some knocks, some eliminations in the next 45 seconds, this position they've been able to hold on to just becomes a little less valuable.
REGNUM CARYA on the north side too. First forwards, just a reposition there. Gladiators not cresting their ridge, not getting overzealous just yet. Matic on the rooftop. Gonna have to sing his heart out to take down the Major Pride position, but the blue zone might do that for them if they just bide their time. The question is, what can be found? What sanctuary is there for Major Pride moving forwards? Because FLUX might take it out from underneath them if they can roll on into this cliff face. Nomi doesn't have a helmet anymore. Those headshots will be devastating for him.
Really will be, and I think for Major Pride, they've gone through the ringer. I think that for them, getting out of this situation alive is going to be very difficult. With MADBULLS being able to get this close to them, it's almost a miracle in of itself, John. And Türkiye moves up, makes the first initial play, finds a knock, and there's even more damage going through. And it's wild, in fact, coming through from REGNUM and CARYA to find another knock on towards them.
A little bit of vengeance here for MADBULLS onto the major pride position up the top, and now leaving, looks like just Nomi on a sliver of HP, a fraction of a health bar, almost invisible to the naked eye. A nade over the top might get a little bit of damage back in, but no meds for Nomi. A nade needs to be found as Türkiye bobbles one home, and that's major pride down and out.
That is the slowest moving grenade I've seen in a long time. That gives you more than enough time. You don't need your life to flash before your eyes. You could just have a nice little show reel as that one landed. Gladiators still in this good spot at the moment. They haven't had to do as much work as I said that they would need to, purely because these teams have managed to find themselves into positions that I don't particularly think they should be able to get into. MADBULLS bouncing back like this from that last game as well is incredible, but now they need to deal with FLUX, who are directly to their left side. That's another. That's Meku.
Find two knocks there with Meku on the nade. Excellent finds towards FLUX. Gladiators really starting to gather steam now. Matic moves forwards. We've seen what an excellent point man he can be as Türkiye strafes across the FLUX position, finding two flushes there, stealing those points away from Gladiators. The only full force team now left standing as FLUX does go down, flushed, FLUX eliminated. Two teams now remain. MADBULLS on two and waning. As Kitsune breaks out wide to take the challenge over towards MADBULLS, frozen behind the crate. Really aware of the threat he's under right now. The last player to fall, and the Gladiators take it home.
I mean, they had so much time to set up and pitch the tent right, because they knew exactly what that terrain kind of offered to them. They saw that the loot crate was down. Don't use too many grenades. We need to clear that team out from that little alcove. They do that with FLUX. Meku hits an absolute banger on that grenade, which is great to see. And then they just leave Kitsune with a lot of grenades in the back pocket to clear out teams that might want to try and get up towards that loot crate, which is exactly what MADBULLS did. Some great firepower coming through from them. They controlled that western side marvelously. And again, it's what I was saying at the start, that I felt like, you know, Major Pride tend to be a little bit over-aggressive sometimes, and they weren't able to clear out some of those teams. They lose one player, Nomi's constantly hitting the floor. And yeah, Gladiators were just calm, patient, able to get themselves in a position. So that's the second place into a first place. They are looking marvelous today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason that quite a few of us predicted that Gladiators top spot, and they are on a tear so far in the first two matches. But there is still plenty more to go. We'll have a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another player interview, but not for PMPL Europe this time. It is going to be for the European Championship. As today, I have the chance to be joined by Matic from G.GLADIATORS. Matic, thank you so much for joining me for today's interview. Right out of the gate, how are you feeling, man? How's you doing after that success in the PMPL Europe season?
Всем привет. Я считаю, что наша команда очень хорошо подготовилась к этому турниру. Я считаю, что мы покажем очень хороший результат, и мы будем стараться порадовать вас нашими результатами.
Well, you pretty much answered my first question. I wanted to know how the team was feeling going in the event, but you seem pretty confident. But I would like to know, because there's a lot of heavy competition between Europe and Turkey as a whole. Going into this championship, are there any teams you're looking at as heavy contenders that maybe have a chance to take the title away from you? And if so, which teams might that be?
Я считаю, что каждый раз, когда был чемпионат Европы, были всегда достойные соперники, которые могли выиграть этот турнир. Но пока что каждый раз выигрывали его именно мы. И считаю, что в этот раз тоже есть очень много хороших команд, которые могут составить очень сильную конкуренцию. Но, опять же, мы будем стараться сделать все для того, чтобы выиграть этот турнир снова.
One on the board for Europe as Gladiators secured their first chicken dinner on the second game of today already. We're now up and running, and it feels like Gladiators, after that first one, Max, they got it down, and there you go.
Yeah, FLUX Gladiators still up there. You know, the top two teams of last season, they're looking pretty good once more. And I mean, Gladiators, I love how effective they were at defending the western side in particular.
Yeah. I love how you didn't predict them.
I didn't predict him because I wanted to pick another team. No, keep it spicy a little bit. Otherwise, I would go with Gladiators all the time. It's not fun, but they were really making sure that no backstabs were going to be happening that game, Kalaris. And 17 points on the match. I mean, catching up already to FLUX.
Yeah, there's quite a comparison in how Gladiators and MADBULLS played this game out, right? Both getting 17 points in total. Gladiators, a lot of space control. MADBULLS, quite a lot of patient moving around in those cliffs on the east side to take what are effectively patient fights. And not only did John mention that they got some retribution against Major Pride, but dislodging them in the way that they did was arguably the most important thing for them in this game. If you don't take out Major Pride in those moments in a short space of time, they're going to hold you out. So taking them out gave them the opportunity to be able to kind of breach up onto the high ground a little bit and play the game out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I did count MADBULLS out like a little bit earlier in the game. I was like, oh, that's going to be a tough rotation. But they did maneuver, really well, as you said. And the moment they got that high ground position, all the teams on the eastern side, like your FUT Esports, your BRA Esports, they were not going to be a major threat to your position. So MADBULLS, from a rough game, did make the most out of it. 17 points here, looking pretty good.
Yeah, keeping the consistency going as well, because we've seen them earlier today in the first map. They get a couple of elimination points. You now get even more. You get the placement. So for them, it's again starting to build a little bit of a slow lead coming into this. Sly, though, it feels like the last two games, they haven't really been as awake.
They were slow starters in the previous iteration of the tournament, and it's like they're slow starters now. I think for some of the teams here, this circle was difficult. Why is it difficult? You've got what effectively was half high ground against half low ground. Some teams like ARR, for example, go for a wide send, trying to come in on the north side of San Martin. But as soon as that happens, the barrier of the high ground between San Martin and what eventually becomes the high ground a little bit further south creates an almost impossible task for you. So some teams just kind of get caught up in that storm and can't really get out of it.
I'm not going to hold it against them, though. Like some teams like Sly Europe, this is the very first time they're playing on this kind of level in a championship, right? So, no, I think this first day is going to be a bit of a feeler day for them to try and know how these teams and how this lobby is going to go as a whole. I think it's just going to get better as the days goes on. So, yeah, first day might be a bit of a rough start, but after that, they might go back to the drawing board and just rethink what their approach is going to be for the future games.
Yeah, it also gives you that opportunity to feel out what the competition is throwing at you and coming up with a strategy accordingly.
Exactly. I mean, so far they had a decent approach in terms of macro in PMPL, but you know, Championship's going to be a bit rough. They're looking at some of the highlights. Action breaking out to try and get access to those high ground positions because, I mean, as you said, Kalaris, right, is going to be deciding as to, is it going to go to the western side high ground or to the eastern side low ground? So a lot of teams early on were competing for that high ground spot to get that early intel.
Yeah, unless you've already taken those high grounds south of San Martin, any other team coming in is basically cannon fodder. You're not going to be able to kind of breach that position. And then from there on, I mean, as we saw these fights unfold as the time goes on, yes, we saw those fights on the east amidst those rocks. I was surprised at how long FUT actually survived, all things considering, Max.
I mean, that's why I went for the prediction, actually, is because there was a really good, like, little bridge line you could play on the roads that I thought they could hold on to really efficiently, but there was two teams. There was REGNUM, CARYA, and also MADBULLS shooting in their direction, so it was going to be really tough for them to survive really far into the game. But I feel like, as you said, they did survive a little bit longer than people might have initially expected. So good for them. I think they got, what, 7 eliminations this game, which is definitely not bad, and especially off the back of that previous game, better than what they did in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing that we also mentioned a little bit about FUT is, as you said it yourself, Kalaris, a firecracker that kind of just like at one point is going to go boom.
Yeah, they can. They can. And we just need a little bit more time before we really see that properly explode here as we take a look at the numbers coming in. I would say, actually, we just saw a few moments from that Major Pride versus MADBULLS fight, as you can see how much MADBULLS was able to put up in terms of eliminations. I think Monkey from Major Pride maybe overstretched a little bit against MADBULLS there. Him being the initial knock really opened things up for MADBULLS to be able to flex out against that, and that's probably why that snowballed out of Major Pride's control.
Yeah, you could see in that game, actually, the moment he regretted because he couldn't walk back up that ridge line. He's like, I'm stuck here, I got to take that fight, and the team tried to join up and help out the team. But right now, looking at the top damage, REGNUM, CARYA were in hot water this entire game. They were just surrounded by 3-4 teams up north, and I think that Gladiators were very cautious about that fight happening, so they were just checking up on the fight. But REGNUM, CARYA surviving as 2-3 players after all those fights up north was really rough for them, so they did survive way longer than I think a lot of people expected.
And that was the cool thing about the control, because Janiro and I were talking about that in the back as well. The fact that Gladiators had that barrier that they were creating against those teams in the North Janiro. It was very impressive to see just that, making sure nobody's coming in here. Nobody's coming towards the west. Very, very important.
Keep the gates closed. I mean, even getting the highest damage doesn't necessarily translate into the most eliminations or in the highest rate of success, but it does show us that they're here. They're here to fight. They're here to put up a performance, and it's just a matter of getting into things. Looking at the overall as well in terms of how the teams are placing, we're kind of slowly seeing it take shape. Gladiators and FLUX on the top. That is to be expected. They've both had two phenomenal games back-to-back, and that's already a strong start.
The two most experienced international rosters, you would argue, as well.
Surprise!
So I'm not really a surprise. At least I'm not too surprised from this one. And they already got a little bit of a cushion built up between first, second, and third place now with MADBULLS. So, and you got to close off that gap. But having that much of a lead, if that remains until the end of the day, that's a fantastic way to kick off your championship adventure. To once again, you have to be in first place. So those two teams not looking too comfy either.
Your championship adventure.
Adventure, yeah.
Exciting.
Want to touch upon FUT as well, because we've already seen them play for 2 games, and we said maybe it is a little bit of a slower start, but a lot of us had them as the top 1 finisher. From what we've seen from them in the last 2 games, how are you putting them, Max? What's the Waters feeling?
What was the team name? The team name just went out.
FUT Esports.
FUT Esports, I mean... This game, I like their approach overall to the cliffside. I think it was good. As you said, though, Colaris was a little bit slow, and I do agree with that one. I just want to see them be a little bit careful of teams backfilling their position. We saw that happen in Game 1, especially with Nexus Gaming, and I feel like here they had an opportunity they just didn't take until way later on down the line. So I just want to see them, if they see an opportunity to go for a strong position in the circle, just maybe a little bit quicker on their feet, and I feel like they can make into the late game. And as I said on the pre-show, if they have 3-4 players alive and like that top 5 finish, and knowing how aggressive this team is, I feel like they could easily close off a strong chicken dinner.
I'm pretty sure Colaris said that.
Colaris always says that. Yeah, he's an astute and smart.
He always said it. Why am I here? We just got 2 Colarises. What I say, it's his.
I like what you're saying, though. But also, these last 2 games, the circles have not gone their way by any stretch of the imagination. And when we saw them getting some wins in Turkey, there were some moments where they had compound and were able to work with it with the circle, and that was what kind of yielded them the big points. That's not happened in 2 games. There's plenty more to go.
Plenty more to go, but before we go into the 3rd game, we have another surprise for you. And this time around is going to be a team deathmatch show match. It's going to be played on Warehouse. So, Max, from 1 to 10, how excited are you? 10 being, yes, let's go.
I'm... question mark, excited out of 10. I don't know how to think about it. Really, the thing is, Warehouse is going to be fun. I play myself a lot of TDM. It's one of my favorite game modes in PUBG Mobile.
Good practice.
Weird flex, but okay.
I mean, I don't say I'm winning. I'm playing it. I don't say I'm winning. DBS is going to be all over the place. I'm just telling you, be ready. Put the audio down maybe just a few inches.
Didn't it just say automatic weapons only?
Is it automatic weapons only?
I think that might as well.
Then you're fine. Keep the audio.
Keep the audio.
High. Yeah.
Because we have John and Blank, right? So you really want to hear what they're saying. $3,000 up for grabs, and we're going to be looking at the match specifically between Sly and REGNUM.
Wait, are we watching a whole bracket? Is that what's happening?
I guess
not now, but...
Yeah, not now.
Right now.
We're going to be heading over to our casters right now, and it's going to be John and Blank.
Oh, hell yeah. We got a surprise TDM coming out of the woodwork. We are going to be jumping in with 2 of these teams on the top side of the bracket to reach the top of those tables.
Absolutely. Sly Europe versus REGNUM CARYA, heading straight into game. So we will see how this pans out. I'm excited.
Hell yeah.
What about you, Joe?
I'm ready. I'm ready to go to see how these teams transition into a format that they won't. Well, I'm sure they will have played plenty, but maybe not in a tournament setting. Mandarin breaking forwards for Sly early on. Goal is 40 points. Let's see who can get there first.
As cheeky. Always start the match off with some well-placed grenades, or in my case, just toss them wherever, and hopefully it gets yourself an elimination. TenChick starts things off strong, though, with the Groza in hand. Can pick yourself up that level 3, just on top of that crate there, but Reflect goes down as Loxy starts to push his way through.
Presence forward now for TenChick, who does manage to skate back behind some cover. Loxy on the side looking for that off angle as TenChick is dispatched by a push forwards as REGNUM CARYA start to swell now around and take some presence here. Mandarin playing further back, want to lure REGNUM CARYA into a suboptimal position, but Loxy's on the drop shot. And Zashipa can't get the refrag. The nade is good for it though.
Sheeper just moving around, ducking, but the reload at the wrong time. And Tron comes around the side, will pick himself up, another elimination. REGNUM CARYA is still in the lead by 1 point, but that's quickly put to bed. Mandarin with a nicely placed nade, which will push them out just a little bit, allowing Sly Europe to get back into the fold.
As Elikon shots around the side, good for the shots onto Reflect. Traded back and forth, but it's 9-7 now as REGNUM CARYA dominate on this side of the warehouse. Mandarin cooking the nade, wants to find value for it. As Elikon forward, position known, there's a nade behind him and they need to be careful. Loxy is solid on these drop shots for REGNUM CARYA, but the team's at his back, not quite so lucky. As Elikon, they should have known that position. They did spot him there and maybe it just wasn't communicated properly.
Yeah, it's a cheeky spot there. You can really crouch down. It's one of the few positions where you just cannot see the helmet in play. Both nades coming out. Wild doesn't send his just yet. Nade goes through and Reflect realizes he has to get away from this one as fast as possible. Groza around the side. Mandarin will go down. Quickly sent straight to the floor. Sleep in the grass.
TenChick.
Oh, it's
over
nasty.
the top. That is right on top of Zelikon and easy pickings there for the rest of the roster. A nade to answer the call though. 15-13 now as Mandarin gets caught by Tron on the cross. Doesn't go fully down, can stay in cover and get that healing to start, but the nade will force him out of position. Will start to tick upwards now as the heal is good. As Elikon down on the inside of the warehouse as Reflect plays around the side of the container and dispatched with ease.
Beautiful stuff. Mandarin around the side, will be taken down once again. Tron's only got the pistol left, makes it happen. We'll be sending those one in. Quick on the trigger finger there. Wild now with the M4 looking around the side, see if you can find Loxy as he comes out. Nade comes through, will run straight into it, blows off the feet there.
Wild up the top with a nade in hand, looking for the cook. Add those points to the total. Even Stevens right now as REGNUM CARYA streak out to a 2-point lead here. Halfway mark reached, 21 points achieved. TenChick around the side. Leaves over another point as the Zashipa is low as well. 22 points could turn to 23 here if Loxy's able to do the work, but no, it is traded off. Mandarin low, needs to find the cover. Reflect suppressing on the drop shot, but it's traded out, and Tron nails a shot over the top here, and now 5 points in the lead. The largest we've seen so far. Still 5 points as they even up on an even trade.
Reflect hits the deck, but it won't be enough as Elikon spets him out the way. We'll be looking for a bit more here with the Groza. He's living somehow. I'm not sure exactly, but like you said, up to 8-point lead now with mid-control firmly in the control of REGNUM CARYA. Now, peeking around the side, they find a little bit more, and finally will be Sly Europe getting 1 more point on the board, but not too far back to making this lead theirs.
7 points, still the lead now for REGNUM CARYA. 8 points from victory. A tall order for Sly. These nades need to find value as Loxy pushes forwards, immediately dispatched. Bringing it down to 6 now. Shots from Wild over the top. Trying to open up, and it's good for one. Turn the corner, find a second. Turn your attention over to TenChick, but he holds down the crate well. The carriage is strong. TenChick trades 2 for 1 on the engagement, but 5 points from victory. Still Sly need to be careful.
He's going to have to turtle up now just a little bit. I know he said no camping, but for Sly Europe, they're going to have to get something back on the board. Only 5 points behind now, so they're bringing it back. 4 points behind, so Sly Europe might just be able to get back in there. Again, 5 eliminations only. It can really landslide back in the other direction if they're not careful. Slowly taking things a bit more cautiously. Reflect running through the train there. Not good for him. Almost stamps his ticket back into the spawn zone.
Oh, Zashipa just about wins out that trade and keeps the totals very even now, 32, 3 points behind. Able to shrink the gap very, very effectively. Wild wins out the trade there. Now 4 points needed to win this one down, but 2 points closing the gap. Sly Europe are not going down without a fight in Turkey versus Europe. In this first TDM that we're watching, 37 points now, 3 stand between REGNUM CARYA and taking this first one. Zelicon around the edge, wanting to line up against Sly, but they're not cooperating, unfortunately. They will find one, and that brings them within 2 now. The gap closed, but it opens once more. A nice trade, but 1 point away, and REGNUM CARYA turn the corner. 40 points, a 5-point lead.
Almost a big comeback coming through from REGNUM CARYA, but in the end, it will be the guys coming from REGNUM CARYA taking that one home. Sly Europe, I really thought they might be able to take it at the end, but I think REGNUM CARYA play their cards right at the end there. They realized they're 2 points away from victory, and we cannot physically lose, even if all 4 of us die here, because there's still a 5-point deficit. So really, really well played from REGNUM CARYA to identify that at the end. But yeah, it's all just a little bit of fun, and I think the 2 teams had fun there, but it will be REGNUM CARYA heading further and towards our TDM bracket.
Absolutely, the Groza reigning supreme around the warehouse. Automatic weapons only. Some interesting engagements and well fought, but it was REGNUM CARYA to take it home.
Thanks, guys. It did look fun indeed. Did you have fun, Max, watching that?
Good time. I liked it. No, I said DBS. I actually meant the Groza. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Unless you're wild.
Yeah.
Who was going on?
Look at my Glacier M4.
I like the skin. It's a nice skin. I mean, there is a world where he might actually just like the recoil better on an M4. It's different on a Groza, but Groza in close combat, pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It worked out. Well, let's head into the next map, but before we do so, predictions are also very important because they're also at play, and last time around, as we already said, Max didn't actually predict Gladiators, so therefore he is on 1 point. So is Kalaris. What?
I was like, why are you singling me out? He didn't pick me
I just saw it. I was like, oh, okay.
It's merely a blip. Merely an
Yeah, it happens.
Okay.
It's like we said it, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint, so it doesn't really matter if you get the points early on. We're going to be heading into Erangel. So when we're looking at Erangel specifically, we've already seen what the teams are capable of. Are we expecting any changes in terms of the teams that weren't as successful?
MADBULLS not getting eliminated in the first 2 minutes. Hopefully doing well because we know they're good on Erangel, so I want to see MADBULLS get at least a top 5, if not potentially their first win here.
Ooh.
Trying to think. I mean, there's not too much you can extrapolate from one game, I suppose.
Yeah.
Especially a game like our first Erangel, where it ends in those fields, where it ends in those 2 compounds that are basically like box gaming, would hold down those locations very nicely in the past. Who actually are playing at PMWI, I believe. So
yes, they are.
See how they
picked up another team. Yeah.
Yeah. So good to see box gaming back on it. But yeah, so it's difficult to extrapolate from that, but just kind of covering your back, like on terms of Pachinki Hill, for example, being able to deal with those teams approaching is very important.
All right, looking at the predictions as well, I mean, Max, you haven't been very successful.
Why me? Why goes to me again?
I have to say about Max this time. Max,
you suck at predictions.
why did you not get the right prediction? Coming into the Erangel, we've already seen what the teams can do. I'm assuming they're implementing maybe a little bit of counter strats at any point. Do you think there are any teams besides Gladiators and FLUX that we think are going to be showing up on this third mapper?
I'm going to say MADBULLS again. Back to my big on map.
Okay.
No, MADBULLS, of course, the team that I'm looking at here. I want to see if I want to see if SBG also, because we've seen them be a pretty consistent team towards the end of PMPL.
And you
Europe
put them on
doing
your top 3 teams, so you want them to win.
Exactly, I want them to do. I mean, I put them on my top 3 because I believe in them. Also because Akashi said, "How dare you not pick us during Europe season?" I was like, okay. I'll pick you this time. So
Weren't you one of their curses at one point in one season?
Yeah, now he said predict me. So Akashi, make your mind up, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't win. You know, don't predict him. You predict him.
Literally can't win. Yeah.
Skill issue.
I'll tell you who also can't win. All the other teams, if they keep giving Gladiators all the room in the world. Looking at how they're playing the first 2 games, of course, yes, in the first game they had the compound, that's fine and stuff like that. But coming in from the west the way they did on Miramar and just holding positions, I'm going to do it again. There it is. It's very, very reminiscent of a team that is going to be able to run away with this if you are not careful. So some pressure needs to come Gladiators' way, otherwise it could get out of control.
Yeah, whether or not they're going to get the pressure on this third mapper, Erangel, we're going to find out as we're going to be heading into the action with John and Blank.
Gladiators trying to keep out of that pressure, but hopefully the lobby will adjust. If not in these next couple of matches, certainly as we move deeper into this tournament, Blank.
Yeah, man, I'm like the guys on the desk are saying that they are just getting so much room in these games. Purely because it's a very central focused lobby, and I think they're one of the few teams at the moment that's just like, you know, meandering their way in. You know, another team that's kind of like that is FLUX as well. Also just meandering their way in, find themselves a decent position in the lobby, and picking themselves up points because of it. Obviously, FLUX were a little bit out in the cold. I think they positioned themselves fairly close to a lot of teams, and then by the time they thought about actually moving out, they realized that there's actually a team over towards the western side who is taking up the entirety of the desert right now, and there's nothing we can do about it.
From the south to the north here, Sosnovka military base plane up to Stelba. So a lot of options, but the west coast will be a little bit inaccessible. Potential for some backup drops from, I think it was Excuse Me who dropped South George last time. And also Gladiators up over in North George, maybe a little bit less accessible than it was in the first. We'll see where these teams look to settle in this second of the Erangels we're seeing.
Second Erangel on the picture for us now, over towards the eastern side with the plane path, meaning that obviously it will be a little bit more difficult to head out towards the west here, but certainly doable for a lot of these teams. The first time we will be seeing a lot more play down towards Sosnovka, which is nice to see. Novorobnoye also open. Looks like OZAROX will be picking that one up. I wonder if we're going to see any other teams heading down here with them. Milta Power, we saw Sly Europe take that one last time. They did fare slightly better here on Erangel as opposed to Miramar, but I think that, you know, Sly Europe, they had some strong moments. They really were very good at controlling lobbies, controlling those maps in the end game, but I never felt like they were really on the highest stage, right? That is the main issue I saw with them, and I think that's coming to pass now in this kind of lobby where it is just insanely good teams, and I think that they're going to have to evolve very quickly over the next 22 matches.
South circle shift keeps the whole military island in here. Still potential to shift back up to that mainland, but I imagine a lot of teams are going to look to move south. The first of which will be MELİSE Esports. You can see they're already crossing that bridge out on the east side and looking to get in towards Novo potentially. Maybe spread out a little bit further west to control some of those hillsides. You've also got ARR trying to move past next RÜYA, who currently sit at the mouth of the bridge out on the west near Ferry Pier.
We'll see being able to hold out some of these teams moving in, and Gladiators will pull out and actually send down towards that way. Major Pride not in that position. They head further up towards the northern side. It's been a few times where it's either Major Pride and Muerte. They're able to take vehicles away from Gladiators. Muerte not in this lobby of Major Pride, more set on heading towards that north side and taking that position around Rozhok. So this time around, Gladiators are able to find themselves a nice, easy position around where there is vehicles. Elementrix gets taken down by them as Gladiators were in position far, far quicker.
Yeah, they're all the way on the other side, and next RÜYA right on that door. It's not ideal. You should have seen those teams dropping out a little bit earlier than you, and know that there's going to be a lot of traffic around that bridge, but unfortunately ARR do not get the memo. They grab the vehicles and ride straight into the mouth of death.
Getting out of there, I mean, this is the best you can do, right? Get on your bike, son, and send away as fast as you can. Obviously, looking at the map now, a lot of teams will be considering whether they need to head down towards Sosnovka early on. I think with the amount of circle that's still up towards that northern side, there is a chance, and I say this every single time, John, don't I? I say there's a chance that this could move further up towards the northern side, so you might want to be taking as much chance down towards Sosnovka because there's less compounds and less profitable areas down there for yourself, and go there early. And then I say you can head back up towards Erangel mainland, and it'd be absolutely fine because there's a lot of positions, a lot of compounds to work with as you make that rotate back up. But every single time it has headed down to Sosnovka, so I'm sort of expecting it to do the same here.
Next RÜYA, they will have heard the shots coming from the Gladiators, but only Tixi super close to this exit. Looks like next RÜYA do want to try and poke their nose in. Don't think it'll be cut off just yet. I wonder if Tixi has a vehicle to fall back on. Might not even matter. Able to light up one. Yekta goes down. The micro Uzi swap is good, but Tixi still isolated. Meku wants to roll on in for the backup, potentially moving in to protect his teammate, as is Matic and Meku both moving across these hillsides, cutting off next RÜYA from their rotational path, but they'll be happy with the ground that they've gained. They'll sacrifice Yekta for the value of being on that military base.
I mean, it's fair enough. A lot of times you can get quite far with just 3 players, and there's a lot of positions around Sosnovka as well where you can just huddle up, get your feet stuck into the ground, and then just stay there, because it's not only until that very, very late game, if the circle shifts down towards Sosnovka, that a lot of teams are going to start making that mass migration downwards. So I think for teams like NEXUS, getting a player, or getting players through with only 1 casualty, it's really not a big deal. I think for them, yes, they're not looking at a chicken dinner, but they're looking at points. And points is what it is all about at the end of the day, and setting yourselves up on that leaderboard. We've seen a few times where, you know, you can lose that gas going into those final days, and you really do need a bit of a buffer to make sure you can stay relevant in this tournament. I think one team to look at in particular would be Major Pride, who ended up losing that title because of exactly that. They were hot out the gate first day of finals, looked absolutely incredible, and we thought to ourselves, there's no way they're getting caught up. They have put up an insane amount of points here. It's going to be very hard to catch up. And then day 2, day 3 were both pretty meh, to be honest. And Gladiator was able to catch up. And on the other hand, FLUX, they were able to get it all the way through their finals, right? Day 1, day 2, very good. Yes, day 3 kind of went downhill a little bit, but they had really stayed relevant for the entirety of that finals.
It's what you need to have, though, in these sort of middle distance tournaments, right? You've got to see that consistency from teams day in, day out. It cannot be Firebrand gameplay here. Gladiators certainly tearing out to a lovely lead, but we've seen them falter before. Hopefully it won't be the case again. If you've been watching this roster for as long as we have, then you do hope that they will be able to keep it together. Denied at the final post in last year's PMGC, you do want to see them go a little bit further in these tournaments.
You'd like to, wouldn't you? You really, really would, to see if they can actually make it happen. In the meantime, Gladiators down towards the south side really have not moved too much at all. Looking up towards the northern bridge on that western side, that'll keep them fairly happy for the time being. Again, a lot of teams that go for this play doesn't always work out, but I think some certain teams like Gladiators could pull it off, especially with the performance they've had today. Foot over towards the eastern side are making their way down as well towards that bridge, looking to cross it when the time comes. And I feel it in my bones now, man, that this is a Sosnovka finish.
Okay, all right.
I might have jinxed it.
Got some gut feeling coming through on the analysis. And to be honest, it's probably what a lot of these teams are going off right now. They do know that it is easier to go back north than it is to go south late, as you highlighted earlier, Blank. And it looks like SBG are going to be trying to make that a little bit later, so it might be very difficult for them. Gladiators, once again, exacting a toll on this bridge crossing, finding 2 knocks over onto Bright Esports. Tixi does go down, so the price is going to go both ways here. And Tixi, that forward position, knocked but not forgotten just yet, as Brass seemingly swept aside completely. 7 eliminations, Blank, before the second circle pops for Gladiators.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, they do lose a player on a knock, but easily brought back up again. That is a nasty shift. That is real grim for a lot of these teams. They will not be happy about this. But again, and it feels like it's a reoccurring trend, that Gladiators are giggling. So, you know, they're having some real fun entertainment today for themselves. But with this kind of look, right, if it can be even called look at this point in time, yes, I mean, they did head down towards Sosnovka with the circle the way it was. Maybe it looked like a good decision at the time. Then they got a little lucky because it headed down their way. This is luck, though. To be honest. Yep. But for them, picking up these games and then putting up a really big elimination count, a really big point count in day 1, this is what we're talking about. You need to put up that big buffer, and Gladiators right now are setting themselves a very nice little nest egg.
And that is also a fantastic delivery of loot, right, over those bridges to get an entire team's loot from the north side, when they haven't really been able to move around and loot super effectively on that military side, is going to be so incredibly powerful for that position. The question is, will any more teams try to punch through, or is everyone trying to skirt around and get a little bit more central? Excuse me, further to that south edge, might have a better time of it in the long run if Gladiators feel too much pressure from the north.
I mean, the Gladiators right now, like you say, might feel that pressure coming through, but there is still always options to head down towards Airstrip. They could even head further down towards where RÜYA are currently playing. They know that they went through that area and did lose a player. They should have had that scout happen. But now it is FLUX moving through, and will Gladiators find themselves a couple more elimination points? Because they have a chokehold on this crossing at the moment. NEXUS now moving in from Milta over towards that eastern bridge. They're moving very late, but that has allowed them to basically get through the bridge absolutely for free. There's no one holding this. Most teams in this lobby are prioritizing position with the circle, looking for those end game finishes, which is not what you necessarily see in PMPLs or tournaments below that, really. But a lot of times you will see just teams holding these bridges for God knows how long, and I always hate seeing it. But this time around, NEXUS don't have to tiptoe their way through. They can just go straight into the circle.
It's like BEŞİKTAŞ gonna send their way straight into the water off the end of those piers. Not needing to wait for the ferry this time around. The buggy's gonna suffice to get you a little bit of a head start there. FLUX have a similar idea. Everybody who's tried to cross the bridge has coughed up their lunch money to Gladiators. They've taken down Esports fully. ARR tried to cross earlier. They lost 2. And of course, the one from RÜYA who did manage to get through by just fully sacrificing a player, Yekta, fell to that firing squad. MADBULLS may be next up to bat against the Gladiators' home base. And maybe looking to cross the bridge flat out. But the mainland still just a sliver in.
Yeah, I mean, circle moving back up this way, though, I think at this point in time, Gladiators are more concerned with picking themselves up a long-term home right now. I think for a lot of these teams, they are starting to figure out where they want to end up in this circle, where they want to finish off. I think the Gladiators holding along this ridge side will be very, very good for themselves. I think this is one of the few positions, though, where Gladiators do need to be slightly concerned with having too far of a spread. This is not a place in the map where you can be taking a huge amount of space for yourselves, and there you have it. Heading down towards that compound that they'd scouted out earlier and kept eyes over towards that entire time. Now they're looking like they're in a very good spot. And to be honest with you, I don't really mind them kicking the feet up now and just playing things safe, because they've already hit that 7 elimination count. Anything on top of that will be fantastic, and they know that right now it's not a case of, right, we've got to put up as many eliminations as possible because we're not likely to get towards that end game. Right now, they're looking at that chicken dinner. So this is a fine play from me.
REGNUM CARYA doing a lot of work against FUT, who so far have not had the impact into this lobby that we've really expected from this roster. Predicted strongly by a lot of the talent. Just aren't quite having that final bit of oomph, but Savian might be able to find the final shot, but no. A lovely strafe coming through. REGNUM CARYA stay up as 3.
You know what I love about this is that if it wasn't for that TDM match, Loxy would not be this warm in an engagement like this. I mean, he was really putting work versus Sly Europe in that TDM match, and I think that that has translated beautifully through into this engagement versus FUT, who are out now. It's very, very tough for them. I mean, for FUT, who were really coming into this tournament, this championship, looking at one of the favourites, that's unfortunate. They're going to have to put up some big games over the next 3 to put themselves back on the map just a little bit, because it is FLUX and Gladiators right now who really have caught my eye. Major Pride is this wildcard team for me. I never thought I'd say that, but they do have their ups and downs, but it just feels a little bit all over the place right now for them.
Still plenty of distance to prove yourself, but when you let Gladiators get this sort of a head start, that catch-up is going to be weighing heavily on the mentality of the team, and that is one of the most dangerous things that you can experience during a tournament like this, where it's so important to get towards that top spot when you're looking at direct qualification to, you know, the next stages of the PUBG Mobile circuit, that PMWI top spot, only one team earns that in first place. It will weigh on you.
It really will. That's going to be next year until you can really prove yourself again. Now that's luck, when we saw it. I mean, it's a great position. It is a really strong combo to play around with, and they currently have two sides to it. It looks like they will regroup now, understanding that this is now becoming super high priority for a lot of teams. They'll happily allow someone else to move in, but not before they're able to take shots at them as they head towards those compounds. Sly Europe, this is a trouble zone. I mean, getting into it keeps you safe for quite some time, but it is very easily crashable. You can send nades that way as well. Easy to bobble them in over the top, slip them through the gaps. So for Sly Europe, they do have to be slightly careful here, but still maintaining the majority of the roster up at the moment.
Look at this, Loxy. Was this a 1v3, by the way, for Loxy? Because he's split from the rest of the roster. I think he found Rip 7, got another knock there, and then the strafe across and catching.
It's a 1v4.
What? Did we completely let that sail past us? A 1v4 from Loxy?
I think that was a 1v4. Again, it's the TZM master.
We'll have to double check on that one, but excuse me, locked in combat with MELİSE now. Black is down on the front, but there is plenty of backup. Very, very close as well. Furia's low, but in a lot of cover. Havlik spotted, easily sneaking those shots around the side, and the mount up is good. Beck trying to move in for an off angle. A nade over the top and catches one low, but Beck needs to strike now. As Poser wants to be anything but, moves in, M249, spots Furia around the headland, a nice little lean there to keep him safe, and only one player really in healthy spirits here. Furia completely misses those shots and not going to have any value from that ridgeline, does not have the healing to come through, and, excuse me, are going to be dismounted here.
I mean, Beck's got absolutely nothing on him. Look at that, level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. He's got a DP in the back pocket. Next nade has to be good as he sends it over the top side towards the buggy. Won't do enough. Poser should be able to just pull out the M249 and spray him down. That's exactly what he does. And MELİSE Esports will finish off that engagement with them. And, excuse me, 4 eliminations found now. Good stuff for them. MADBULLS currently over towards that northern bridge in a very similar position where we did see Gladiators earlier on. They took their time about this, and it will be FLUX who are paying the price versus the MADBULLS.
Gladiators taking the shots across the road now, sharing that compound with Sly, but seemingly the dominant force in that position. Good news for them. On the south edge, you've got BEŞİKTAŞ and, of course, MELİSE, the remnants of 2 players left standing for them, trying to push on in. OZAROX playing 2-2 split on the buildings. And really, both of these rosters are going to be looking at. REGNUM CARYA leaving a Lone Ranger Loxy. It 1v4'd before. It'll be a hell of a sight to see him do it again.
They are off in the distance. Currently getting 1v4'd by the water. Kind of causing them some pain. Next RÜYA down towards that coastal side. Pretty typical position for them. And again, we talked about this team earlier on. You know, they sacrificed a player to get here, and we said that you can just really dig the heels in. And that's exactly what next RÜYA have pulled off, which is great to see. And they should just be able to get themselves into a nice endgame position. For Gladiators, I think they were a little bit miffed by the fact that they weren't able to pick up that elimination over towards Sly Europe as they moved in towards that building. It was one of the key positions, key reasons why they moved across so early, so they get that team fire over towards that compound on the other side. Realistically, you let a team get down off that hillside without taking the elimination or the knock after setting up on the team fire. That feels pretty bad. But again, Gladiators now just have to be on their toes, understanding there's a 4-man team just across the way.
BEŞİKTAŞ spotting next RÜYA, who are going to have to leave their west side position and knock over towards Frozen. Some HP once more as well. That slows down the mount up, and with the blue zone ticking on in as well, there is a clock on this position and they need to get out of dodge fast. Frozen wanted to heal before the buggy run. You imagine they've got to pop a smoke or two to cover their egress.
Yeah, it will be a little bit difficult right now for them. Go out in the buggy, send to the side. Does give a little bit more time for Wolf perhaps to get on his own vehicle and try and swing through. But now they're in the middle of BEŞİKTAŞ. Ooh, this is scary.
You've got Lutz out there as well.
I think he saw him.
He might have done. I don't think Lutz has a vehicle. They did swim across. So I don't think FLUX will give the position away there. I think Lutz might have just been in cover. They're just scoping out the area. Doesn't look like they're too worried about it still. But Lutz will know these positions. And you've got to think, when is he going to strike? Because he's out in the zone and needs to find a way in.
Absolutely. I think I mean, he's kind of done for in that spot, though. As soon as you pop up, it's going to be difficult. Only one nade as well, so really not something to open in a big way onto this engagement. I think the best that FLUX could hope for is to maybe get a couple eliminations coming through. So if he gets the knock, great news. Get the elimination after. At one point, it adds up, and I don't think he's getting much further from this spot personally on the northwest side.
There he goes. Goes for one.
The point.
There's the shots and the flush. Now BEŞİKTAŞ can move on in, and next RÜYA really just getting torn apart at the seams here. The MADBULLS way into this, and the crossfire's good. Lutz's position should have been spotted. It was, and Zerich picks that one up, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good move coming through from Lutz, though. Like, you see far too many teams who will just see that and be like, oh, but I could get a higher placement, and that's more points as a solo. But realistically, if you're a high-caliber team, you just think to yourself, you know, that 1 point could be the difference between me and a first place in the future. So I respect any player that just goes for it. I see far too many times you just lose out on the point and don't gain anything from just chilling down there. I think he knows he's done. BEŞİKTAŞ currently over towards that western side. Peace on HP, Enjoy, Zessi. One of my predictions actually into the big top 3 is BEŞİKTAŞ. I think there is such an up and down team though that me predicting them is not really worth anything because they can either perform so well in this tournament or perform horribly. So I'm curious to see what they do, and I think that's the fun of it.
Well, this game, Blank, you've predicted Sly Europe over on the sharing the other side of the road from the Gladiators in that central position. Me and Engineer are going for the Gladiators. MADBULLS, an outside prediction also being thrown into the mix.
Yeah, man, I think that, you know, Gladiators have a really good spot, but I always supported the Sly Europe boys, my sly little guys over in PMPL EU, and I have to do the same here. I've got to give them some love, and I think they've got a good position, and I like how they got into this spot. It was not easy, to say the least, and they were able to defend their position on the bunkers, realize that, you know what, this isn't going to take us too far, identify as a spot there, understand the Gladiators or whichever team in that position most likely will have rotated off towards that western side that has cover over towards the western hill side. So I like this play from Sly Europe. A lot of things go into it, and they make it happen. But Gladiators, I don't know. I feel like they might get the win.
They have been on form today so far. MADBULLS, 2 knocks already taken their way. Narvalo and the rest of SBG looking to crest this ridgeline, and BEŞİKTAŞ are going to take this opportunity to allow Peace to regroup in the meantime. Narvalo unleashing shell after shell from the DBS towards the MADBULLS position in close range. Nexus are poking their noses up north as well, and that regroup has gone well for BEŞİKTAŞ. MADBULLS under a lot of pressure. FLUX flushed away.
Yeah, it's really quite difficult to get out from this position. I think that there is definitely a world where MADBULLS can get a lot done using this ridge side that they're currently on to their advantage as they push downwards. But now BEŞİKTAŞ is coming in with a wild charge of their own. This is a little bit interesting.
I mean, they draw the attention away, and MADBULLS are completely done for. The nades over the top as BEŞİKTAŞ draw attention. Very, very strong, and SBG actually eat a bit too much lead there. They'll be the worse for wear for it. Nexus have taken this opportunity to try and get ahead of the curve and try and be on the cutting edge of the push towards the south. Sly Europe on the east side of the compound with the major threat towards them. SBG trying to rock up into the fight, but BEŞİKTAŞ too quick. Their heads-up rotations ahead of this engagement worked out very, very well on the north side.
Zessi just not even cooking these grenades now, just applying pressure over towards SPG, and you know it's going to be really difficult from there. Doran, 7 grenades, has to sidestep it. That was really big. If they lose those 7 grenades from Doran, removing any of these players from Beşiktaş is going to be absolute hell to deal with. Octavian has 5 of his own. There's 1 not going down. Next up, Machina, I think he just took down 2.
Oh my goodness me, he's on the run, he's on the rattle. Exo Machina over the top again, and Peace wants to turn around with the auto shotty, but he doesn't know which way to turn as there's threats from all angles pouring over the top. And that is just Sun HP now, left out in the cold, the West Coast warrior for Beşiktaş.
I mean, Exo Machina just rocks up, get back or I'll break your legs, and apparently that's exactly what he went for. Slammed through 2 of them, and I think they were so comfortable on that ridge side they forgot that, you know, you are easy targets for the front of a bumper, my friend. Right now, Gladiators up 8 eliminations, 1,869 damage done, so a little bit inefficient on the elimination side, but shows just how much work they were able to put through in that early game. Sly Europe were able to do a lot of damage over towards Nexus. I think that's Exo Machina now down on the ground. I think that when you're looking at this, though, this could easily move up towards the Nexus side. So I think Sly Europe might need to put in just a little bit more work here. 10 chick drops out. Gladiators currently have a nice wide spread on their side of the map, but OZAROX are moving in from behind.
Exo Machina on that north side in that engagement. Such a keystone hero of the north, but needs to push down south and find some more strength now. Wants to mount up and move in, but such an open ground push ahead. Swain wants to res teammate, but OZAROX, so much pressure on them.
This is going to be pretty difficult now. Nexus starts to look down towards Son HP. For OZAROX, the blue is going to push him in. It's going to hurt. The Gladiators are more likely going to push them right up against that blue zone itself and squash them out of this lobby. Doran still going strong for the team. I think that he has been far better when it comes to early engagements, early initiations onto these fights. I think far too many times we have seen him just a little bit out of dodge there. But this time around, he is being a lot more cautious, a lot more control, which is nice to see. Now, this is bad for Gladiators because if they can't get rid of Swain, you know, they're removal from this position will be very tough. That was a nice Molotov, but not enough. Look at that. There's actually not going through over towards Gladiators whilst their attention is over towards this player from OZAROX. Tixi is down.
Oh, there he goes. Finally, the nade connects. Swain flushed away. Tixi gets flushed. And 3 players now for Gladiators as 3 teams remain. Nexus have got some high ground spots here, and it might have gone topsy-turvy, and Nexus may have an advantage.
Yeah, and I think for Sly Europe, actually, there's a really big positive gain for them here is the fact that the buildings are completely in the path of Gladiators. So they could swing round and try and take this engagement with Nexus, understanding that, you know, earlier on, they were able to get a knock onto this team, get an elimination as well, which leaves them just feeling a little bit more worse for wear. So I think for Sly Europe, they understand there is a possibility here for them to take the fight with Nexus, take control of that high ground, and then fight against Gladiators next. Because both these teams are 3. They're their only 4-man team here left in the lobby as we're down to 3 teams remaining.
Matic with the AUG. That is very powerful in the spot they're in. With that 3x, perfect range for it. Sly mount up, 2 in the buggy, and Mandarin with a backline, spray down, excellent towards the rock. Octavian left flagging, and Zashipa, Tenchik move on in. Doran left last standing, and that's the numbers advantage. Perfectly playing off the push. And that is how you take down the high ground. Brilliant coming through as Nexus.
Gorgeous.
Spun for absolute Muppets there on the top of the high ground, honestly. They're made to look a little bit silly, but now Gladiators moving on in to try and give as good as they got. Mandarin taken low, but will not go down. Staying alive. Gladiators torn apart here. Kitsune, Meku down. Matic last standing. Smoke behind the vehicle. I think he's burning himself away there. Deny the points if you can, and Sly Europe take it home beautifully.
Oh yes, my sly little guys at it again with a cheeky winner chicken dinner. It's just meant to be, really. It's just meant to be, John. I think for Sly Europe, they play that last little push very, very well. The fact they were able to get that knock over towards Tixi as well is really big because it gives them time to think about what their next move is whilst Gladiators try and figure out what they're going to do, how they're going to salvage the situation. And getting that knock and flush over towards Nexus, I mean, Sly Europe were very proactive that game, especially in that position, which is great to see. So they have the 2 players on backstop. They push out the smoke. It looks like a dangerous play to begin with. It's not, because they're able to get into that position, get into a strong spot with the 2 backstop players suddenly pushing out the smoke. You have effectively 3 sight lines, and it's difficult for 2 players to take shots at all of them. So a really, really well done push there, and then quickly finished off so they could instantly shift their attention toward Gladiators because they were moving fast.
Absolutely, they were and always will be a very, very speedy team when the moment calls for it. Fortunately, that high ground perfectly taken control of. So beautiful retake there from Sly Europe, showing that Europe definitely do have those fast, aggressive plays in that wheelhouse. We'll have to wait and see if there's any more left as well. Plenty more games yet to come. We'll head back to the desk.
Plenty more games indeed. We're only halfway through today, and Sly, as we said, well, I said it earlier, Max. I was like, oh, I'm a little worried they're towards the bottom of the table. They didn't even get any points last game, but they really took it personally and proved me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times in PMPL Europe, we would see them get into a central position, not move too much, right? They would just stick in the strong compound in the center of a circle. That send, though, up onto Nexus, not an easy push either, and the way they just smoked up their cars to pick up some speed, get up to the high ground position, and get rid of 2 players pretty much instantly on the side of Nexus. Good execution, and I feel like the most aggressive presence I've seen from Sly potentially ever. I haven't seen them do plays like this in Europe, so this might be a good change to bring to the championship.
Yeah, it was decent. They really capitalized on Nexus's attention being slightly split. Obviously, Nexus was focusing on both sides of the road, and in that moment, you can only have so many angles trained exactly on where Sly is going to come from. So very impressive by them to be able to make that happen, because for the most part, if Sly and Gladiators move at the same time, I think Nexus probably wins out because there's some crossfire between those 2 teams, and that's how that would go. We thought Gladiators might move after realizing the commotion that was going on, but they were a little bit too slow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw them in the cars, and I think they saw the smokes on the other side of the road from Sly, and I think they were looking at it, being like, are they still like some players left behind? Because they had 4 players at that time, right? So it might be like, oh, it's not an easy cross. So I think that's what slowed them down a bit, though. On the second page, my prediction of next RÜYA that didn't go for the high ground position. It was dead center for the longest time, and indeed, then BEŞİKTAŞ just took that spot. So I think next RÜYA had potential there, but they didn't capitalize on it.
Let's be fair, we went for some wild card picks this time around.
True. I mean, for the means, okay?
Want to make it interesting, keep it interesting. You know?
Pick Gladiators, get out of here.
Just keep going for Gladiators. But Gladiators had a good performance themselves. I mean, head-to-head when it comes to the amount of eliminations and assists for both of these teams. But Sly, as we said it, they're the ones to be coming out on top simply because that split-second decision-making. And Gladiators maybe being a little too slow on the rotation.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow on this one. I mean, they knew this was going to be a tough game because they just mollied themselves at the end. They're like, we're not going to get any points away. We're not expecting to go for chicken dinner. Let's just get as many eliminations as we can. And the moment we hit that wall, boom, self-molly, we're not going to give the points away. It's only 4 days, so you know, that 1 point difference can impact who might go to PMWI.
Yep. Especially considering when you have those kinds of players, those situations, as from the player's perspective, you don't exactly know which team it is on the opposite side that's getting those points, right? When they're actually able to win things out. So for all they know, it could have been a team that had gotten a 2nd or 3rd place in the previous games and things like that. But it's Sly who didn't really do much in the previous games. They were looking to do some catch-up.
I do want to say, I appreciate how Nexus Gaming were playing this match. Nice 2-2 split on the Eastern side. I want to go back to calling them Eastern Stars because I feel like it's very relevant.
It's only been 1 game, Max. Hold your horses.
It's just Eastern side. They held it really well. Nice 2-2 split in general. They were third partying. I think it was MADBULLS versus SBG at the time. So they were just really aware of what the teams were doing over there and playing those good high ground positions that not many teams were doing at the time. So they were just ahead in this game.
2 teams which were both slow, MADBULLS and SBG. Actually, I think SBG moved ahead of MADBULLS. MADBULLS, which was my pick, they were coming across the bridge, and I thought maybe if they were working with a bit more information, they could have seized that high ground ahead of SBG and maybe played it, which was where eventually Nexus did fall. But yeah, a little bit too slow for MADBULLS. Not very MADBULLS characteristic, to be honest.
That seems to be maybe potentially the theme here today, a little bit slow on some of these decision-making, which does bring the question of, are nerves coming at play this time around? Because you're not just playing Europe, Turkey's in the mix too.
It's less nerves and more, again, a feeling out of the lobby.
Okay.
Every lobby is different. If it's in your region, it's just a little few shakeups in terms of the players and the teams playing in, but especially when you get to international, the lobby becomes a very different place, a very different dynamic. So the feel out for these first few games, I'm sure MADBULLS will shape it up.
Yeah,
I want to see in the chat some Tixie supremacy though. All the time that's supposed to happen, I want to see it happening all the time. It's pretty good, Tixie.
He had 800 damage by the time this game had like hit the halfway mark because they were camping the bridge. They had 8 limbs off the back
7
of,
at the point. Yeah,
7. I mean, just they're absolutely blasting. They're showing why they are not only the contender for the championship here, but why they are reigning champions of previous championships here.
Yeah, they're already sitting on 45 points, and it is only first 3 maps in on the first day. And in terms of getting the feel for the lobby, seeing what other teams are up to, it feels like Gladiators are very much ahead of the curve.
For sure. I mean, we see them being hyper-aware. I mean, we're talking back on that Miramar game, right, Kalaris, where the West was completely free because they're hyper-aware. They put such an emphasis around scouting, especially. I think it was Mekuda who was actively scouting, getting all that information.
Yeah.
They're getting points of interest where very low amount of teams currently stand at that point in time, and they can just play it really, really easily from there on forward. So, yeah, I like the play overall. They're going at the bottom of the rankings. A few Turkish teams. I want to say, RIP 7.
Yeah.
7. What was that during the interview? It's easier than PMPL Turkey. Yes.
Well, we're not even halfway through the first day.
Yeah,
So let's let that slide. But yeah, absolutely, it's not the best statement to make when you've got teams like Gladiators on the other side who are looking so calculated already just a few games in. That's the scary thing, because a team like Gladiators, they will just continue to assimilate this information that everybody's kind of showing around them and do this even better in the next days. So it's a scary prospect.
It is scary because they're just going to keep improving, and if you're already dead ahead, it's just improvement up improvement, and it's going to be a catch-up game for the rest of these teams to really try and be able to replicate what they're doing, and at least get some eliminations on the board themselves against Gladiators. But that's it for the first 3 maps. We're going to do a little bit of a curveball here. It's going to be another TDM this time around. So bringing up the brackets specifically, we've already seen some of these play out. Major Pride is the one that we're going to be looking at. So, I mean, they've been doing pretty well. Against Nexus Gaming, I think this is where they can kind of like just throw punches at each other.
I do like we can see past results. MADBULLS 1 versus FLUX. Which stands out to me. That's pretty interesting. SPG still in the running.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, MADBULLS FLUX as a first round match is quite the first round match.
It's a finals match, pretty much.
Sorry, you say we're watching Major Pride versus Nexus?
Yes, we are.
I think I'm going to back Major Pride.
I think so too.
Okay.
You know me and Effect, yeah, I'm Major Pride.
Yeah, they're very much playing in your face. We're going to see how that's going to be playing out in this TDM. We're going to be heading over to our casters again, John and Blank.
Once more into the TDM, Blank, we've got 40 more points to see from one of these 2 teams. We'll have to wait and see who it is.
We will indeed. I had a cookie in the break. I was hungry, man. I'm hungry for more points now. A total of 40 points I'm hungry for, exactly.
What sort of cookie?
It is a white chocolate chip cookie.
Ooh.
It is not one of them soft bad boys, though. It is a little bit hard for my liking. Just broke all my teeth on it. In the meantime, they're going to sink their teeth, which I hope are not broken, straight into this game between Major Pride and Nexus. What I really love, though, that's cheating. What I really love, though, is that, we only have 1 Turkey team left in this TDM bracket, which is it's a little bit sad, but, Europe is doing really, really well right now. Major Pride, though, starting things off strong versus Octavian.
Ooh.
I think that, honestly, Major Pride probably would be my pick to win all of this. They are so insanely good when it comes to team fighting. So I don't know if Nexus can really take it to task with them, but if they can, I would be very surprised and also a little bit scared of Nexus in game.
I thought we said no camping. That certainly looks like one of the players from Major Pride sat in a corner. Fortunately, Octavian bombards him out of that position. Very well found. We are seeing a little departure from the Groza meta. I think I saw an AUG in the mix. I think an 8KM was being played as well. Octavian playing forwards their position. Relatively unknown as Major Pride even the scorelines.
3 for 3. a little bit slow. I think we're going to run out the time here on this game at this rate. You can see we're no longer in the Turkish games anymore. This is European to a T.
Yeah.
Behind the wall. All game.
I mean, there is a rule that they just get all their points deducted if they sit in a corner and camp.
You can't have a 0-0 game. You'll have to play it again.
Just stay hidden the whole time. That's much
what
more fun.
happens if they get a tie?
I don't know. I'm unaware of that. I'm sure there's tiebreaker rules. Maybe it's first to the points total that they got.
Oh, yeah, that's what if they get the elimination?
Or most recent kill. Elimination, you know, it could be either. I'm not entirely sure.
Or it goes to overtime.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm silly. It's fine. We're all good. We're all good. I thought there was a different rule set here for PMPL, but I am just forgetting that this is a game mode I have played before, so it's fine.
Oh, dear. Well, still only 1 point in it after the first couple of minutes have elapsed. Repositions going well. I think we're seeing more Grozers coming out. In the meantime, Nade's just being cooked and bounced off. Somehow finding the way around and snaking on past, but not really finding any damage here. Very much more passive. There's the AKM for Doran. Value that, but that's one hell of a stunner.
Those blinding lights will not be leading him home. He's going to be going straight down a dark alley in the way of an AKM. Nexus, Exo Machina. Currently 10 eliminations so far racked up for Nexus. Doing really good versus Major Pride, but I feel like these two teams are taking this a little bit too seriously, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot
There is money on the line. There is money on the line.
Major Pride on the line, Blank.
Also Major Pride. Major cash, Major Pride. It's all on the line right now, and Nexus doesn't want to give any of it up. Doran thinks about pulling the pin on the grenade. Oh, goodness me. If any of these players are in a dark room, I feel very bad for their eyesight.
Call up Stone Cold, because that was a stunner. Around the side. Unfortunately, it's not really going to have any impact, because nobody's moving, Blank. And
Well,
that
this one
is
dark
not fun.
mode, because my eyes hurt.
What? I don't get it, but I'm sure it was great. Nobi, it just fades away. Doesn't even want to finish the elimination off onto Doran, but doing a lot of work around this crate. Nexus, I mean, they take that forward momentum, and they are going to reap the rewards, but it's still only 2 points in it. A far cry from the first team deathmatch that we saw today, with that 7 stretching out to 8 points, I think, in the lead at one stage. Very much more evenly matched here.
Oh, yeah. Key. Oh, yeah. That's right. 13 to 14, though. Really not a lot of action going on so far. Just a lot of chipping away at the wood around these players. Slamming the bullets into the crates. But there's one. Effect finds Octavian. Cheeky place grenade. Kapahala goes very low. We'll have to back off whilst his HP regains here. Back up to 70.
Oh. Doran backed around the side. Monkey gets away, but steps into the nade. Again, back and forth. Very, very even on the trades. Kapahala wants the challenge, but won't be able to be on the swivel enough to assuage the Major Pride push. Looks like these trades are going very much back and forth on the engagement, and in the end, it's Major Pride to come out 1 point ahead with less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they saw the 4:45 on the clock, and they've realized that things are not going as quickly as perhaps they planned out, but very tactical at the moment. No Meat swings round, gets himself a nice couple of shots there coming through. 19 to 17, Major Pride taking the lead just a little bit now with 2 ahead. Can't quite control middle at the moment though. We'll have to back off towards train side.
For the time anyway.
Doing call-outs.
Control, what am I saying? Control on the points tally over towards Major Pride. But they are going to give that one up as Kapahala sneaks it through with the AUG. Octavian with the Groza on that forward position evens the numbers yet again as we tick away. 4 minutes left. Will not be too much more. Kapahala looking for the cross. Will find some cover.
This is good for Major Pride, dislodging them from concrete. They'll have to really figure out how they're going to push through here now. Nade down towards the ground. A little bit of a flashbang there. Kapahala seeing absolutely nothing, but the lights behind his retinas are ringing.
How does...
Cybernetics. Kapahala, though.
How do lights ring? That's what I want to know. Ex Machina, sorry.
I've heard a light ring before.
Is it sort of opposite of a heavy ring?
You know that kind of stuff.
Oh, tinnitus. No, I don't have that.
Do now.
Okay. Certainly would if that stunner hit under the feet. Unpleasant to say the least. 20-19 right now, still very much neck and neck for both of these rosters as 2 points very swiftly flow into the pockets of Nexus. It's evened up yet again, and with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, we are nowhere near that 40-point goal.
We're going to need is to get hurried up so we can crown a victor and maybe also head into the next map.
Blank needs to eat another cookie. Come on.
I actually have half a cookie on my desk right now. I was halfway through the cookie.
Come on, Major Pride or Nexus, one of the two. Blank needs his...
Bring my cookie home.
Sugar. He needs that little top up. Seems like they heard you. A little bit of action, a flurry, if you will, pops off as 2 points more.
Flurry.
You're just on one now, aren't you?
No, I'm fine. 23-24. Goal still at 42 minutes left remaining. Concrete now held by Ruda. And Major Pride don't really want to step forward, just leaving him on that position as a backstop. We got Logs over here held by Doran. It's going to be quite difficult for him to head on forward. Looks like he just tries to push him off. This is just the same thing happening again as Doran repositions to get a nade behind Concrete and Ruda runs away. And then eventually, I think we will have one go back and forth. And there you go. That's it. Oh my God, more action. This is surprising.
Blank, the lead has shrunk from 2 to 1.
I didn't expect that.
Thrilling turn of events. As there is a small trade on one side of the map. And again, it goes back and forth. Nobody giving up just yet. Major Pride force Nexus to make the move because 1 minute 20 on the clock. Forces this one out. 2 lead now. As the heel is caught. Effect taps it down. And 2 points difference, 60 seconds left.
Oh dear. He's getting right down to the wire now, and Doran's panicking. He's trying to get back in there, but he's actually baited them nicely. 27-28. And Nexus realize they need to regain some kind of control here. Bring this tide up. But there you go, you get...
It's going to be difficult. Major Pride, once again, eke out that lead with a couple of seconds now left on the clock. Wanting to keep it in their favor. Nexus waiting for that step forwards, but Major Pride don't want to give this position away. 20 seconds now, and the impetus definitely on Nexus. The nade over the top forces Doran's reposition, tags the damage, but they don't need to push on it.
16 seconds now, Major Pride. By the skin of their teeth, they may have done this. Doran tries to step out, and it looks like they're just going to hide away. No camping, lads, though, so I don't know what happens here. I don't know what happens next. 30-30, 2 seconds left. Back to pieces, and they actually make it! Nexus, at the last second, 32-31. That is absolutely unreal.
What a way to turn it around. Right in the final closing moments, Blank Nexus take the cookie back into control. Excellent. Excellently found for Nexus. Blank can get a little bit of a snack as we're going to head back over to the desk.
We're going to stay in the theme of predictions here because you said you were putting your money behind Major Pride and it was a 1 kill difference.
Yeah, well, bad, wasn't it? That was the epitome of European slow game, I think. Like 4 minutes in, we'd got into 10 eliminations or something on one side. Oof,
I think this is the first time I've seen a TDM like finish because of the timer.
Yeah. Guys, get on with it, you know.
It's a TDM. Come on. I mean, you know, there is $3,000 on the line for these teams, so they are looking to secure the bag, but we're going to stay in predictions as well because we're going to look at how far we've been doing so far in terms of the games and the predictions. And guys,
Blank's implying the John Allen.
All right. Blank is thinking really hard, okay? He's
thinking really hard. It's remained.
Yeah, it's remained. I mean, it's working out for him. He's in the lead with 7 points, but what happened to you two? Do you want to talk about it, you know? The Colares doesn't look like him.
How many times have you predicted gladiators since the start?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Twice.
Hey, we're trying to have some fun with it, you know, just messing around.
Okay, would you rather have fun or win?
Win.
Well, that's not going so well, how is it?
Look, I can't win, so I got to take the next best thing.
No, he can't win. So you're like, actually, guys, you know what? I just want to have fun. I don't want to win because you can't actually do it.
I love how, though, the last game you were like, oh, you guys should really pick Sly. Oh, yeah, everyone should go pick Sly. Janiro Max picked Sly.
Pick
He didn't
Sly,
pick Sly, and Sly won.
I'm glad. It's unreal, honestly. I genuinely wanted you guys to pick Sly. I don't know why I didn't pick Sly. I'm just all over the place. I'm in shambles.
Yeah, I didn't believe
MADBULLS, and they're like, we're going to go slow now.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I mean, we're going to be
Slow as
also...
that TDM. Sorry.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the first iteration of Sanhok. It's actually the only Sanhok that we're going to be looking at today. So staying in the vein of playing it a little slow, feeling out what other teams are doing. This is the first time we're going to be seeing this team on Sanhok. So are we expecting maybe our gladiators to be slowing down a little? Because what's been thrown at them?
I don't expect so. Like, they go for the Northwestern Island drop, right? They go to Trifecta. It's really good when it comes to rotations. I have one question mark in this game, actually. I have seen during the scrims and also during the test matches of yesterday that FLUX Esports and MADBULLS still drop on one another in ruins, and there's a little bit of like action happening there. I wonder if that's going to happen here. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see.
FUT is able to transition well away from there and actually able to play Trifecta quite nicely. We saw that during the championship that they were able to win over in Turkey. So I don't know. Again, it's kind of a bit of a mixed bag as Sanhok in terms of, as you say, slowing things down. Sanhok can be a bit slower in terms of teams take up their compounds. They sit there and they wait for the circle to move. That's just kind of the nature of Sanhok sometimes. But what's the best part about it is no more heel strap. I'm going to keep repeating that forever.
Yeah. Put it on his tombstone. No more heel strap.
On his tombstone? That's a bit dark.
I mean, in like 60 years?
I'm not that old. I know I'm old, but wow, okay.
One day. It's a few years from now, but we're going to be heading over to our casters before we do so. Thank you, Monster, for giving us the energy to keep making these very great jokes. We're going to be heading over to see the first action on Sanhok here at PMPL Spring 2023 Championship. We're going to be heading over to John and Blank, and I hope you guys enjoyed your cookies.
Absolutely. After we put the tedium in TDM, we are going to be moving back over to tournament play with Sanhok for the first entry of this map. As they were talking about over on the desk, should be a little bit exciting around those trifecta areas.
It should be. I'm pretty excited for Sanhok. You know, I love Sanhok. Sanhok is the best map there is around ever. There will be. There's no other better map than this. And I think Sanhok is always interesting. And I think this is where we can't have the European slow mode, right? We're back in fast mode, no follower mode on at the moment. We're absolutely okay. So we're sorted. We are going to see some fast gameplay. We're going to see these teams having to move in really, really quickly. No helos, as Clara said, not allowed, disallowed by the circle itself. The blue zone just won't let you do it anymore, which is great. So if you're tuning in for the first time, there's a little bit of a tidbit that you might have not known. But here we go, straight into the match. Let's get it on.
Absolutely. I'm here for it.
Sent me loopy.
I'm ready. I mean, fair enough. That was some thrilling engagements that happened once during that game. It was the last moments of it that really brought it all to a close. I mean, how else could it end? Santa trying to sneak away on the top of this plane. It's not even Christmas. It's middle of summer.
It is, yeah, but, you know,
Might as well be, because these games are a gift.
No, I was going to do every Sanhok is a gift. You've ruined it. I can't believe you've done this to me. Not much to say here on this map. Obviously, Sanhok, there really isn't much to illustrate here at the beginning of the map for you guys, unfortunately, just because it is so easy to get everywhere around this map. And I don't think until maybe the last day there is anything to illustrate in terms of maybe some hot drops come through, maybe some particularly interesting positions from teams will be taking place. Though right now, I think, is that 3 teams in bootcamp? Maybe that is interesting. Wait, let me just highlight that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely 3 teams in bootcamp. I was wondering about that.
That is interesting, right there. Let's do all the arrows. That is mega interesting.
Have you got a zoom in?
Can we get a zoom in? Yeah, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah,
not really
right,
a zoom in, but it does the trick. It does the trick. Anyway, I would just love to jump straight into boot camp right now and see what's going on over there, because I have seen 2 teams in boot camp. It is very rare that I see 3.
MADBULLS not... Oh, no, wait, they are. We're actually going over to Ruins with MADBULLS and Foot.
No!
2 casualties already over to the MADBULLS, and Kale was talking about the strength of the rotations of Foot from this position over in the Turkish region. Looks like they'll get that opportunity to do so relatively unhampered. Kairos, MVP of the region, from the finals anyway, will be looking to rack up those points already. Picks up a 3rd flush. And around the corner, the MADBULLS, they are spent.
They're donezoed. That is slightly unfortunate for the MADBULLS. Really has not been going all that hot today. I think they did fairly well to get where they got last match on Erangel. I think this is kind of a reoccurring trend now for MADBULLS, is, you know, just falling at that initial hurdle when things start to get rough. And I think their rotations, realistically, are... This guy drop in with a DBS. What's happened there?
Sometimes you just... It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
I hate to see that again. I felt like he dropped in. Oh, no, it was them dropping in. He had the DBS, and that was just unfortunate for MADBULLS. Very sad. Very sad.
Spotted it on the drop down and landed it.
Yeah, he was good to go. He was good to go. BEŞİKTAŞ, I think they are the real losers here of the boot camp beginning, with our trio of teams all battling it out right now.
I can't believe you just called them losers.
Well, I mean, they have lost.
That is, yeah, I think I will be with you on that one. I'll stand firmly in your camp.
Thank you. You were like, no, he's got fire. I've got to go.
Well, no, you're right.
Yeah. looks kind of warm over there, actually. BEŞİKTAŞ at the moment. Zesi's quite low on HP. I think the biggest difficulty for them right now is the positioning, because I think OZAROX, as well as our other resident team in this positioning, are both in fairly decent positions. For BEŞİKTAŞ, it's only a matter of time before Sly Europe peeks their little heads up towards this way and has a peek in. And maybe take some shots down there as well. For Sly Europe, they have so much space to play around with. This feels very strange for them, I imagine, because over in Europe, they often had to deal with VP playing in this area. So for them, just having Cave as well as Quarry and the west side, I don't think they know what to do with it. They're a dog chasing a car right now, and it has stopped.
Catch up and no idea what to do from then on. It is worth noting as well, Blank, something that we haven't really touched on so far, that the weighting of the maps is very, very different in this tournament than it was over in the regional stages. You're looking at a 50% Erangel tournament here at the EU Championship, compared to an even weighting on all 3 maps that we're going to see back in those regional stages. So shifting that focus more to Erangel means that performance on Sanhok, it's good to be able to get those couple of points every day. You know, you're playing only 1 of those, so 4 total over the course of these 24 matches. It's good to get those points, but it's not as massive as it was back in those regional stages.
Yeah, I think for the regional stages, it was a bit different in that sense. But again, you're struggling just a little bit there, John, honestly. Either way, just a touch, just a touch. Looking at this map right now, though, I think we just take a quick stock of what's going on, because the circle was pretty central, right, John? And I think with SBG, just underneath, excuse me, right now, who did vacate outside of boot camp, weren't too happy with being there, and I think that's fair play when you see about 1 million shoots above your head. You just try and evacuate as soon as possible. RÜYA also made their way up from Quarry, Major Pride and Painan. Practically no one around them right now. It is very clear, and I think most of the teams we have seen inside of this match have dropped fairly central around the middle of the map, which is very different to what we're used to over in Europe, where practically the entirety of the map was taken up.
Victor able to get the spray down onto Black. There is cover to protect the knock, but don't think, excuse me, are going to have the best of times try to get back in to pick their teammate up. Nades looking to just flush this one out. playing in a fairly pivotal spot on the map as well. Excuse me, losing a player. Quite bad news for the roster. But this compound, I mean, you talked about the SPG position. It's going to be fairly solid for the time being.
Yeah, I think for Excuse Me, they were a little bit of my wildcard team coming into this tournament because I think they did really well in the PMPL EU for the team that they were, right? Because I don't think that they were the hottest team around. They had their insanely good moments. They were winning games here and there. And I think some of their wins were definitely luck-based, but then they got some more confidence. And I love the fact that they started pushing out a bit more, trying to take some more control. But I don't think that they sit right at the top of the big dogs as of yet. I think they can play with the big dogs, that's for sure, but I don't think they come out on top. So I think for Excuse Me, there's definitely some big learning to be done during this championship. I really hope that they can do something similar to PMPL EU, albeit in a much shorter time frame, which is improve a lot. Even then, you really need to be kicking off on your best foot on the first day, just like Gladiators, if you want to see yourself up towards that first to third place.
Well, none of the teams in boot camp have actually lost any players, Blank, so far. And with this circle, they're going to be pretty happy to have that record. Gladiators sitting on that trifecta compound ahead of time for FUT Esports to move in from that west edge.
Yeah, there is still a lot of time for these teams. I think for Gladiators right now, though, this pushing coming from FUT, like you say, it's one that needs to be dealt with very quickly for Gladiators because this is their major point of ingress, and already losing 2 there, 1 knocked, but most likely will be flushed, is very bad news. This is something that Gladiators have usually done quite well to deal with. But this time around, it just is not meant to be. Now, I can't tell if that nade was to deny the point or whether it was intended for something else. But knowing Gladiators, it may well have been to deny the point.
That is, I mean, it's certainly within their wheelhouse of plays. Playing on with 2 very suboptimal, especially from the west side of this compound.
Yeah.
No one else really in position to take shots at FUT Esports. I mean, Major Pride maybe, but yeah, Meku gets caught in the cross and Rookie's off angle up the hill for FUT is perfectly positioned.
Yeah, it's very hard to play as 2, especially from this spot, like you say, John, just because you need a lot of control crossing this bridge. And more than likely now, Gladiators will be taking their first big L of the tournament. They have done incredibly well so far, though. It's not a huge deal for them, but this will be a good start for FUT to actually start picking up some points because, you know, they're not doing terribly by any stretch of the word, but it's not exactly where we expected them to be, right?
Kitsune makes his way up to the North Shore, last player now for Gladiators. Not able to exact a toll on the FUT push. And will retreat from the engagement. ARR, Nexus, close to one another, right on the northern side of the circle. They are both on the mainland, fighting around these staggered hills. Aces down first. Doran lines up the shot. Becker wants the res, and it's fully in cover.
AR off in the distance now. Exxon Machine tries to take some shots through. Nexus actually doing insanely well in this tournament, surprisingly, but I love to see it. Now they do lose Kapahala, and Doran hits the deck as well. This is bad news for them. AR is very good at stabilizing from this position. They always were over in PMPL EU as well. And I think it's one of those things where a lot of teams get a little too comfortable and try and send in towards this spot, only to be met with a heavy hand coming from AR as they dispatch their opponents coming into this trap that they set almost every single time. And I would have thought that Nexus, being another EU team, would have identified this particular position coming through from AR, but they have been baited in once again.
Elementrix, certainly a player that was discussed a lot over in their region. Tapok as well. These 2 players for ARR, very, very powerful. I feel ARR isn't a team that has super flashy plays. They have had 1 or 2 pop-off moments, but they are just a team that keeps moving. They just move forwards, do not stop, and can rack up quite a record for it.
Yeah, AR has had some really good success over on Sanhok as well, just particularly with the positions they were able to pick up on the map. Fortunately, Machina able to pick up one of their players. Unlikely they'll get Elementrix back up again. Like you said, there's been a lot of discussion around this player, how good he has been, how many times he's opened up a big play that has led for AR getting a chicken dinner. Tapok moves in, another really good player on the team, very good when it comes to those clutch moments, and what they need right now is certainly a clutch. Although he can just apply pressure, which is the main thing, whilst they get Elementrix back up on their feet. That nade will be big, sends him away. And realistically, this is all Tapok needs to do.
Oh, Machina moves in. A lovely jump shot with the DBS. On the money here, Becca rallies through, but shut down across the way, and this is the ARR game plan. You need to get this res before stage 4. It might be unresable otherwise, but they've got plenty of time for this blue zone to move in. Stabilization available for ARR.
Yeah, very much so. It will be a little bit squeaky though, a little bit tight, but I think that they should be able to make it happen just about here. You do have down towards that south side, SBG as well as MELİSE Esports going toe for toe. We're heading over towards it right now as we will see Narvalo spot at least one of the players. Plays their hand very, very early on here as MELİSE now has to respond.
CEO behind the rock. Looking to raise the stakes as Victor finds one shot. REGNUM CARYA, though, moving in to third party onto the SBG position. None of this is inside the next zone, so everybody going to have to move further south past the boot camp position. Sly Europe playing on the east will be the major threat for them unless they want to go into boot camp itself, which comes with its own set of troubles. Loxy had that 1v4 in the previous match, wanting to have a similar impact here on the engagement on the north side.
Kashi looking over towards some of these players, but I think SBG's a little bit locked in now. MELİSE moves up. Dirty little Molotov there. Will cause a massive amount of pandemonium and panic in the SBG squad as they get ripped apart. One player sends for the hills, but Robs will not make it.
Crashing down the hillside now towards the boot camp north. Not going to be easy. Will be torn apart. REGNUM CARYA, MELÍSE trying to pick up the scraps here on this approach, but it's going to be super difficult to make anything work. OZAROX are there in the way. There has been a knock sent out there, but the next circle is onto the other side of boot camp. They can try and hold on out. Meanwhile, across the map, ARR moved over to that northwest island, as did Excuse Me.
Excuse Me, able to get there. How long will they remain up and alive? AAR comes in from behind. I think this is kind of an unexpected push coming from AAR. Excuse Me is going to really have to be on the ball right now if they're going to assume a team coming through this area. Excuse me. Bloody hell.
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. They are on that northwestern side. They only just have a sliver of this next circle. Foot.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a touch of the circle. Foot in the best position, I would say, right now. Major Pride, maybe. In a slightly better overlook.
Maybe. I think BEŞİKTAŞ as well. They're 3 players, but I think just for in terms of the fact they've been able to give OZAROX a slip and essentially switch positions with them is impressive in of itself. Sly Europe coming in from that southeast side. You can't count them out. They certainly can cause a bit of a problem.
I mean, you are a fan of the Sly guys. Looking on that southeast side. Next, RÜYA managing to find the northern point of the trifecta compound. Moving well so far in this Sanhok, the first we've seen so far. ARR with a challenge against Excuse Me. 3 players for Excuse Me. And ARR have made their presence very much known now. Aces and Elementrix not in a position to back this shot up as Becca goes down first. Tapok taken low, and it's good news for Excuse Me on that northern shore. Potential for Katsuna to get involved here. Still alive, by the way, for the Gladiators. Tapok spotted, not caught with the first DBS shell. As Haflik worried about the position.
Yeah, I think that surviving as a solo is way more valuable here on Sanhok than it is maybe on some other maps, just because of how quickly the landmass gets chewed up. I think if you're a solo, it's a lot more possible that if you get taken down early as a team, it's just one of your players still left up and kicking to get to a high placement, just with how quickly these teams do get cut down. I think Sanhok typically lasts around about 5 minutes less than a lot of these other maps total. So for Kitsune, there is certainly chance now to get in towards a decent position. I mean, a top 5 would be great. Slightly unlikely from the position he's currently in. But, you know, top 6, top 7, very doable. Will give you a huge amount of points, but any points is desirable. Circle heads down towards that southeast side. Major Pride with a very strong compound just to the south side of boot camp. And I think for Major Pride, they are really, really good on Sanhok and have always been. And I think when it comes to, you know, that close range, close quarters combat, that's the type of thing you're looking for. We got 3 votes on football list coming from you, Maxman, as well as Janiro, and me and Colaris going for Major Pride, putting stock in that close quarters professional action coming through from Major Pride.
I think Foot Esports are on form right now. I mean, we saw that in the fight with MADBULLS. They've moved through, taken down and care of the Gladiators as well, who have been themselves on form today so far. So it feels like maybe this is the map for Foot to show us just why they are such a threat into this tournament. ARR eliminated. The crossing from the northwest proves too much. As next RÜYA actually leaves the Trifecta compound, goes out for a swim and wants to mount up near boot camp, right next door to Excuse Me.
Yeah, the fact that Excuse Me's been able to get across so quickly as well, taking down players from OZAROX, nice shot left from Havlik, and Swain as well as his boy cannot get up quick enough. Dirty headshots coming through onto these players, and Furia quickly in position with the nade. What a setup coming through from Excuse Me, barreling their way into this Sanhok.
All right, they're here to party. Excuse Me, make their way onto the mainland, but BEŞİKTAŞ now their next hurdle that they'll need to cross. Furia seems to be caught unawares by this, and Zessi stands up. A lovely 2-shot fire there. Yekta backing it up. Sun HP on the hillside. They're moving as 3. Havlik, very unlikely to get back up, and now it's just Beck. From that north side, the crunch is good from BEŞİKTAŞ.
I mean, for Excuse Me, it was going to always be very tough to get in here, and the fact they're able to make it so far and get themselves a good little team wipe, that is really good stuff for them. Havlik in the water will be passing that information back. Next RÜYA in a tough spot themselves, stuck inside this alcove, trying to hold it out for as long as possible, ducking into the water, clenching 2 fingers between their nose as they try desperately to stay away from the bullets by remaining underwater.
FLUX trying to leave from boot camp, but Major Pride hold them out. The shift goes westward, and Foot now actually have got that solid line of fire. Major Pride gonna not have to leave their compound, but will be pushed into one side of it. Here's the lineups coming through from Excuse Me as they found the OZAROX shots. Havlik, a demon with this AUG.
Yeah, the headshots he was getting with that thing, I don't think he even meant to take down one of the players coming through from OZAROX. They're aiming at Swain. The shot goes wide as he hits the deck, and we'll just get the headshot of the player behind him. Slightly unfortunate. FLUX now moving through. Will send over towards Major Pride's position, but Dino has had eyes on this for a long, long time. Ketch moves through over towards BEŞİKTAŞ's spot, and Solke pretty much just has to get out of dodge now. Leaves the vehicle behind, Zessi down, but should be easily resable. All these teams now on the outer edges of this circle, with the middle of this map being very barren at the moment. Everyone's just trying to look for a little bit of cover to work with.
Any sign of peace, welcome for everybody here. Foot are playing 2 players on the top, and it looks like, yeah, Savian wants to move into position. One of the next RÜYA players did go down, so it is now 3 on that side. Major Pride have Sly Europe to deal with. Looks like Brut also want to move in from the south side. So a little bit back and forth here. Really the only solid position is Foot, and you can see, look, yeah, they've taken control of that bridge. They have good cover from the mainland. They can take these shots out towards next RÜYA and just slow down the game. The circle goes out their way, and it's still looking very good for Foot.
Sashipa goes down, just Reflect now remaining for the team. Some great nades coming through from Major Pride. Took down 2 of the players in Tenchik and Mandarin. Probably the 2 like problematic players for Major Pride to take down there, purely because those are the 2 that are holding the grenades in that situation. BRA now moving up towards Major Pride's spot. They realize there's another team here, so quickly they back this one off.
Major Pride not taking any knocks their way is really, really great for them as well. They can just continue to move as fast as they like and get towards this next circle, because it does move away from them, and they'll have to figure out how to get downhill here. A treacherous descent.
Yeah, moving directly into a lot of teams' fire, but really strong spot inside of the rocks here. Even if they get a couple of players going down, they should be able to res them back up. But a nade popped into that spot. It's all but over there. And I think at this stage of the game, there's still definitely teams that have nades still online, like Rookie, sending Molotovs up that way. Effect might just be able to get these players back on their feet. But from what I saw, Major Pride, in terms of gear, in terms of medical supplies, looking very much worse for wear.
That's Brock going down. Just the one player now active for Major Pride, and they're not into the next zone either. Foot, the arbiters here, both SunHP and Frozen, trying to swim as long as they can, stay in the water. Might not be warm, but it is safe for the time being. Taking that dip, the next tiny bit of cover, that little outcrop in front of Frozen. Major Pride stabilizing somewhat, all three of them back and into action, but Effect moves forwards and immediately taken down to a sliver yet again. Very low on those meds. Frozen actually taking down SunHP, leaving 3 teams remaining and in the mix. Kairos for Foot steps up, Nomi goes down. Last player now standing for Major Pride. There is the backstab from Frozen that they might need to be worried about, but Kairos handles business, and now it is all full force over towards the last player from next RÜYA. Frozen ladders up into second, but it's going to be a Foot Esports chicken dinner.
Kairos finished that one off. He's been absolutely demonic this game. Be straight out of hell there. And it's 16 eliminations found for the guys on Foot. 26 points total, which was half of what, well, just over a little half of what Gladiators were able to put up throughout the entirety of the day. So a really, really strong performance coming from Foot. And that will send them barreling up the leaderboard, which is exactly what I said that needed to happen at the start of this game, is that they were getting left behind a little bit. So great news for them. They pick up some big points in that game, much needed points as well, and that's more akin to the Foot that we were looking for those big averages.
On Sanhok as well, a difficult map to navigate, especially coming in fresh to this tournament. Right, dominating on it with this point system. Excellent news to be able to put up that display there. Hopefully they can continue that forwards, and hopefully it's not just Sanhok specific, because as we talked about, there's a heavy weighting towards Erangel.
PUBG Mobile takımı olarak uzun vadeli hedefleriniz nelerdir ve bu turnuva genel yol haritanıza nasıl uyum sağlıyor?
Uzun vadeli hedeflerimiz her turnuvayı ciddi oynamak. Çünkü örnek vermek gerekirse diğer takımlara örnek vermeyeyim, kendi takımına örnek vereyim. Frozen'lar şampiyon olduğunda West'te bir rahatlık geldi onlara. Rahatlıktan dolayı daha az çalışmaya başladılar ve başarısızlık geldi sonucunda. Diğer takımlarda da bu olmuştur kesinlikle. O yüzden her zaman sıkı çalışmaya devam edeceğiz. Yani uzun vadeli hedefimiz bu, her turnuvayı ciddi oynamak ve sıkı çalışarak girmek. Bu sezon PMGC puanında birinci bitirdik. Birinci bitirdiğimiz için direkt PMGC'ye katılma hakkını kazanacağız. Yani iyi oldu bu sezon bizim için birinci bitirmemiz PMGC puanında.
PUBG Mobile takımı olarak uzun vadeli hedefleriniz nelerdir ve bu turnuva genel yol haritanıza nasıl uyum sağlıyor?
Uzun vadeli hedeflerimiz PMGC görmek, her PMGC'yi görmek, çünkü PMGC cidden çok önemli bir turnuva. Dünya şampiyonası sonuçta. Ya PMV olsun, Avrupa şampiyonasında olsun, şampiyon olmak istiyoruz. Uzun vadeli hedeflerimiz bu şekilde.
Avrupa şampiyonası öncesinde taraftarlarınıza ne söylemek istersin?
Bizleri desteklemeyi unutmasınlar. Daha iyi bir NEXUS'u görmek için, daha iyi bir seyir zevki yaşatan NEXUS'u görmek için bizleri desteklesinler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederim.
And And with that first iteration of Sanhok, we also see FUT get their first chicken dinner. This is a team Colaris that we said coming into today, they just needed a little bit of that, fuse to get started. This could be it.
Very similar to how they started their campaign properly in the Turkish region as well. I mean, they won a game on Sanhok around the trifecta area, and again, we're seeing that kind of materialize here with 16 eliminations. This is a big Sanhok match. Not often you see these kinds of numbers going a team's way.
I was never happier to see a Western Circle shift because you picked Major Pride.
I did.
I'm like, yes, he's not going to get the prediction.
I can't catch a break today.
But yeah, Major Pride do get himself a second place. Really good play, though. Despite not getting that chicken dinner, Colaris, once again, very unfortunate. But they do go for the high ground position. South of boot camp, I think it was a very valid position to go for. Sly tried to compete, but with no competition in that engagement versus them. So yeah, Major Pride proving themselves once again to be a strong team when it comes to those engages. Towards the bottom, Gladiators struggling because we know Gladiators love Northwestern Ireland and splitting and sending players very early towards trifecta. And I think this is a setup plan from FUT in the sense that they know Gladiators are going to have 1, 2, maybe maximum 3 players over there very earlier in the game. So what they're going to do, FUT full send it after that 5 versus MADBULLS in Ruins, overwhelm those 3 players of Gladiators and get control super early of trifecta.
Yeah, to follow on from that briefly, slight limitations in maybe an armor that they had available, an S12K over something like a DBS that we were seeing. Like, it's small things or whatever, but not exactly your optimum loadout when you're kind of limited in how much you're going to loot. But FUT, almost 3,000 damage in Aero.
On a Sanhok, we said it as well, like coming into this, I mean, you said it, Colaris, things are going to be slowing down. We're not going to be seeing as much damage done, but FUT just completely blowing these expectations out of the water. We're looking at the teams running up. They're not even hitting 1,000 damage, excuse me, BJK, ARR, and FUT is just almost on 3,000.
Controlling the trifecta location, obviously very powerful, as we've been alluding to in the past couple of minutes, but then having that Western shift go their way. If that doesn't happen, it could be a very different story. Having to move inland from that location is difficult, but this is the nature of Sanhok sometimes, and they were able to run away with it, so kudos to them.
Yeah, we're talking about trifecta, one position not too far away is boot camp. We had 3 teams there, by the way. Not something you want, so you might want to try and fix what was happening in Ruins for MADBULLS and of course for Esports and of course what was happening in boot camp. I think it was BEŞİKTAŞ, OZAROX and Excuse Me in that position. Excuse Me playing those warehouses north, which is, no, I'm fine with that. You're just avoiding that entire mess happening in boot camp itself. But I feel like you could maybe look at other positions to drop into because there's a lot of space.
2 schools of thought. The first one is that because it's only 4 Sanhoks across all of the games, you could in theory keep challenging for it if you think it's more valuable for you into next tournaments. The other school of thought is it is still kind of 4 games. So maybe you actually do want to get some points from this and not actually kind of bow out completely in those hot drop scenarios. So it's here or there.
It adds up to like 4 games still at the end of the day. Quick math, by the way. So I think you want to avoid it. Like first game, that's fine. That happens. I want to see Ruins and boot camp situation sorted out by tomorrow. I don't want to see it happen again because it's just not worth it.
Yes, in the theme of it being 4 games, we spoke about Gladiators and how much we predicted what they were going to do. FUT reading into it perfectly fine. Is that something that you think over the next 3 games, do you want them to change it? Do you think it's worked against European teams in the past? It can work again, just a little bit of refinement needed?
For Gladiators in particular, I think they need to go back to how they want to play trifecta. For the next Sanhok at least, because they really got to change it up. And Kairos,
look at Kairos! 9 eliminations to his name in 1 game. What?
MVP of Turkish finals for a reason. The thing is, we know that if they get towards that late game and still have 3-4 players alive, Kalash, we talked about it during the pre-show, they just wrap up these games with so many eliminations. It is bonkers to see how they close off matches.
And apparently they really get Sanhok. The Sanhok Reaper, Kairos himself, 1,000, almost 1,500 damage is unheard of on this battleground. That's ridiculous.
It's weird to think that, like, for them, the Sanhok is the map that gets them in the mood. You know, it's
a romantic night in Sanhok.
Oh yeah, now we're really feeling the championship.
With 1 map, they lift themselves from the second time of the table to second place. So they're not on second page anymore. They are neck on neck with Gladiators, who have had consistent great performances over the last 3 maps. It does put a little bit of a question mark on, yes, Sanhok, 4 maps in total, but how big of an impact are the next 3 Sanhoks going to have on the placement of FUT?
Yeah, over the course of 24 matches, 4 matches, for Sanhok in particular, can make an impact. And this would be the perfect time to play that 7 interview. It was just a little bit too early. A little bit too early on the pre-show, but yeah, they do catch it up, and they're up there.
Depends what we see, right? If we get Eastern circles, maybe a bit more of a challenge will rear its head against it. When it comes to a circle like this, they have the perfect launch pad to be able to get to that trifecta location and try and hold it down. And again, that west shift was quite nice. But regardless, they know this area intimately, so it was good that they were able to convert with it.
Yeah, looking towards the bottom side of the table as well, the bottom 4 teams specifically, 3 out of 4 of those teams, Max, are from the Turkish region, which so far kind of seems that the macro playstyle that we're seeing from European teams is going a little bit, trampling that micro playstyle of being really aggressive.
Yeah, L. Okay, I have the little
hard-hitting analysis.
I have a little bit of drama with the Turkish talent, okay? They made me wear a jersey because the Turkish teams did really well last championship, okay? Not again. I'm not wearing a Turkish team jersey this time. I'll get a Gladiators one.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. We have Erangel coming
Please don't
up
happen.
next.
No.
Thank you, Monster, for giving us that energy, that very much needed energy after 2 TDMs, 4 maps already. We're now heading into the final Erangel of the first day. We have John and Blank ready once again. Guys, take it away.
Once more into the map that makes up 50% of this tournament. Blank, we're going to head back over to the grassy pastures, as KLRS likes to say. And I even put it in the grassy accent there for him, in his honor. But we are going to be heading into one of the most well-known maps in this game.
I didn't hear no accent on that. I don't know what you're talking about, Sonny Jim. But we are heading into that. Just sounds like you. I'm sorry, but we are heading into our Erangel, last one of the day, like you said, and we'll see who comes out on top on this one. Right now, FUT puts up an absolute unbelievable performance there on Sanhok, which really bumps their scores up quite massively, actually, which is good to see. And I think that on Erangel, if they can get a little bit of momentum here with Kairos really showing up in a massive way, as Janiro highlighted, this could be a really, really strong way to display some dominance on the first day, falling behind a little bit and then just taking control of the tournament towards the end of the day. But yeah, here we go, straight into our 5th match of the day.
Georgia Pole over towards Yasnaya Polyana, a northward plane, should be fairly accessible to most of the map. The Sosnovka military base, a little bit out of reach. Imagine maybe teams break out towards that west side, but getting to Novo, you drop out late already, and then having to get a vehicle over there, you imagine you're committing too much time. You won't be able to loot effectively unless there is a south circle. So maybe if we see that pop, you could see a team go there a little bit later, but you do need to have other options in mind.
Yeah, Gladiator is a little bit locked in here on North George just because of how early they'll have to drop out to get here. So they can't really consider the circle at the moment. On the other hand, a team like FUT will actually drop over towards Lipovka and slide Europe down towards Miltipara. They've got a little bit more time here to decide what they'd like to do with this map once the circle starts to come through. But right now, I think most teams are in a position what they are quite happy with here. AAR dropping in. It looks like NEXUS is going to try and get as far down towards that ferry pier as possible, despite this being fairly northern on the playing path. We'll see if anything does indeed start to go a little bit awry for them. In the meantime, MELİSE and OZAROX both dropping up towards Severny. So that's a little bit of an interesting one there with, I think that will be OZAROX making a bit of a change for themselves. But a hot drop this early into the tournament is a little strange.
Oh. Gonna have to keep an eye on how that one unfolds. Both of them just about hitting the deck and getting into position. Nobody going down just yet, but I'm sure that will not last for too much longer. Maybe a team just tries to grab some vehicles and gets out of there. FUT with Sly Europe close to their western point as we hop on over to the Severny savagery on the drop. Storm with the pump action. Wants to get away, back behind the silo. Can't quite squeeze through the gap there. And now he's penned in just a little bit too much for his liking. The pistol shots ringing out a warning Don't step out, lest you lose your head. And Storm will have to wait for backup in this precarious scenario.
A little bit difficult at the moment. I mean, with Poser running with a pistol and a shotgun, pump action at that, it's not ideal at this stage of the game.
Pretty heavy arsenal there for Swain. UMP, AKM as well. Very solid loadout in this scenario. And spots one. OZAROX draw first. And are able to get ahead, get out in front of this engagement. CEO taken very low as well. And across the way, actually, FLUX have taken a knock at a flush. What's going on in far-flung reaches of this map? Not in this engagement, but losing a player early. Still less than ideal. MELİSE haven't even taken a player to flush just yet. They might even be able to get the res. They have done indeed.
Get that player back up in action. A slightly interesting start here for MELİSE and OZAROX, considering the circles down towards that southwest side as well. It means that they are really delayed on their start of their game, considering they're just trying to see if they can find some pot shots on one another. Severny, without being able to have full control of this area and wander around as you please. There is a long open road, wide crossings. It's not easy to get around with another team in this location, so both teams will just be kind of locked down. Great initial opening there from CAO though, over towards Storm. Unlikely Storm's going to be able to get back towards the rest of the team. And the best thing that OZAROX can do right now is hopefully bait their teammate and use him as a way to maybe pick up a couple of eliminations, maybe some knocks, and turn the tide of this engagement.
Fairly safe for the time being. Can't push onto Storm's position for fear of those angles that OZAROX are holding, but CEO not spotted by Swain, I don't think. Yeah, it's just a little bit out of vision right now. I think he spotted that on the vault, certainly. Wanted to get this flush. The nade is cooking. They want to put it in through the door. But an excellent lineup, and Swain has moved in nice and effectively. An instant flush. And Swain all the safer. I think that was the player putting a nade in through towards Swain, who is slowly ticking away, but is still very much savable.
Very much savable. The Sefi gets over towards him. That's curious they're able to get up into that spot. I think MELİSE at Esports at the moment are just trying to pick up as much loot as possible, multitasking as best they can. You can see already Kissyu's got himself an AKM, level 1 vest, a nade as well. That nade's going to come in massively handy, especially with the limited gear, the limited loot that currently OZAROX has on board. That nade is going to shred if it is on target.
Storm healing up with the bandages, it looks like. Not really too much more at their disposal. Sephir's position known. I think there was a smoke, maybe even a stunner running in through that door, but Sephir away to safety. Sanctuary found on the upper decks. Yeah, that was the smoke towards the door. Locking down that sight line, but Sephir has the high ground now. Lewis, on the north end of this engagement, not really having an impact at all. Maybe Kisyor could get the drop onto Swain here. Nade over the top, wants to isolate these buildings. Did that tag? That might have just found a little tickle of damage.
Just a little bit. Right now, OZAROX is comfortably clearing out these buildings, and MELİSE is a little bit on the back foot now, which is slightly unfortunate for them. I think if you're looking at this particular matchup, I think right now MELİSE is definitely now on the back foot as OZAROX continues to take more and more space. You can see right now Lewis with just 15 bullets in the AKM in the back pocket, and we already saw like a lot of the utility and gear that OZAROX currently is fielding. AKM 130 bullets, level 2 helmet, level 2 vest. They've done a fantastic job at isolating some of these players, locking them down, slowly moving through. A little bit of risk-taking, I'd say, coming through from OZAROX. You can see those wide crossings that I talked about before, but not being so risk-averse has led them to a much better position in this match.
Meanwhile, in the rest of the lobby blank, we've seen two other casualties. Both FUT for Esports and FLUX have lost players. As see there, Lutz just getting lit up on the drop. This was over towards Hospital, early near that South George position. There was also a player from FUT Esports who did go down. over towards the east side of the map. FUT now as 3 have marched their way over towards Potato Hill, and they'll be swinging past the south point of Pachinki any time now.
Sarah pushing down from BRA. This is over towards Gatka. AAR move further up towards that northern side on those compounds that are just sat underneath Everest. Pretty nice positions to play around with, fairly safe as well, especially being so close to Everest too. And a lot of these teams are picking up these spots as fast as possible. We definitely have this split between the teams that like to head central quite early and then a nice chunk of teams that like to play edge. So we have a fairly well-balanced lobby at the moment. You know, that you're getting to both benefits from that. If you're playing on the edge, you're a little bit more maneuverable, honestly. You also get the chance to start clearing out areas, having control of your space. What you lack is that benefit of having a compound and safety, like these players who are towards the center, who are able to quickly shift their position over towards somewhere center without having to move too much. And they also have compounds, but they are much more beset on all sides by teams. So I'd be very careful about these little micro adjustments in their maneuvers. Circle moves up towards Everest Way and a little bit over towards Sunken and Ruins. Very sparse area, really, with a lot of interesting positions that can be played. And you'll see a lot of teams coming in from the east side, try and take up positions like Castle, as well as Ruins itself. So that's Sly Europe, SBG, OZAROX who still have to come in, who've made their way away from MELİSE, as well as BEŞİKTAŞ. Nexus is all the way down in Milta, so they've got a long way to go.
MADBULLS losing too early onto the crash. REGNUM CARYA swinging past and taking names here. 2 players, 3 players now down for MADBULLS. Just Frozen remains and into the buggy. And for the hills he runs. FUT over the hill as well. Might be a barrier too tough to mount. As Wild takes wild shots out. Spins out the buggy. Frozen into the building. Sanctuary for now, but the pressure is on.
REGNUM, Wild. We just saw them do a lot of damage over towards MADBULLS, who really not having the best of days today, down to 1 player now. Last alive and Frozen over the way. Slightly unfortunate. I think for MADBULLS, things went from very good to worse for them over in their tournament PMPL EU, now to here in the championships and the finals, I would say too. So it has been a bit of a fall from grace for MADBULLS. When we really saw them at the start of their PMPL EU as just being this major powerhouse that was blasting people, and they just could not keep up with the pace that they were setting. But I think they burnt themselves out too quick, and now are having to pay the price for it.
Yeah, they have potentially just come apart. I mean, there was that reshuffle that happened on the roster coming into this year's games, and they had that prowess still hanging over from last year. But they're able to get to the global stages, but just falling short of the mark of what we'd expected from them. Still with a stellar performance, but we know they're capable of more. We just haven't seen it.
Kairos from FUT. 1 player down in Rookie who was able to keep the squad really nice and topped off over on Miramar. Did go down eventually, but really did a very, very good job of keeping that roster alive for as long as he did there. Him being down now, I would say, is a pretty crucial component now removed. Slightly unfortunate. Should be okay going forward for FUT. They're in not a bad position as well towards Ruin's side. A lot of options available to them. REGNUM CARYA took themselves a central position in the map. BRA right next to them. Major Pride on that south side.
Circle shimmies its way on up towards those fields. Keeps all of those Everest positions in the running. And we know how much Gladiators like Everest finishes. See who else has the chops for it. Positions being held around Everest by, ARR. Trying to maintain that corralling fashion of the position that they hold. FLUX, the only Turkish team close towards that position. Potentially more looking to try and eke their way in.
No, I'm surprised Gladiators are able to, smoothly get themselves into this spot just south of Everest right now. I'm very surprised by that indeed. Major Pride currently shimmying their way over towards that central edge. Heading up towards where Gladiators are currently playing, they are split off with 2 players up towards the top side of Everest, 2 players underneath, and Major Pride are getting scarily close, but are sent away as soon as they know there are some players there. Quickly, both Meku and Matic just showing that there is some territory already taken, sending some bullets their way.
That's what you need to do, maintain that control with, if not players, with shows of force. Momentum taken out of the sails, SBG getting rocked up on, and OZAROX taking the fight to them. Narvalo down and flushed very, very quickly. SBG scatter.
Not great for them. I think SBG at the moment have really come a cropper just because of some ill-informed plays, I'd say. Some of the scouting's not quite there, not fully understanding the surroundings before they go in for an engagement. You see right now they're plowing their way right into a pretty disgusting trap between Sly Europe, Robs and Akashi, now sending wide over towards the central areas. Tenchik takes down Victor.
Where do you go for Robs and Akashi? SBG with no real prospects here. They're just going to have to hope that they find the shack and stay alive as long as possible. Major Pride similarly trapped up the creek without a paddle. Effect needing to get rezzed here. Drops a smoke and no real cover to play around from the top of the hill. It's just going to have to hope that the smoke keeps them safe. Effect rezzed, but FUT Esports right over that ridgeline. Gladiators looking to control the position, so maybe able to keep one another at bay.
Aku dropping some smokes. Looks down towards SBG. Akashi and Robs feel like they've found some sort of safety, but not for very long. This vehicle goes up in smoke, goes up in flames. Most likely will take a little bit of damage from it. That is an ambitious grenade, but knowing Meku, he is very, very good with them and lining them up just slightly wide.
That had the range. I mean, he was on with the angle, but a little bit off target there. Unfortunate. Difficult to hit.
It's difficult to hit those ones as well because they are so far, so you don't have a lot of time to line it up because you have to throw it, because by the time it lands, it will explode. You can't have it exploding in the air. So I think for Meku to even get that close with the grenade is phenomenal stuff and a little bit scary if you come up against him. MADBULLS Frozen will go down as Doran will take the shot as Kapahala swings on by.
Doran up the top for Nexus, scouting out their move forwards, which they will have to make. The southeast side will crunch them in the circle containing the fields and, again, the foothills of Everest, where Gladiators found their title back over in Europe. On the north side of it, sure, but the mountain, certainly an ominous omen for anyone trying to move on through. Excuse me. Getting picked apart by ARR, taking heavy punishment in response. Becca up close now with, I think, the final member of, Furia. DBS in hand, needs to land a shell and a second onto Elementrix, but can't quite land on the money there. And the west point of Everest is now held by ARR alone.
Yeah, really good play there. Jumping out wide versus the DBS is practically the only thing you really can do. Unless the guy is absolutely sick on the reflexes, it is really difficult to hit that shot as you come flying around the corner with an SMG because time is limited. So for someone with a DBS, that is probably your best option, is to do the unexpected, which is to fly like an eagle around the corner. Lewis is just sat in this vehicle, and OZAROX hasn't spotted yet.
Okay, well, now they know, and I mean, I don't know what I expected, really, to be honest. I mean, maybe you get one knock, but unless the vehicle goes up, you're just going down there. MELİSE losing a player.
I think MELİSE, well, Lewis is kind of misplaced an E in OZAROX's name because they're not OZAROX. It's not a dinosaur. If you stand still or sit still, it's still, they're still going to see you. They're still going to see you, mate.
Oh, dear. Well, MELÍSE will be extinct in this game, certainly. 12 teams now remain as Gladiators pick up the final piece there. The northern side still very much under their command. FLUX have got the compound over in the field side, and that's a powerful spot for the Turkish Titans themselves. FLUX, a major hope for the region in this. A reversing play here for Tenchik. I mean, you've got the seat as cover. If you advancing towards enemy position. It's not the worst idea in the world. OZAROX getting cut down out in the open. BEŞİKTAŞ managed to find some crossfire, but with only some HP up and in action, you need to use the blue to your advantage here.
Yeah, that'll be BR8 down.
Ooh.
Towards that south side. Oh, goodness me. I thought that nade could have been absolutely horrendous, but great. Couple of nades there coming from OZAROX. Difficult position to set themselves inwards with. I mean, they have a knock on Swain. Storm's most likely going to go down, but 7 eliminations making it to top 10 is still fairly decent for OZAROX. Considering they had that awkward start where they really had to play out their minds to make sure they kept full control over Severny, on what was a pretty interesting play, it's slightly difficult.
Circle pops. We're into phase 5. Major Pride taking the fight with FUT Esports, and 3 players for FUT proves to be too tall an order for everyone but Nomi, who wants the challenge. Says to his teammates, yeah, you guys, don't worry about me. I'll just take the 1v3, but mouth bigger than the marbles there. And Major Pride fall.
Sune taking shots over towards FUT right now. There's some real long shots with the ScarL with Kitsune behind the trigger. ScarL got some pretty significant changes in a previous patch. A little bit more optimal now to use. I think it's just slightly worse than M4, but still in terms of tap fire, it's really strong. So that kind of range in the hands of someone like Tixi, that is seriously good stuff.
Kitsune knocked. The forward position for Gladiators will need to be recovered. Their only foothold into this next circle. Tixi moving a little bit carefully here. Meku actually the one to strike out towards Kitsune's position. Predictions come through. We've both gone for FLUX. Despite having only 3 players, the compound that they hold has so much value.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it would be nice to see them go 2 for 2 on Erangel, honestly. I think that's the thing that I'd be most excited to see. Just because FLUX, they have now set themselves a bar, and I want them to reach that bar as being the kings of Erangel. Only having 3 players, again, like you say, it is difficult, but that kind of strong position inside a fielded zone, as long as you play your cards right, by the time most of these teams get here towards you, they're likely going to be at 3 players or less as well. So I think really the only big team that's going to cause them major problems will be Gladiators up on that northeast side. If Kitsune went down there, it would have been a lot easier. The fact that he's back up again and Gladiators are able to keep him in the fold is really good news.
Gladiators might struggle to push through, given that FUT Esports position will probably have an angle over towards the routes they want to take in towards this circle. I doubt you want to crash onto that compound. You expect it to be held fast at a difficult push to make. Next, RÜYA really struggling here as REGNUM CARYA take them to task. You've got to imagine they're not long for this match. BRA on the west point will struggle, but in comes the crash. The push forwards from ARR to try and take down FLUX's position. FLUX seem to be doing quite well as Tapok falls on that forward outpost. Again, they're just going to be backed off there.
Yeah, down to 3 now. REGNUM CARYA, this is Kalaris' pick, actually. They had so much control right now over towards the south side. They will have to move further upwards, but you imagine because they've been able to hold on to this position for so long, and so many teams have kind of broken themselves against the tide against them, they should have vehicles available. Getting through over towards the fielded area should be fine. AR moving once again, looking to finish what Tapok started.
Shots through the window. Ace is suppressing with the auto shotgun, but breaks out wide and goes down fast. Becker low at the back lines. Elementrix close, not caught around the window as Solke needs to go for the reload. The burn on the door, not going to catch anyone. Solus traded off a 2v2. Bank the nade, perfectly placed. Elementrix down, leaving Becker last standing. 2 players active for FLUX, and the ARR push isn't there, but Gladiators ride on in strong. Ketch and Solke forwards for FLUX need to be on the hold as Elementrix is flushed away on the push on the north side, and a potentially game-changing maneuver here for the Gladiators to keep them in the advantage. FLUX, 2 players now confirmed as the flush went through their way. Ketch spotted in the smoke, the spray on the cross. Doesn't quite catch for Tixi.
Yeah, this is a great game here from Gladiators, looking to get some revenge from their original Erangel, which is lovely to see. I mean, for FLUX, maybe if Solus hadn't gone down, there perhaps would have been a chance, but right now, Solke and Ketch need to move out of here. I think Solus crawling outside of the building to get information was overzealous. I think that was way overconfident coming through from them. Understand that there's probably teams around this area. Making a move like that was likely to end in disaster his side. Kitsune looking down over towards FUT as they move in. See if they can pick themselves a couple of eliminations up before they can even get towards these squads. But REGNUM CARYA taking their time, really taking their time about it. Loxy from REGNUM CARYA at 809 damage done. That is impressive.
Their standout player today, for sure. Certainly in my book with the 1v4, and now putting in a shift on another Erangel. Very difficult to argue otherwise, I'd say, but REGNUM CARYA moving in. They have control of a lot of the fields here, and that plateau, you can see, it sort of rolls away towards BRA. The difficulty they face, obviously, is that Gladiators and FUT have high ground positions towards them, and you can see even Solke has that angle. 2 players for FLUX still fighting, but under the purview of the forward position of Tixi and Kitsune.
Okay, this is where things get a little bit interesting now, John, because this is where Gladiators have slipped up in the past, which is playing this 2-2 split, which sometimes doesn't go all that well. And with Meku already going down, that is a bad start. Luckily, we do have players coming in from REGNUM CARYA, taking down at least one of FUT's players. And quickly, there's a regroup here onto Savian. Yeah, this is bad news. They should be able to get Meku back up again, no problem. And that is all because of REGNUM CARYA able to pick themselves up a nasty little shot there.
However, that alleviates pressure on towards the compound for FLUX. I imagine they're going to get this res and try and mount up and crash straight into the building. They might even go further than that. A nade over the top from Ketch sends Kitsune reeling. And that is an off-angle dispatched. Potential here for Ketch to have an impact. Tixi repositions. They know that this res is coming through. They spot Meku riding on in. And actually, it looks like Meku wants to move even further forwards, gain ground, use the momentum. And right up close and personal. Breaks out wide, away from the vehicle. The side swipe not quite there. The angle's covered by the foliage against FUT.
I think for FLUX right now, it's only a matter of time before Gladiators make their move. REGNUM CARYA did try and move up here, but have lost one player in the process, and Loxy has to quickly hit the deck. 8 eliminations so far for them. Circle heads up towards that northern side, and Gladiators are once again in a very good spot to take this game. BRA able to pick up Loxy, the star player there from REGNUM CARYA at the moment, and Meku also getting involved. Right now, they can set up FLUX between them and this entire engagement, which would lead FLUX to a high placing, but it just gives so much safety to Gladiators to clean this game up. They know there's only 2 players in front of them.
Wilder trying to bait the trade, and it goes well for one, but the second not so solid. BRA and REGNUM CARYA both tearing each other to shreds here. FLUX have moved out of the building, and they're playing out in the open, with the shots ringing out over their heads, cracking themselves over to the other side of the field. FLUX still cowering, but they're safe for the time being. Nobody can push in from the south because the Gladiators have those angles.
Kitsune just absolutely killing it with this Scarrel at the moment. Looking so good, looking so strong as well. Peeking over towards inside the blue. I think that this is a team that knows that it's all but over for them. Matic will pick themselves up one of those eliminations over towards REGNUM CARYA. Leaves them on 10 points, hitting a 6th place. 5 teams remain right now. Kairos out in a bush at the moment. Becca very dangerously close towards Gladiators, but it's FLUX who are looking to take the brunt of the storm as Gladiators start to march downwards.
Out into the blue zone, Corsair needs to cross here. Has some foliage cover from Gladiators. FUT, I think, yeah, Rip7 might have just caught sight there. But there are trees in the way. This is a relatively covered approach. There is a crate out in front. Potential for a resupply. Bandage is all he has left now. Yeah, Rip7 scanning this horizon. So wary of these positions out. And Meku seals the deal. Corsair falls finally spotted.
It's such a smart move just to leave FLUX here. They know that this team doesn't want to fight them. And they work so well as just a front guard. Now it's just FUT and FLUX left remaining. And now Tixi can part the grenade, and he's known where they are all along. That is so unfortunate.
It looks like they're just going to pour those nades over the top, whatever they've got left in the pockets. They know where Foot are as well. You can see that suppressing fire getting thrown on into the mix. Kitsune brazen on his ridge peaks. He knows that the other lines are suppressed. FLUX and Gladiators both going to have to move.
Yeah, actually, this plays a little bit into Foot's hand. Never mind. Great shot. Great spot from Meku as well. Goodness me. I think these are the kind of the two sort of unknowns to Gladiators. They sort of knew where they were, and now they were just dealing with the players coming in from the blue. Now they can just set all their sights towards them. But immediately, as soon as they see the circle go off that way, they realize that this is the team that they need to put down first.
FLUX starting their shimmy. As soon as shots from CARYA start to land, that's when they are. Okay, so maybe they don't know exactly where FLUX are. They think they're still in the building. And probably wisely so. I mean, they haven't pushed onto it. They know that they were in there. So FLUX already having gotten out, pretty solid. Tixi might be able to catch an angle here onto Solke if he's just in the right place at the right time, but back behind the tree, and the foliage now is there for the cover. The cross, are they going to be able to spot it? Tixi should see this for Solke, should have the angle, but they're more worried about the building. They're burning it out. Meku moves forwards in the vehicle, and this is so brazen from Solke. They absolutely believe that they're in the building, but now they're going to have to think otherwise. Gladiators have allowed the FLUX duo to get out and into the fields. And for their troubles, they'll have to deal with Foot as well.
Major thing that they realistically needed. Oh, dear me. Good spot from Kitsune. The fact that Ketch was able to get some shots backwards as well was fairly impressive. Tixi goes the roll down, will be done so, and now just looking for this final player.
Bang. Oh, Kairos.
He wobbled.
He definitely did. A Tixi goes down, but he wobbles and then he falls. The Gladiators with another chicken dinner blank. This is an excellent start for the CIS Titans.
Yeah, seriously good stuff there. I think FLUX were in a strong spot, but the way the Gladiators played out that end game just really reminds me back of that final game in the finals of PMPL EU, which is essentially just setting up a win like that. It starts from minute 15 for Gladiators a lot of times. They really just find their angles, find their position, and then allow things to happen around the map, which some other teams might just not let through. For instance, there, they know that Foot is very much down bad over on that side. They've already taken down a couple of players. FLUX looks worse for wear, so they can just leave those two players out in the open, and then slowly but surely watch these teams come in from the edge, who are the absolute unknowns. They don't know where they are. They just keep scanning. Once they're dealt with, then they can deal with the two players that they have 100% certainty where they are. So it's very methodical, very tactical, and really clean from Gladiators.
Absolutely. They knew exactly what they were about that game. They were suppressing absolutely everyone. Everybody else was caught in that south scuffle that just was not going to let anyone out unscathed. And yeah, beautifully executed. FLUX could not hold them off from the northern side. And the Gladiators take another strong, convincing chicken dinner.
Gladiators once again with that chicken dinner finish. I mean, they're racking up the points in day one. There is no stopping them.
Easy mode at the end. They're just getting the buggy like, oh, we'll just roll around. We'll find them eventually. They can't hide forever. And they just get himself another chicken dinner on board. I mean, clearly, I think top 6, it was 5 Turkish teams and Gladiators, because like Gladiators are just miles ahead in terms of like the European teams, and of course in this championship too. And it's like the teams just allow them to just fully express themselves in these games, and there's just no competition right now.
Is anyone else concerned?
It's day one. Have we got the champions already? Wow.
A little bit
just
scary.
give it to Gladiators. I mean, not just 10 placement points, but 12 elimination points. Consistently hitting some of the highest numbers in terms of eliminations in the lobby. That's scary.
The thing is about this game especially is when you have the 2-2 split of Everest and the compound southeast of it, Blank was talking about it as well, that already is a position of power. And then when everybody gives you extra room and not really challenging too much in the north side of these circles, and you're able to play from basically the high ground downhill,
Yeah.
Nobody's challenging you here. The only thing that could have potentially challenged them was FUT, but they were 3 alive during the majority of this game. So, and that did not come to fruition either. So Gladiators running away with it at the moment.
There was another team that was on Everest at some point, and they got close at some point, but the thing about Gladiators is that even if they have a 2-2 split, they're going to confidently take shots towards you and create that space. They want to feel confident no matter what split they're pulling off, and when they're looking confident, they get like over 2k damage, 12 eliminations, great conversion ratio overall, and I loved it. Tixi was like the medic of this game. A team would get just knocked, he's like, oh, I'm going to res him. There's another one, just, oh, I'm going to res him too. So yeah, Tixi just keeping his team alive until the very end, but REGNUM, CARYA, they're best game so far. Good to see.
Yeah, REGNUM as well. The second time here that they get top damage, but that doesn't again translate into a podium finish for them. Even though you get 8 eliminations on the board, you get top damage. You're doing a great job. What is missing here?
I don't know. A bit of a wild card from me in terms of my choice as well, to see them try and do something in this game. South side of this circle, it was always going to be difficult to try and move north against some of the threats that were looming, like Gladiators, for example. And then when all the other teams get caught up in the same field, and you're just having this crossfire and you're all just eliminating each other.
I feel like we're talking a lot about Gladiators, but like just to highlight your point you made, Kalaris, I mean, they took no damage. They took nothing.
Because nobody challenged them.
Hello? There's just free positions to go for those massive splits, and everyone's like, oh, it's Gladiators, you can do it.
Can't touch it. Don't want it. But that's the thing, right? As well, coming into this, Kalaris, you said it yourself. You're like, Gladiators have been allowed to run away with the positions that they're taking. Nobody's really pushing back. Nobody's trying to stop them. And time again, they secure the chicken dinner off of it, which brings the question, what can you really do against this team?
Yeah, I don't know. You can't really let them get into a position of power like this, multiple games in a row, and then be able to let them convert like they are doing. That being said, though, they are so good at being able to, again, create barriers for other teams to not enter these kind of other zones near them. And then they're basically eliminating threats before they even become a problem. So I don't know, all these other teams are going to have to kind of tweak the bolts quite quickly in a tournament like this, because as much as, yes, it's 24 games, you can't let Gladiators look this comfortable. There's going to have to be wounds going their way mid-game as opposed to letting them get to late game here as 4.
Yeah, I'm going to move away from Gladiators because this feels like the Gladiators talk show right now.
I mean, they've deserved it.
It is the Gladiators day right now, but I want to talk about BRA Esports in particular. That's been a team that we had a few question marks about some of the Turkish teams. How are they going to perform on this international championship stage? They had their best game so far, and they were super aware of what was happening south, that fight with REGNUM, CARYA. There were 3 teams involved at the time, so good to see a little bit of presence from this team, hopefully more throughout the next 3 days, but I mean, 67 points already. They're pretty good.
Yeah, the overall rankings are already starting to take shape, and it looks great for the Turkish team when we're looking at the top 6 teams. But as we already said, if you want to qualify for PMWI, you need to be where Gladiators are sitting right now.
Numero uno. That's where you want to be. And Nexus Gaming, though, I did not, with their results and the fact they didn't get chicken dinner, I didn't think they'd be in like a top 5 contestant position, but especially that one Erangel on Sanhok Island that did really allow them to get so many points along the way. But they got 28. Sorry?
Which one of the 3?
Which one of the 3?
Which one of the 3 Erangels are you talking about?
The Sanhok Island one.
Okay.
The Southern Island one. But Nexus Gaming did really good there, got a lot of eliminations. 28 elims for 8 placements, so very heavily focused on the limbs here.
Yeah, which you can do technically in this
point system
format. Yeah, with the point system, how it works out. I'm glad we did shift away from the, I think it was, what, we had 15 points per win, right? So it gives teams an opportunity to flex in a different way here in PUBG Mobile, play in a different way, be rewarded in different ways. So you can play like that, especially if you get isolated. So for example, when you have those 50-50 circles, you're on the mainland, and then all of a sudden it shifts to Sosnovka, you're like, okay, well, time to start fragging.
A team we haven't really touched upon was Excuse Me. They're currently sitting on the bottom of the standings. They're not doing too hot, but it feels like that is what we've seen from them on PMPL EU as well. It was really on those last games on the finals that they caught up, you know, that momentum, but they haven't really been able to translate it here into championship.
Yeah, they're already apologizing in their team name. They're like, oh, sorry guys, excuse me, it's not working.
How long have you been sitting on that joke?
All PMPL. I was waiting for it, like, championship is going to come out eventually. But yeah, I feel like during PMPL, they started doing well because teams were trying things out towards the end because there was not as much pressure at the end of the league stage, and they just started performing really well. But I think that now you leveled up this lobby significantly with the addition of the Turkish teams. I feel like that adaptation is rough for them, especially for a first-time team playing in the championship. I think that transition is rough, and it's the first day, so we can expect hopefully improvements throughout the next 3 days, but the first day is going to be tough for these first-timer teams.
Yeah, the first day is also looking to be a little tough in terms of predictions, so let's have a look, bring them up and see where the analysts... Oh! I mean, I was going to call out Max, but...
What do you want to call out me all the time?
I had a feeling that it was...
Okay, I give you a pro strat.
Listen,
I started picking gladiators.
Just go for gladiators. Kalaris, why do you refuse to go? Are you trying to be, different? Are you trying to be?
I'm trying to be edgy.
In
my old age, I mean, REGNUM CARYA was it's another example of going for something a little off meta considering the position that they were in, because for the entire game we're watching this one, we're like, well, Gladiators has got a good position again. I don't want to pick Gladiators every game. I don't want to do the John strat, all right? Maybe eventually when I have been beat into submission by them constantly winning. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, well, the John strat seems to be working pretty well for me. We're going to be heading over to John, actually. But first, thank you, Monster, for making it possible. John and Blank, last map of today. Take it away.
Thanks very much, I guess. I mean, I didn't predict Gladiators in the last game. I went for FLUX. Still got a point, but only the one.
It's still the John strat. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Just predict Gladiators. You've done it twice. I've done it twice. Yeah, Ginny's done it 3 times today, and therefore is in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've done it once and I got it right. You've done it twice and got it half right. So, that's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Anyway, we know what to put on Kalaris' tombstone now. Edgy. That's all you need at the end of the day. But we're heading into...
We're starting a list.
Yeah, we're starting a list. We're heading into Miramar now. Final map of the day.
Tombstone's going to be taller than he is.
That is mean. It's going to be taller than everyone on that desk. They're all shorties. Though Max will tell you that he is exactly 187 centimeters. What the hell, guys?
No way is he 187.
He's very specific. Okay, so, I think it's 188 actually, because he's told me so many times.
No way.
But we are heading over into Miramar now for our final match, as we said before. Pull up the old map feed very shortly. Right now, I can tell you that it is a very southern playing path down towards Impala, across Los Leones towards La Triera. So a lot of drops down towards the south side available. I wonder if we'll see anyone head down towards Valle de Mar or Los Higos.
Yeah, that south cut on Miramar, you kind of expect a lot of these locations to be isolated. It is that large of a map, and most plane paths will cut out at least one corner of it this time around. It's going to be difficult to get up to La Cobraria, even Campo Militar as well. Possible though.
We have seen Gladiators pull it off before. But yeah, I think the main portion that I am curious about is... Ooh, let's try again, shall we? My main portion, the slow circle pull out. The main portion that I'm concerned about is this area down here. I don't think we've seen a lot of teams actually pick up these positions, but I think they're very viable spots, certainly positions that I think teams should head towards. Right now, we do have a massive amount of teams heading towards San Martin, Graveyard, Hacienda del Patron, as well as this northwest side of Power Grid. I think that, having that many players there is a little bit detrimental, and I think that you could space yourself out a little bit more to give you a bit more breathing room on some of these rotations, because you're not always going to get that circle that did head down towards that center of the map, as we see here, heading up towards La Cobralia.
Still a couple of parachutes in play on those teams looking to find those further north positions. NEXUS alone in El Pozo this time. And that is going to be quite a split drop. I'm looking at ARR at the moment, and I think that might be a little bit of a hot drop going on there, just out towards these warehouses. It is indeed Sly Europe, ARR at loggerheads now. Tapok wants to get some vengeance for fallen comrade aces. Mandarin will suppress the position. The knock, though, did already go through. A little hop through the vehicle to get to the other side fast. A little bit of tech there. Elementrix still yet to find a weapon, seemingly, but has got that machete. Nice little skin on it there as well. Wants to push forwards, be, if nothing else, a meat shield for the roster. But I feel like at this stage, nobody's coming out winning from this engagement. However, the firm losers of it are Sly.
Yeah, the firm losers are definitely Sly there, as Elementrix just pulls out the machete and goes crazy with it. Looking pretty good, though, at the end of the day, cutting down the the enemy with that one. And we'll have to move away there, but they do get 4 eliminations for their troubles, which is a pretty good start for them overall. In the meantime, it is MELİSE Esports trying to chase them down. They want a bit of piece of a pie here to get themselves some elimination points as well. But luckily for AI, they realize that they've made a lot of noise and will quickly shift away.
That's a very heads-up rotation from them, you're right. It's good to see. They can pull that sort of thing out of the bag. 3 players, though, not ideal on Miramar. You want to try and expand your influence as much as possible. No more sort of super close positions for any of these teams right now. SBG on your screens. I mean, it's a team that, I mean, I predicted them to be in top 3 over on the socials. Max also has him, I think, as 3rd place, and they have underperformed so far today. I think it's safe to say this is a roster that we saw a massive amount of hope from in the regional stages. It's the best season we've seen from them in a long time, and they are falling flat right now. They aren't doing, you know, awful. Well, actually, they are only on 16 points. It's really not good news for them.
It's awful.
I was going to try and find some sort of saving grace for their performances so far today, but it just isn't there right now. They've looked lackluster, I think it's safe to say.
I think it's interesting because I would say that their performance in PMPL EU was anomalous, in my opinion, right? So it feels strange that this is not the same. It doesn't feel too strange to me. This is not the same kind of thing we're seeing from that PMPL EU. Although they did improve a lot, it still felt like there were a lot of moments where they could have played it a lot better. They could have got a lot more chicken dinners, but there's still the same mistakes that we've seen before. You know, shining through, or at least not shining through in this case. So I kind of would like to see more of that high elimination count coming through from SBG, but they seem to just be getting outclassed by a lot of the other teams in this lobby at the moment.
Just rotations that seem unfamiliar to them. They look confused in a lot of these scenarios, and they'll need to patch it up. And they don't really have too much time to make those repairs. Over with REGNUM CARYA, they had a very high elimination count in that last game. Playing from that south side, they were Calaris's prediction coming through on that one. And they did have an impact, but fell short of the mark. Moving forwards, team that definitely didn't, though, the Gladiators, on an absolute tear. Definitely a championship team.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's not all is lost right now for SBG, because there is still a chance for them to pull something like what we saw from FUT, a 26-point game, which really shot them up the rankings, and something like that can happen. But again, with FUT, it felt more like, as you said, you know, their rotations at least felt like they had purpose. There was reason behind them. And when it came to their engagements, they didn't look too sloppy. So I think that it felt like just a matter of time before we saw FUT get their day in the limelight over on one of these matches. So I think that for them, there is certainly a lot more hope in the next couple of days. For SPG, there needs to be some serious adjustments tonight. Hopefully. I mean, I want to support them because they're from EU. I'm not from EU because I'm from the UK, but I still commentate EU as my main one. So
I think UK teams would still play in the Europe tournament, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Banned.
I'd have to check.
Not allowed.
I have to check with the admins.
They have their own tournament.
Okay, all right.
It's just them
okay.
traversing the map until the blue zone gets them. Anyway, to be the blue zone with 10 points every time.
That's right.
It got the chicken dinner. But yeah, heading over towards MADBULLS again, another team that has felt like they've fallen flat on their face so far. Really not able to put up the similar kind of performance. We touched on it before, but this is a team that I want to see change and change fast. Just because we got a glimpse of how good they were, and it still feels like Zerich is overperforming in this team compared to his teammates, and realistically I'm like, where's FLUX and all of this? Because that guy was an absolute nutter when it came to the elimination count and living all by his lonesome, and he's felt very distant in this tournament, a little bit lackluster.
It's less MADBULLS, more the mildly miffed Bulls right now. They need to get a little bit angrier, hopefully, as we were saying, gathering that momentum towards the next few days of this tournament, because it is quite a short one. Tixi, enveloped by the blue, close to the MADBULLS, who we've just been talking about, but on a 2-2 split for the Gladiators, and even then it's more of a 2-1-1. They don't want to take an engagement if they can help it. They know that they will just get overwhelmed here. You can see that discipline from Tixi.
Yeah, exactly. They really don't want to get too involved in this one with MADBULLS right now, because they've been to anger management, as you said. What they really need is anger encouragement. But that is for another day, and maybe they can go to that session tonight and come back stronger tomorrow. Looking at the map, though, we do have this circle that we had at the beginning of the game up towards that northern side. We will have a really hard shift now. I think this is very similar to what we saw on our first Miramar of the day. And we'll see where this one actually heads. Highest damage right now is Nomi from Major Pride, surprisingly. And he really had a step up in performance over in PMPL EU. And Kairos with 2,518. That's kind of to be expected. This guy is absolutely insane from Turkey at the moment, living up to the hype right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a name that I'm sure we're going to see much more of over the course of this year and into the next ones as well. And I'm excited to see the development here. BEŞİKTAŞ, as a roster, we've seen a lot from each of these players, right? I mean, these are names that you will be familiar with if you've been following PUBG Mobile for a while, but right now, I'm not seeing that gel occurring for the roster. They have managed to accrue 30 points so far, but it feels like they've just been piecing this together. 7 placement points, but 23 elimination points really keeping them afloat. Similar story for Nexus Gaming.
Yeah, I think Nexus had a bit of a step at the start of the day, looking pretty strong. They fell off just slightly, but I'm hoping that here in that last match we do see a bit more from Nexus, because they're a roster I really like, and I think that, you know, I think they've found their place now, and I think they've got the right roster with the right tools for the job. It's now just about getting to that work site and making things happen as they come in from that eastern side. Very similar circle, but again, honestly, a little bit further up towards that northwest side, so we're cutting out a lot of that position. Death Valley, I'd call it, just the western side of Graveyards. This is much more set upon these high grounds just south of Crater Fields.
I'm imagining we're going to see a bit of conflict as these high grounds get competed for now, especially on that south side. Gladiators extending their line to get that rotation past the MADBULLS outpost, but Tulika has lagged behind the main pack of MADBULLS and might be able to sever the supply line of the Gladiators. It looks like Tixi hops out to maybe take some tango, and we'll be able to step on the feet of Fleeke there, taking down one of the MADBULLS and the backstop. Good flush from Tixi, and that's heads up. I mean, they moved into a position where they knew they could take the fight in a much better scenario. That's the discipline that we were talking about from the Gladiators.
Yeah, they are very good when it comes to figuring out when to take an engagement and when to back off. And I think that they have been tailing the MADBULLS for quite some time now. And if they can get MADBULLS into an awkward situation and corral them into this position, which they're doing right now, they'll have to come round here. Gladiators can set up further up now and start looting a little bit more as well. So for Gladiators, getting that information on board now, beautiful stuff, great stuff indeed. OZAROX up towards that very much central edge. They're right on that nice little bit of high ground, really big high ground, in fact, that looks down upon practically everything around them. We have had circles finish here before. It looks like we will have them finish up here again. This is very much a desired spot by a lot of teams, so FLUX will be looking to head up this way as well.
This is going to be home turf for Gladiators as well. Remember, normally they're playing up from La Cobreria and pushing down through those Crater Fields positions, so I'll be aware of those angles. MELİSE torn some shreds there. ARR will be able to break them, but Poser won't go down without a fight. Tapok next for the engagement. The Mini 14 at this range is deadly, and he will be popping those shots with great accuracy, but unfortunately none of them quite land, making Tapok dance for his dinner. Becker gets flushed away. That is really unfortunate for ARR to lose the player there. Elementrix close now, and that is going to be the last blow dealt. Actually, that might, yeah, it came from SBG from across the way, who are playing as 4 now, but either way, MELİSE, they will be going down, eliminated in 15th.
Eliminated in 15 for the moment. Pretty sad, but I think right now for the last day, this is where you sit it out and you go again. You think about what you can do better tomorrow. Matic, ooh, seriously, has the sniper as well. Frozen gets back in the vehicle. That was a dangerous situation he was in. If he did not immediately start going, that would have been all over. REGNUM, CARYA actually eliminate MADBULLS once again. I think for MADBULLS, this is a horrific start to the tournament. Again, another one of these cases, and this happened in PMPL EU as well. It feels like they have just sent all caution to the wind. They're making these crazy rotates. The patience is just not there right now, John.
No, they just sent for a crazy crash towards the middle with, I'm imagining, not very much scouting. Certainly not enough preparation. And they fall flat yet again. So, mantle of Europe will have to be borne by teams other than they. But Gladiators are doing one hell of a job of doing that so far. Nexus also putting in a shift. I mean, we spoke about how their placements are lackluster, but they are in 4th. Overall, they have 28 elims. Sure, they only have 8 placements, but it takes one good game in terms of placements to put you back up there amongst everyone else towards the top of the table. So, good show from Nexus so far. Gladiators managed to swing out to the north side at the cost of one of their players, but they will be playing from much more familiar territory.
Absolutely. Excuse me, down towards that south side. A difficult spot to maneuver from, particularly because right now, obviously, if the circle ended up all the way in the south, excuse me, very happy about it, but it is almost inevitable that they're going to have to move upwards and crossing that road towards that north where it just cuts through, heading up towards where OZAROX is playing right now, which is pretty much where we are going to go. Excuse me, has to make a quick move. You can see them all heading into vehicles right now. That's Major Pride, BEŞİKTAŞ, as well as, excuse me, and they're going to try and get in. But FLUX will be holding down a tight ship on that side of the map, knowing that this is one of the only positions that is viable on that south side, whereas OZAROX has all these sight lines available to them.
Excuse me, have actually managed to circumvent the FLUX south side hold and actually get into the compound to the north of FLUX with little to no contest from OZAROX or next RÜYA, which is nice. This is the replay coming through of the MELİSE rattle down, but in comes the push, and finally FLUX gets something off towards, excuse me, because they have not punished this at all.
No, I mean, this is absolutely fine. I mean, for, excuse me, yes, they will take a knock here. FLUX maybe didn't want to get in on that just because, you know, they'd rather prioritize the safety of that compound down there as opposed to trying to stop people from getting ahead of them. But again, you're right, John, this is going to come back to bite them in the future, and this is really one of those decisions that you just have to make on the fly, and FLUX will hope that it comes back in their favor in the long run. Up towards that northeast side, SPG will be holding on a line versus Nexus, who have been taking their sweet time about getting into the circle, but finally now are approaching that northeastern side. And Gladiators, once again, playing this excellent edge game up towards that northwest west side. Not an easy position to move into, but it's giving them a bunch of time to work with right now, especially because they're on the slow side of the circle. They can take it very, very cautiously and figure out what their next game plan is.
They have lost Kitsune in the process of moving around here, and that is what the desk wanted to see, right? Other teams do against Gladiators. Take mid-game advantage against them and make sure that they are not at full force moving into the late game. That's exactly what's happened here, so it's good news for those teams on the northwest side. The bad news is there's still 3 Gladiators alive, which is really bloody scary.
It is really scary, honestly. I think no matter what happens, Gladiators, even at 2, is something to behold, because we have seen Gladiators take a chicken dinner here on Miramar as just 2 players. I think it was Kitsune and Matic. So it's definitely possible.
Certainly a chance for, well, as long as you're alive, right, there's a chance, even for Elementrix of ARR, but less likely, certainly. SPG moving back together. Looks like they want to regroup for a push to move closer to the circle. Rob's the last one out in the woods, but will be able to move back on over. Nexus spot that though.
Nexus still in this one of these positions where honestly, I think they have a good chance at this game, John. It's going to be a little bit hard getting across that road over towards AAR as well as OZAROX, but certainly possible. I think foot as well is going to be an issue down towards that southwest side. But if they play the cards right, it's definitely doable, especially with this next shift. We'll see where it goes. If it heads up towards Nexus's way, they have a bunch of space to work with. SBG, they've circumvented them. They're currently looking down towards that south side and might even come in contact with REGNUM. But again, this circle shifting up towards this position, this is what we've been playing at the entirety of this game, is saying about this high ground towards that center that OZAROX is currently holding. It gets really dangerous towards that end game where you're having to fight uphill towards this team, but OZAROX can't play this just essentially slow game. They need to start pushing out, they need to start striking out a little bit, because right now they are essentially sleeping on the job.
They definitely need to wake up and smell the roses. Might be tougher though, it's quite barren out there, not much grows, especially if you're not tending to your garden. REGNUM CARYA under a lot of pressure on this east point here, really trapped in this little divot as the nades start to pour through. SBG, still all four of them alive, so definitely with that pressure on the eastern side.
Yeah, I mean, for SBG, they need to push in quickly over towards REGNUM right now. REGNUM CARYA, I don't think they have any idea as Tron moves across at the worst possible time for Victor as well, as he alerts them to their presence. This is not good, John, but luckily Robs comes in with a clutch grenade over the top side.
Spots the player pushing up the back, and Victor actually lit up there. Very nice answer. Loxy, powerful in his own right. Wild is there for another over onto Akashi. Sure, it's traded off, but it's a little bit close for comfort. Narvalo down, and Robs is the lone survivor. 3 teammates to res. Need to figure out what he can do here, because Elvis is close by. And he will, seemingly, just back off. Maybe not unaware of the predicament that SBG find themselves in.
I mean, this happens so many times, John, and it's starting to really annoy me a little bit, is that Robs seems to do everything in a team fight. He may as well be 1v4 a lot of the times, with some of these players around him from SBG just essentially being cannon fodder. I think that Robs has been such a fantastic turnout from this roster, and the other guys need to start stepping it up just to do him justice.
More shots, more damage. SBG now faltering. Victor last standing falls down. Nexus pick up all the points for their trouble. 5 eliminations now earned to add to their admittedly impressive tally at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus has done really good there, in my opinion. You know, they hear the fighting, they hear the shots, they immediately come down to sniff it out, see what's happened, and they find themselves 4 points for their troubles. So a really heads-up move, and especially with the fact that they knew that they have to get across the road at some point, this was the perfect timing for it. They took a chance on what would happen down here, and they cleaned up house. So really, really well done. Son HP gets dispatched there. Smoke doesn't go down in time.
Nexus doing well from this east side, looking to light things up yet again. 6 eliminations already, leading the charge nearly, as ARR only eking them out with 7 so far in this lobby. 6 for Nexus Gaming. You need to get your prediction in. Blank.
I'm sorry.
We'll see who everyone else thinks is going to be taking home this chicken dinner. The final one of today as well, as Nexus continue to just sweep through on this eastern side. Lone Rangers and potential Thorns in the side for Nexus is what they need to worry about. Elvis is there. Elementrix as well. Lone players. BRA with Elvis do still have all 4 of their players alive, but Elvis is widely split from them.
Just waiting as well, not really doing too much. I was very focused on the game, I'm not going to lie. I was not trying to cheat, I apologize. But it looks like BRA will have Elvis down there, and he just get rolled over the top of. Luckily, Kapahala and Exo Machina spots that one out as he moves through. BRA set upon Major Pride now as well. Realistically, I think Nexus get themselves into a very, very strong spot. If they can clear out Enjoy as well as Peace from BEŞİKTAŞ, that's pretty much the entirety of the eastern side now cleared out for themselves. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, Nexus absolutely taking everyone nearby to task. Gladiators with Foot over the top with a nade. Tixie still down. It's a duo to hold off, and Foot actually suffering quite heavily there. Maybe being pushed into a fight they might not want. Meku will be the last player standing now as Rookie launches a nade over the top, and the Gladiators are out.
Almost certainly down. A bit unfortunate for the Gladiators. I think Meku really tried his best with that nade there, sending it over the top side.
Okay, they've put these out quite late.
What do you mean?
Gladiators is my prediction.
Oh yeah, but they were on like 3 players.
I went for the John Allen strat because I've been made fun of for it.
Look, I got all the time in the world, and I still didn't pick Gladiators.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I went for Nexus.
I did go for Nexus. I'll see what they can get done. You know, I'm a Nexus fan at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. They found Enjoy. They've taken him down. It's easy enough for Nexus. They're just so good. Now they have the entirety of the eastern side for themselves. You know, it's game over for the rest of the teams. OZAROX hasn't done anything yet. They're still in their little divot. Nexus is now taking down Major Pride. They're taking it to absolutely everyone. Exo Machina, he's unhittable. He's basically immortal.
It's true. That's what I've heard. Certainly for the time being, anyway. FLUX trying to maintain their position. This is where their hold or lack thereof against Excuse Me could come back to bite them, Blank. That's what we talked about earlier. And they'll have to win out that engagement. OZAROX trying to weather the storm, losing a player. Slowly starting their bleed. Nexus knock on the forwards, but Kapahala will pick Doran back up.
Yeah, I mean, oh dear me.
Maybe not.
It's good thing they actually picked him back up, because that was almost a fail-safe with him getting picked up off the ground. He got a second chance at life there. Nade goes back down the hillside. Kapahala just trying to send as much utility as possible, but not too much, just enough to keep OZAROX at bay. But the fact that they're able to take down one of the players and get the elimination onto them really weakens this position from OZAROX. Look at this, though. They've got absolutely nothing left on board. And OZAROX has had such a strong position throughout the entirety of this game, done absolutely nothing with it, and this is what happens.
Ooh, FLUX locked in combat with Major Pride, but Major Pride seemingly falling short of the mark here. Wanting a little bit more, caught lacking for the time being. Soulless down, and actually going down pretty quickly as well. Effect last standing for Major Pride in the fight. Monkey wants to get picked up there, crawling on to the outside around the corner. Drops the smoke, or I think that might have been some sort of suppression around the sidelines, but Exo Machina more than happy to pick this up and actually spots the shot onto Solkay through the window there. And a perfect suppression onto a position that could be troublesome.
The best thing about this as well is that, ooh, that's not good.
Ooh.
That's NEXUS taking down one of their players. And Dora's going to make the run for it. I wonder if this is even possible. I mean, perhaps if Exo is able to get himself into a position, the rest of NEXUS you will have to move slowly into the circle. Exo Machine is going to have to crawl down this hillside, and Wolf is very much on the money, waiting for him to crawl down. But he's lost him. He's behind the rock. Is it possible? Can they make it?
There's no shot, right? Unless they spot Wolf and suppress the angle. Yeah, there it is. He gets the blink. Ooh, trade from Octavian. Not quite able. Actually eats a little bit too much damage for his liking. Nexus down to 3. In sail FLUX from the south side now. Getting cut apart though. Solkay and Soulless the only remaining players standing. Lutz in a resible position. Ketch less so out the back.
You know, I've seen this exact same game that Nexus played on this eastern ridge side as well. This has happened so many times now, but at least this time everyone's up forward with them. Apart from Exo Machina, who played the same position as Keme did and died from that same position. So, lessons maybe not learnt there for Nexus. Kapahala almost got some good shots going through. If Octavian had hit that shot over towards Wolf as Exo Machina moved out, which was a very good bait, by the way, this could be a very different story. But again, right now, there is a huge amount of infighting going on this western edge. So many teams all locked in combat, but NEXUS currently have an insane position to play around with. Nexus are really hoping for this eastern shift, but I doubt it's going to happen.
Nade over towards Black. Oh, excuse me. NEXUS, they have been very controlling on this northwestern side. I mean, I feel like we haven't spoken too much about them, but they have been methodical here on the west. And they'll look to get the overlook onto OZAROX. They'll be suppressed off it by Nexus, and of course having to move around the side of that high ground is going to line up their angles. Maybe a little bit too much for their liking. Beck will be spotted. FLUX will dispatch, excuse me.
Yeah, saving grace right now for Nexus is the fact that this ridge side is still in play. If this was not the case, then RÜYA would realistically be able to hold the guys from Nexus off this spot. The big thing for Nexus right now, though, is that if this circle, or when this circle does just go to close, then RÜYA will have to drop off this cliff face, ideally into OZAROX. So right now, Nexus don't have to do anything. They can just chill. And I think that making any peaks right now at this stage of the game, making any overzealous plays is probably going to be their downfall. So the fact that Doran is taking shots at OZAROX right now, I feel like is maybe a mistake, but perhaps this is more a case of just keep this team at bay, wait for RÜYA to drop.
Kapahala spotted Yekta there for sure. Oh,
that's
lovely
good.
Damage over to Frozen. Will slow things down. That descent from the top of the hill will be put on ice for Frozen. Have to bring that one out a little bit later. Gets the heal off, starts that stim back up. And I think they might even think about rotating all the way around to the other side, but it's a little bit too late for that. You can see the blue zone actually going to force this.
Yeah, it's a really good angle from Kapahala. I love this so much. Rookie taken out of the way, but 5th place for Foot is really nice, and I think they'll be pleased with that one. But yeah, next year you have to take this angle now. If they go around the other side, it's too late. They stim up. And I think for Nexus, they have a really strong position to play around with. And even as the circle goes through, they can move up to that cover, that little rock in front of them. That works out just fine because of the angles. But next year you look at that. Panic smokes everywhere, but this could work out. Great shots going through from Kapahala, and they're trying to suppress him, but not doing the best at it.
What can you do? You're trapped in that smoke. If you know the map well enough, sure, you can pre-fire the shack, but it's going to be very tough to nail those shots. OZAROX also around the headland, not going to give RÜYA the time of day if they can help it. Token Machine will fall, and that is a full flush as well. Nexus, Kapahala goes down on a trade to find a 1-for-1 right there. And Nexus are going to have to slow it up just a little bit. OZAROX still under threat. FLUX yet to make their move.
I think RÜYA realize that the best thing they can do here is get up towards Nexus' position. Doran has to get back down. Great nade over the top. And now looks for Frozen. One more nade left and it has to be good.
We'll get a flush onto Yekta, but Wolf, maybe. Rezabal, caught in the smoke. There are 2 players down from OZAROX. The burn. Is he going to find it? Doran, maybe. Slips up just a little bit. Has to hit the deck instead as OZAROX now down to 1 and will fall out in 4th. And now 3 teams remain to duke it out, but Nexus absolutely in control at this point. Frozen spotted. Last player from RÜYA. And what a roll over these hillsides this roster has had. You said you wanted to see it from Nexus. We said we wanted more placements. And now against FLUX, they find the final blow and the chicken dinner to see a long-time roster into a solid chicken dinner with a big elimination tally.
Miramar is where they always perform so well on this roster as well, and I think you look at this, you're extremely happy with it. Exo Machina, Kapahala, Doran, and honestly, Octavian as well, really stepped up in a big way. This is a dream roster right now for Nexus. It's lovely, and the best thing about it for me is that we saw this exact map play out a little while back where Keme was all the way in the back. There was miscommunication going on all the time. They pushed a little bit too far on that game in PMPL EU, and they just play this one far better. A lot more restraint, a lot more control coming through from this team. And I think that having Exo Machina as just this absolute powerhouse fragger to rely on at times to really clear out that space, to allow Octavian and Kapahala to really shine when it comes to those cheeky off angles and stepping up and hitting those nasty shots. This is really well done, and having Doran as that front man as well, it all just works, John.
Absolutely. I mean, played that ridgeline perfectly, and they reap the rewards, keeping up that high elimination count. And to be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Nexus almost level with Gladiators after that performance. That was a massive point game for them. So brilliant news for Nexus fans across the globe. I know you were a big fan of them, Blank. You seem to be a fan of every single team in this tournament, but you know,
I just love them all.
Nexus more than most. So I'll give you that one. Good prediction as well. Let's head back over to the desk.
Hello, this is the desk.
Hello.
I'm Ginny. This is Max. That's Scalaris.
Same.
Lovely to meet you guys. Welcome. Well, Nexus Gaming, they managed to get themselves a chicken dinner Wish is the first one of today, but it's not just the fact that they get the chicken dinner, it's the amount of eliminations on top of it. Just getting in those points, you know? Everything's just like in the basket.
Is that
You know when you get when you have to carry a lot of things? You know, like it's a really heavy bag, so you carry it like this. No?
This is a great segment. I'm
No,
but no, but really for Nexus, I mean, before this game, they had, what, 28 eliminations, 8 placement points. So, like, now they actually got himself, as you said, their first chicken dinner of the day, which is good. And as Blank said, I now remember exactly which game he was talking about. We had a very similar game happening in PMPL Europe for the spring season. And they did get a little bit overconfident at times in that game. But here, the execution on that, I feel like with that experience of that game, they just felt more confident in the execution. And now 18 elimination with the highest elimination chicken dinner so far this tournament, getting away off Nexus.
I mean, this roster traditionally always had some decent peaks on Miramar, right? Like, they were able to really play the kind of, I was going to say dunes, they were able to play the hills very, very well on this battleground. And it's shown here once again, this is just a classic case of them rolling from fight to fight, to even taking some long-range ones towards the end here, and just absolutely smashing it. This was a great game by them. Great.
That OZAROX in the middle.
This was a rubbish game by them. I picked them. I'm like, you know what? They're center. They keep being center, and they just kind of cowered. But there wasn't much more that they could do because they knew that there was just going to be bullets zipping over their head from every direction.
Which kind of helped them out, I'd say, because like teams are just holding on to those ridges. They were like, no one's looking at us just yet because they're so busy on one another. But the moment one of those fights end, they're going to start looking at you, and that's when they die.
I mean, honestly, if one team got in nade range of them, then they were gone. But it was, you know.
Over 3,000 damage from Nexus. I mean, you have 18 eliminations. The damage is expected to be incredibly high, but my goodness, this is the highest we've seen, I think, so far in PMPL EU in general, not just Championship, but
I mean, normally you're supposed to predict only one team. I predicted SBG. They eliminated SBG. I went to BEŞİKTAŞ. They eliminated BEŞİKTAŞ.
Is there a world where they knock Gladiators off #1 now? I mean, it's far, but considering it was a 28-point game, I didn't think I'd be saying this after Game 5, but there is a possibility, which is kind of ridiculous.
Especially considering that Gladiators this time around only had 1 elimination. They got 1 point, that's all they got.
They actually went with their secondary drop because it was a very southern playing path, and they tried to wrap back to their typical rotation. Like, we want to get back into familiar territory, but unfortunately didn't work out for them. But yeah, I don't think first place, I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I feel like second place with a very small gap between Gladiators and Nexus Gaming is what we might have on the rankings here.
Maybe.
Yeah, we're going to head into that later. I mean, when we're looking at Gladiators as well as Foot, I'm going to be bringing up that graphic at some point. We'll leave that later. Anyway, oh, there we go. Never mind. Ha, magic. Their performances of both of these teams today, I mean, coming into this, we highlighted them as, of course, the top of their region. So we kept our eyes on in terms of how both of these teams performed. Foot, especially on Sanhok, that is where I believe they did the most in terms of racking up those eliminations and racking up the damage.
I feel like they just had a very well orchestrated game plan there. The hot drop onto MADBULLS, the MADBULLS are just clearly not ready for that fight. Get 4 eliminations, remain as 4, go into Trifecta before Gladiators have time to regroup. Then, of course, the lucky circle shift that comes their way towards the western side, and they just defend it really well with those multi-angles defense against Major Pride, against all the teams on the high ground. So yeah, I mean, Foot got a really good Sanhok. You only have it once a day, but in this case, they made it count.
An anomaly of a Sanhok in terms of the numbers that were coming up. But on the left-hand side, you got Gladiators who have just been so ultra consistent, apart from this last game, which kind of, you know what, you can give a bad game out of 6 to a team when they're being as consistent as they are throughout the day. And it's not just an individual's performance, it's everybody meshing together, gelling as a team. And again, absolute contenders for this title, considering the power they're putting out on the field in day 1.
Yeah, it kind of also leads us in the topic of looking at both Matic and Kairos. Both of these players have done really well today. So in that theme of players that have been performing exceptionally well, that have brought the most value to their team, do you want to throw in a guess, Max?
For the MVP?
Yeah. Most valuable player.
I don't know. Kalara said in the green room he knows exactly who the MVP was.
I know exactly who it is.
But you have to go for it first.
I'm very confident. I have no clue right now.
I'm unbelievably confident, Max, which is why you have to go first.
I feel really stupid right now.
That's okay. I mean, just right now, is that not the general theme?
Oh, just in general.
Theme of me being stupid.
that comes with age. I'm unbelievably confident. 10 years old.
Well, Max, come on. Time's ticking. You gotta go for it.
I gotta go with it. I'm gonna go with my Tixie supremacy because survival time's gonna be up there. They made it to the late game. That might help. So they're Tixie.
Lars?
Well, my predictions have been terrible all day, so it could go completely awry.
You're not sure?
No, I am sure.
Oh, wait, I don't know now.
3 seconds.
It's Doran.
It is Doran indeed. The timing on that was hit perfectly as well. 19 eliminations. I mean, I wish you guys could see Max's face right now. The jaw is like on the floor. Like, someone please get a shovel, put this man back
Would you like to know why I was so confident, Max?
Yes.
Why, tell me.
Because before the last game coming into it, I think he had 13 eliminations. He was #1, and then they've just had this pop-off game.
I missed that 13 elimination then. Okay, 19, yeah. I'll do a reenactment.
Wow.
Yeah, that was literally what Max was looking like. But in terms of today, we have seen a total of 6 maps being played, which means we have 6, hypothetically, different winners. But that's not actually going to be the case because Gladiators managed to snatch up 2 of them. Nexus got the final Miramar. Foot managed to secure a convincing win on Sanhok. Sly coming back to life on Erangel.
There was a lot of hold my beer in this day, I feel. When you've got Gladiators looking great and then all of a sudden Foot says, hold my beer, we're going to do this much damage on Sanhok. And then all of a sudden Nexus says exactly the same thing for the last game. There was a lot of one-upsmanship going on throughout the day. And honestly, what a great day of games considering the strength that we've seen from each region. And to be fair, Europe has really put up an excellent fight here against Turkey.
Yeah, I would say Nexus has been the biggest surprise. Of course, Dorian being the MVP, I didn't expect that. But like as a whole, they were doing well as a team, and I feel like they've been able to learn so much from PMPL Europe season. Heading into the championship, they're looking good. Though one thing I'm going to remind myself consistently throughout the next 3 days, when Clara says pick Sly Europe, I'll pick him.
Okay, yeah, just listen to...
I'll do that.
I mean, that was the one where you could have gotten 3 points yourself, but looking at the overall as well, considering how fierce the competition has been, and as you said it yourself, Calaris, hold my beer, Gladiators are still in top. 4-point difference, though.
But that difference was significantly bigger before that last game here. So Nexus, kudos to them for a great performance. Now, do they fall to the Eastern Stars curse, which is the roller coaster of results that they had in the past, in a past life, I want to say. So let's hope that that doesn't happen. Hopefully they don't bottom out in the next day, because they have been kind of susceptible to those kind of roller coaster of results.
Almost like half of the elims of Nexus came from Dorian then. It's not quite there, but like you're getting close to like almost 50% of the elims coming out from Dorian. So he did a decent margin for his team. But then you got a lot of Turkish teams right below Nexus.
Yeah, only 3 out of the top 8 are from EU. So it does mean that the competition is fierce. I mean, the top EU teams clearly showing us exactly what they're made of. Major Pride and MADBULLS, though, those are 2 teams coming out from EU that we thought were going to perform very well. It's been a slower start for them.
Yeah, and I don't mind it too much.
Okay.
To kind of back up our Europe brethren for a moment here. Major Pride did have a slow start to the league play, and they were able to gather momentum. MADBULLS really did feel like just nothing went their way today. I mean, apart from the first game where it was like, oh, okay, yeah, they didn't...
First game, they got eliminated. Oh, MADBULLS eliminated right away.
Oh, no, not the first game. I'm thinking of a particular game. I can't remember which, but... nothing really went their way, especially that first game.
Especially the Erangel that we've mentioned it on the pre-show was in PMPL Europe their best map by far, by a pretty significant margin. So the thing is, trust the process when it comes to these teams, I'd say. We expect them to didn't have a good first day. They're going to go back to the drawing board, rethink how they drop, especially that Sanhok, I think, for MADBULLS. They've got to rethink that one a little bit, but tomorrow they'll come back even stronger and they're going to try and change things up because this is not going to work out to make into PMWI. You need to start changing, fixing things, starting tomorrow.
Yeah, you're 1 quarter down already, and trust the process is what Max said. So let's see how much trust he has put in the process and how many points he's been able to gather in terms of his predictions, because we're adding it all up. It adds to a total of 7, which is actually, you're outperforming John, you're outperforming Calaris. I mean, that's not too difficult. 2 points in total.
It's just a roast graphic.
This is a roast graphic.
What am I going to attack today?
Look, guys, at least I got Doran right, okay?
And predict
Wait a minute, wait.
No,
I knew I always liked you.
Yeah.
Oh, they took it back. That's it. Thank you.
No, that was just a little glitch in the matrix. It's all right. It happens sometimes, you know, like you get an extra 0. But all in all, I mean, Blank is leading it. He's still thinking very hard. He's always like...
Production's so good at this event. I don't understand this.
Yeah, they're
Well done,
absolutely
guys.
beautiful. We're looking at how we put the teams up as well. I mean, both of us thinking that Fred were going to be the ones on top. That was the case on Sanhok, but Gladiators, I mean, Max, you can take this one at least. You have that going for you.
I mean, picking Gladiators, I think, is like the easiest thing to do.
Literally, like, you want
Is
to
there
win
anything to say about that? Though no one put Nexus, and we should have really with how they've been performing so far. So I'm
Absolutely.
good. REGNUM CARYA, it's been a little bit of a slower starter compared to what I initially expected from their performance in PMPL Turkey, heading into the championship, and SBG. I mean, nowhere near what we saw from them in Europe. Of course, this is a big level up compared to what we see in PMPL Europe.
And a little bit of bias.
Just give my boy Robs a DBS, and you're in trouble. But you didn't have one today. So, unfortunate loot. I don't know.
Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, if you want to stay up to date with everything that's happened today, but also what's coming up in the future and what's been going on, make sure that you check out our socials. There's also a little bit of memes sprinkled here, left, right, and center. It's popping up below us, it's popping up on the screen behind us, so it's pretty easy to find. It's PUBG Mobile Esports. And if you would tweet anything related to the competition, PMPL EU Champ. Now, thank you as well, Monster, for making it possible. I have this beautiful fridge here behind me. I wonder if we can change the colors. Can do like a purple green theme. But either way, we appreciate it, and we got the energy to go through today. It was a pretty eventful day, really, and the expectations and the bar has been set. The teams need to be able to blow these out of the water tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're gonna be back tomorrow with another 6-mapper. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you then.